押し込むリセット迷い込む迷路進めども大制御ドアの先に僕の背中が見えた振り向いた先に希望が見えた地獄の果てなどどこにあるのか出口はまだなのくるくるくるくる繰り返す繰り返す繰り返す繰り返すフラフラフラフラフラクダルフラクダルフラクダルフラクダル扉を開け意味を忘れ行かれた夢の奥へどこまでも続いてくくるくる繰り返すくるくるくる繰り返す繰り返す繰り返す繰り返すフラフラフラフラフラクダルフラクダルフラクダルフラクダル扉を開け意味を忘れ行かれた夢の奥へどこまでも続いてくくるくる繰り返すくるくるくる繰り返す繰り返す繰り返す繰り返すフラフラフラフラフラクダルフラクダルフラクダルフラクダル
All right. Let's start off with this. We are here live right now on June 5th, 2026, 4:06 p.m. Central Time. How we feeling? How's chat feeling? I got a full tank of gas, guys. Full tank of gas. Let's go. I mean that for my car and me, energy-wise. Full breath of fucking energy. Let's see. I gotta say, I'm very pleased with this result here. In a hilarious twist of delicious irony, the court tentatively determined that Denham's reaction to the content nuke passes 3 of the 4 pillars of fair use and is therefore transformative. And in all 3 of the 4 pillars that it passes, the court cites Ethan Klein's own former case against Matt Haas as precedent that informs their decision. This was never gonna work. This was never gonna work. And honestly, had any of this worked favorable to Ethan Klein, that's like, I mean, we're already in the pits of hell, but we're entering another layer of the pits of hell for transformative commentary, or, you know, just freedom of speech in and of itself at all, point blank, period. So, gotta really acknowledge and celebrate these W's as they happen. The undisputed purpose of defendants' live stream is to contest, criticize, and mock plaintiff's message, which the courts have found weighs in favor of fair use due to its transformative nature. Let's go. And they even reference Hassan Dai. I don't know if I'm butchering this. Hassan Zadi v. Klein. His own case. We're finding that the first factor weighed in defendant's favor as a defendant's reaction video was quintessential criticism and comment. Finding transformative use where hosts reacted to and commented on original video. Let's see. Noting the third factor considers a proportion of the copyrighted work used, and then how well tailored that use was to the allegedly infringing work's proper purpose, no matter how large or long the allegedly infringing work is. The law is clear. However, that quantity alone is not determinative. This factor circles back to the first factor because the extent of permissible copying varies with the purpose and character of the use. Defendant's livestream is not a market substitute for the nuke, because someone watching the former will have a very different experience from watching the latter, which is for true, very for true, you know? There was like an argument to be made with two of the other cases. I'm not sure what the fuck's going on with Frogan's. Apparently Frogan's not like, she's in and out of like whether or not she's actually engaged with it or whatever. I haven't really paid too much close attention to meaningfully criticize or defend Frogan's case. That being said, the other case with Casey Tron, which was probably the easiest for Ethan to win, you know, he basically bullies her into submission to make an like apology instead of just taking a settlement or, you know, just, you know, seeking a certain sum of money or whatever for the infringement. I'm not even sure it went further than where I'm not sure how far it went on legal grounds, but I'm pretty sure it didn't go to trial or anything like that. Civil trial. I think there was just an agreement. Anyone seeking to watch The Nuke, a scripted and edited documentary, would have a distinctly different experience watching the defendant's fragmented start and stop live stream, which featured spontaneous reaction, live chat interaction, sharp criticism throughout, and extrinsic source material. Let's see. 4 factors judges consider are the purpose and character of your use, the nature of the copyrighted work, the amount and substantially of the portion taken, and the effect of the use upon the potential market. If it weren't for the fact that I have something to cover already, I very briefly was just like, this is like a good moment. This is like a good, you know, moment to kind of continue the ESAS journey of every second of snark series, but we will not be doing that today. We will not. We don't have the time. I have other stuff I want to cover and go into. Eventually we will do we will do part 3 of ESAS, but not today. Not today. Not today. Puddle sucker, boo. Unfortunate. Sorry. You sound like Nick Fuentes. Nice. Nice, guys. Nice. Total Snark Victory. Is this Sewer Slut? Yeah, the last song was Sewer Slut. Ready for the weekend? No. My weekends is just working, okay? Fuck you mean? Fuck you mean ready for the weekend? Fuck you, buddy. Fuck you, buddy. Ready for the weekend. This guy said ready for the weekend. Anyway, so I'm not covering the last Aiden Destiny conversation. To sum it up, TLDR, Destiny is basically spurging the entire time, yelling while Aiden's like calm and relaxed. It's basically unironically the Chad beta meme where like one person is just like endlessly raging out and yelling and throwing a fit. The other person's very relaxed and calm. It's so funny. It was just like spurging out about all the like past dramas or whatever, and just Aiden's just like, I don't know, man. It just seems like you're in the wrong here. And he's, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, you're a Mr. Girl Stands. Shit like that. Like he's just like spurging. And then Wick was like really hostile and just being like, I don't want you spreading around my docs. I don't want you spreading around my docs, which I would say verifying a claim of whether or not it's Wick's docs is probably something you shouldn't do, but whatever. Like it's not like the end of the world that Aiden's like upfront with you and he's like, oh, I just wanted to verify the claim. I don't know. It's just like it was so ridiculous. It was such a fucking ridiculous conversation. We missed the opportunity to be able to cover that. And quite frankly, it seemed a little redundant because some of the stuff, it's just like, you know, what else do you expect? But I did want to cover this because it seemed like a little bit more interesting because it's like not just Destiny spurging out. It's like Mrow's in here, Foodshops is in here, and that just seems like fun. That just seems like a little bit of a mix-up, just a little bit more mixture, right? I broke up with my girlfriend, guys. Unfortunate. Sorry about your loss. Pedo shots debate coming up. There's another lawsuit that was just filed. Shilly versus Stuttering John about using false DMCA claims to take down channels. Interesting. You know what you can do is you can link to stories like that and content suggestions in my server. If you have any content suggestions or you have any, things you want to link in general or whatever, or discourse with any other retards that are in there talking at the time, you're welcome to do so. You are welcome to do so. I'll say the same thing I say in all streams I watch. The best parts of this drama is both sides think they won. And I think that is because actually both sides have lost. And to some extent, there is a bit of a loss for one side more than another. But yeah, like no one wants to have to deal with lawsuits over like reaction content. That's not fun. That's not fun. Wait, hold on. You know what? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pull a Hassan right here. I'm going to pull a Hassan here. I never do this, but fuck you guys. I can't be doing like no volume, nothing talking. It's going to take like 2 seconds. We're going to start this and I'm going to be listening in, but I'm going to use the restroom really quick, but not enough to where I'm abusing Aiden's content here. Maybe like a minute max, but I will be listening and I will be responding to the things being said. Okay. So we'll just start here. We'll let this cook.
Foodshops literally isn't. Foodshops is in call and still death end. I don't know what to do. It's not because I'm doing a night stream. I literally got the worst news, like probably like top 5 like worst piece of news in my life right before I went live. I'm fucking not. It's not like a big deal or whatever, but like yeah, I am a little bit like a little bit on edge probably, but that's okay. Didn't pass his what world have you ever been to where you get the results of the final the same fucking day you take it? Any day now. Any day. Is this like a stalling tactic? I honestly can't tell. Practice your Spanish with us, 80. Let us judge if you passed your final or not.
Wow, amazing. It's almost like I didn't really miss much here. Jesus Christ. We're on deafened here. We're just talking about finals. We gotta skip around. I saw one of these snarky chats in here in my chat. Oh, one of these snarkers. One of these snarkers just decided to show me all the little tags that I put in my description. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Can I not put tags of relevant things that I will commentate on in my description? What are we snarking? What are we truly snarking? A man trying to do a little bit of a I don't know, the algorithm. I don't even know how it affects. I don't even know how any of this shit works anymore. I don't even know, man. Let's
amigos,
skip around. Come on. Let's get to the actual conversation. Jesus, man. Jeez, when you actually start talking to each other, Jesus Christ, what are we doing? There it is.
Did you find it yet? Where he's asking a kid for CSAM?
No.
It's actually crazy. So you're right. I did say, I'm like having memory problems. My fucking sleep. I think it's part of this. Like I just forget shit now. I think I have like early onset Alzheimer's. It's actually crazy.
I mean, typically, if it's something, it's very difficult to get a lot of these agencies to move on this stuff.
Bro, this guy's such a yapper, bro. Yeah, this is obviously retarded. Can this guy just go? You can't justify this, my man. Hello?
Hi, did you find it yet? Where he's asking a kid for CSAM? Hello? Oh wait, I'm muted. Fuck.
Aiden?
Sorry, I was muted. Did you find it yet? Where he was asking a kid for CSAM?
Yes, I did. Can I share my screen and you can watch with me?
Yeah, let's watch.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay. It's stupid. It's so stupid, Aiden. Okay, hold on. All right, ready?
Wait, hold up. I just want to pull it up from my stream.
So we're getting context here. Somebody's asking for CSAM, and here's the evidence. Okay,
Discord servers that were.
But you can hear that, right? Like the audio's coming through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doobie is asking for CSAM here. Apparently, let's see.
Just make sure. Thanks for the 5.
Sorting and
The evil, nefarious Doobie.
Hold on, so you link them to Discord servers that were hosting this. This is not like.
No, we had to pull images from the server. We had to pull the images from her fucking DMs with the guy. We had to pull his activity and send it all.
Hold on, I gotta let this play out. Oh my god, thanks.
Fucking FBI. And then it
You see how you keep mudding it? Her DMs with the guy.
Wait, hold on. Did you miss it? Hold on.
I don't know if you know what 764 is, but yeah, it was like there are Discord servers and groups specifically dedicated to grooming, extorting, and fucking with minors.
Hold on, so you link them to Discord servers that were hosting this. This is not like.
No, we had to pull images from the server. We had to pull images from her fucking DMs with the guy. We had to pull his activity and send it all.
Okay, how do you think he pulls the images?
How do I think he pulls the images from like logs or something?
Yeah, how does he pull it?
From logs, I guess, of the place it was happening. I don't know.
Okay, how does he get the logs?
Depends on the situation, right? In one case, he sent me evidence. Obviously, the guy didn't.
It would be the context of if you're pulling the images, even in the worst light that I can think of for what he's saying, this is not even really bad. If you're pulling the images to report to the authorities, to send it as evidence to the authorities, what's the problem here? This is really not a compelling argument if that's where the direction we're going here.
Send me the guy didn't send me the actual image itself, but the other day when I was on stream, he DM'd me logs that show.
How does he access?
Yeah, he DM'd me logs that show somebody putting somebody sending it revenge porn. I think it was either in his server or in his DMs or something, etc. Right?
Yeah, but how does he obtain the logs in the first place? Right?
Depends on the situation. He's explained that there've been numerous, right? You said he admitted. Okay, your claim was that he said how he obtained those logs. So I just wanted to see the clip of that where he actually explains how he obtained those logs by asking the child themselves for the CSAM.
Aiden.
Yep.
It's pretty clear to me, okay? Dude, how could you spin this any other way? Like, what does he have to do? Subpoena Discord?
No.
Like, how's he doing it?
Well, in like one of the
Like,
cases,
is he subpoenaing? Is he like subpoenaing the fucking company for the logs or something? Like, obviously, he has to ask the miner themselves, right? Or even like get it from the guy, right?
So if it's okay. So in one case, I have the DM right here. Somebody is saying to him, "Want to see our past victims? By the way, I have images of them all. Whole folder dedicated to faces. Obviously, the image itself isn't included, but it seems like in some of these cases, it's actually just like people.
You can export the logs. So you can like, you just go through the logs and you just grab them from there, right? Like, I'm not like like, I don't know like my Discord technical skills. I don't know all the little technical things to it. But like, if there's logs in a server being exchanged, maybe you get it from there, or could you get it from like, or are these private messages? I need context for that too, because I don't think you could just get logs from other people's DMs.
Sending people in the server this to like one case he was talking about was these dudes were coming in and like spamming revenge porn or something, right? So it's
Yeah,
are you gonna watch the part where Destiny is talking about sucking Aiden's dick or whatever? No, that's the last conversation. Maybe we'll review that in the like eventual future or something. But I don't have time to go through all of that. That's already happened. That being said, it was a funny moment where it's basically Destiny coping about like, oh, are you calling me a degenerate? But didn't you like suck a dick or whatever? And it's like, clearly the degenerate behavior isn't the gay behavior. It's the degenerate, like explicit, grotesque, exploiting of like mentally ill women. Just that's pretty much what's the degenerate behavior. Some would say the butt plugs or whatever, but again, it's more so not the gay part. It's more about the sexual degenerates, like sex pest behavior.
Imagine that's not for all
Welcome, All Shadow
cases, right? Like, not everyone is doing the ones who are like spamming it in Gen Chat, right?
I'm sure, I guess.
Obviously, there's gonna be like fucking private correspondence, no?
There's gonna be private correspondence with the miner.
Yeah, most people coming in to Gen.
Well, that's not a given, right? That's not a given. Just because that would be contained within the instances he has reported doesn't mean he's reporting those instances, right? All we know is that he has reported this stuff and he screenshotted it, right? We don't know what form of the distribution took up the bulk of his reports, all of his reports, etc. You led me to believe that he actually explained how he obtained it, but this clip doesn't seem like he is explaining that. I don't know where in this clip he said, like you claimed. I don't know where in this clip you said he claimed very explicitly. Anyone can rewind.
That's pretty important. That's pretty important.
You said he claimed that's how he got it.
Clarify, right?
Well, yeah, it is. You're saying he did clarify. That was your original claim. Are you going to concede on that?
Aiden, what does he mean when he says pull up her DMs? What does that mean? Let's listen to this again.
He's pulling up the DMs. Wait, is she showing the DMs willingly to him? I would imagine that's what he means. No?
Hold on. Let's get the
dedicated to 6.4 is. But yeah, it was like there are Discord servers and groups specifically dedicated to grooming, extorting, and fucking with minors.
Hold on, so you linked them to Discord servers that were hosting this. This is not like...
No, we had to pull images from the server. We had to pull the images from her fucking DMs with a guy.
You had to pull images from her fucking DM.
Images from the server, images with the guy. Wait.
This is not like...
No, we had to pull images from the server. We had to pull the images from her fucking DMs with a guy.
Okay, we had to pull images from the server. Then we had to pull the exchanges with her messages with the guy.
You had to pull images from her fucking DMs with the guy, right? That implies that, like, they save the images. They save the images.
For what purpose, though? For what purpose, though? You fill in the blank of, like, if you're saving the images for your own use and you're not reporting the images, obviously that's fucking atrocious. That's grotesque. Fill in the blanks. What would be the overall purpose? The purpose would be to report the abuse of a minor, like to show the evidence to the authorities. I would imagine. Yes. No. Right?
You'll see, Sam.
Nobody's disputing that he's admitted to saving it. The claim was that he's soliciting minors for CSAM, right? That was your original claim,
Isn't
that he's
this,
admitting
like,
to that.
Doesn't he have to ask her to get like her DMs?
I guess he could, right? Or it could come from, for example.
No, he needs to. It is mandatory. He needs to, right? It's the only way.
So he sent me evidence in this case of like somebody sending something to somebody else, right? There seems to be various instances of reporting. The claim specifically was that he admitted that one of the methods was he was asking minors directly to give him CSAM. Obviously, if that was a point that you could infer or wanted elaboration on, that would be a valid point. The problem is that's not what you said. You said he admitted to it, right? That's not what the clip shows. This is an inference. This is speculative, right? And you should have just said that. You should have just said you were inferring it. You shouldn't have lied to me that he admitted to it verbatim. I gave you ample time to find the clip of him doing that, and you were unable to do so. So a concession would
like
be
none of this is hidden from Doobie, hidden from anyone else. Doobie hasn't hid any of this. This is all out in the open. This is a really like a pathetic attempt at a gotcha to discredit somebody. The biggest thing I think you could potentially critique Doobie for, and I've heard Doobie's response to this. I don't know if I necessarily agree with this. I don't think it's really worth it, especially with disingenuous fucking total F slurs like this, trying to paint it to be something completely else. You wouldn't have to deal with that. That being said, I understand Doobie's perspective. But like the biggest thing I could say is, why would you allow minors in your server? Don't allow minors in your fucking server. I understand you have a big channel and that there's probably going to be minors anyway that won't give that away. But like, it's just, I don't know. Like if you can not have minors in your server, avoid that, like avoid the headache of all this, like that, you probably, it'd probably be more beneficial to you. That being said, I understand his argument when he's saying, you know, like, minors do want to participate in these environments and have these kind of conversations. And I think if we could do this in an ethical way where we label them as minors and such, and if something does happen, like it's handled then and there, more likely to be like, they're more likely to go to us, like I guess they have before, you know, then we can handle it then and there, right? We can report it to the authorities. I would never do that. But like, I would understand Doobie's argument in terms of like, oh yeah, this is why we do that. Yeah, this is why we handle it this way.
Yeah, probably. And then you would revise
Yeah, much of Destiny's degeneracy was straight degeneracy, yeah.
your take. That's what an honest person does, which you were not, right?
What if anybody common sense wise says pull up the DMs? Like I have to imagine you would ask otherwise, like because
Sure,
if it is a unique hold on. Hold on, I let you talk, okay? Because if it is like an extreme edge case, where let's just say he pulled it some other way, or maybe like whatever the fuck, right? He would clarify that already, right? But like what is the part that he skips over? Like that he doesn't want to actually say, right? Is that, well, in order to pull it, what does that mean, right? Pull is a very, how do you say, it's a very innocent term until you realize that he has to ask the minor themselves, right? It's a very
That's not always a bad thing. Like, in order, if for the explicit purpose to report it to the authorities, why is this explicitly a bad thing? Yeah, it can be like embarrassing and traumatic in of itself to have to maybe send that to somebody to report it in the first place, right? If you're asking that, but I mean, that's not, or really just, we're really just being like, we're really treating these as equal as if it's the same as asking for CSAM material of a minor to abuse them, to jack off to them or keep it for yourself or whatever. Like, that's not equal. That's not equal.
neutral term for something that's
You are too base for drama. Your side is supposed to be okay with everything Doobie does. And it's like, I don't know. I've expressed this too, even in private or whatever, where it's just like, I've talked to some of these people on like the DGGN spectrum where it's like, you know, I don't expect people, I'm so small and I'm so irrelevant. I don't expect people to like immediately think of this, but like I try to handle every single fucking thing about any of these dramas or whatever in a balanced way as much as I can humanly possibly do. And, you know, I'm pretty clear with like the people that I've had distaste for, you know. And even if say Dan, I think Dan does a lot of horrible fucking atrocious shit. But I think Dan is personable and likable. I've gotten along with Dan. J-Stock, I agree with J-Stock's perspective on all this. 90, if not 99%, I was first before him to even come to the perspective, right? But, you know, I kind of dislike J-Stock, you know. Liking and disliking people isn't relevant to whether or not I agree or disagree with their perspectives or find them to be good moral character or bad moral character.
So heinous, no?
For a neutral, you said he admitted to it. That's not what he's doing here. That's an inference
That's
off of his
literally
lack of
what he's doing.
elaboration.
Yeah, if you want to call it inference, that's fine. Okay,
Well, that's what
But
you
it's a
should have
very,
called
very
it. You
good
shouldn't have
inference.
lied to me that he admitted to it.
It's such a
You shouldn't
good,
have lied
it's
to me
such a
that
good
he admitted
inference.
to it.
It's such a good inference. It might as well be like admitting it, right?
Now, so
It's just to
also,
be very clear.
also, my other question here is, because I know that people like to do this, right? Is he talking about CSAM here?
Wait, Aiden, yes.
Because
You want to argue that? Because we can if you want, but it will not go well for you.
I'm not. That was a question, not an argument.
Okay, just checking.
I'm just asking because he also, in my conversation with him yesterday, if you were listening, was saying he had to like deal with instances of like 764 people like getting kids to like harm their own like fucking dogs or etc. So other things of criminal nature could have occurred that he's apparently reported, and I want to know if this is specifically pertaining to the CSAM allegation. And I'd like to have seen, which apparently now we're finding out doesn't exist, where he admitted that specifically he was asking somebody who was presently a minor for CSAM.
Is there a legit way to pull up our DMs? Sorry, that's a don't know. Okay.
What is this
the
fucking pause?
Okay, sorry.
So,
What's your name?
so a good example is, for
No,
example,
I forgot this guy's name.
could a minor not get it? Could a minor not get a DM? Could a minor not get a DM like that and then go
Thanks
DM?
always reason. Sorry, can you repeat yourself? Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, sure. So let's say like a minor gets DMs like that or about that, and they go and they DM a mod in the server and just like send them a screenshot, not realizing that it's a big deal or whatever. When he says pull the logs, they could have access to the logs through that channel. It's a matter of inference, right? I do agree. I do agree that based off of what he's not saying, that could be a possible inference that could be made. But it is not the only inference, and it is not certainly not what he admitted to as you claim to make.
It's not obvious inference, but okay.
Okay, is it not possible to you that in a server of 100,000 members, a minor who's actively dealing with...
What does pull mean? Pull means like a very active action.
Pull
right?
means
like it's something
yes,
that you're purposefully doing, right?
Yes,
you're purposefully doing that. There is no, I received this, CSAM, right? You're pulling from it.
She's like spurging, she's like acting erratic. She think like a lot of the Destiny skinwalkers do this thing, and they need to stop doing this where they get like very emotional and they think that means they're winning the conversation. When you get emotional, overly emotional when you don't need to project this idea that you're correct. Like a lot of people actually just, would refer that as like, you're in the wrong or you're spurging. Very rare instances, I think, where like if somebody gets emotional, that it actually hits and it's like, yeah, you're correct. Like this take is based. Like at least in terms of convincing somebody on the fence,
He didn't say, he said pull from it. He didn't say ask for it, right? He's pulling from it means you have a pre-existing set that you were extrapolating something from, right? That set, for example, could be log sent to a moderator in the server unsolicited. Could it not?
That's not what pulling means.
Pulling?
That's not what pulling means.
Okay, if I was to like, if
I was sent something by someone, I would say I was sent. See, it's simple, easy.
What do you
right?
think pulling means?
Easy.
What do you think pulling means?
Oh yeah, our mods got sent this, right? Easy peasy. He would have sent that, right?
I think pulling would mean basically you're pulling things. Like, say, like, somebody can hand me something, right? They're handing me that. Like, say they have another example is if they have the same item later on, and I just pull it from them. I just pull it from them. So, I think what's trying to be said here is literally that, where one person, now Foodshops is kind of being contradictory because I think she said the opposite earlier, where they were trying to ask for the material to send it to the FBI as evidence. That I wouldn't directly call that pulling. I would call that trying to get something. I don't know, like requesting or something like that. Requesting and pulling would be different. So I don't even know if pulling would be accurate. Doobie utilizes the term pulling, but I think what Doobie's trying to say is that they pull it from the logs. But I don't think he's referring to that in terms of asking for the material to be sent to him to send it to the authorities.
What do you think pulling means? What do you think pulling means?
Means that you're purposefully asking them for the CSAM.
That's what
for
pulling
the
means
DMs.
to you.
Pulling means like he specifically says screenshotting the CSAM. After like
pulling
mean, right?
Wait, why wouldn't he just say screenshotting? He seems to be totally fine using that word when he's talking to Connor.
Okay, why does he use pull instead
What
of
do you think
screenshot
pull
then?
means?
Good question. What does pull mean?
Because he uses the word screenshot. Can you admit? Can you admit?
He said specifically
Well, it doesn't
pull
seem
the
like it
DMs
doesn't.
with that
It
girl. What
doesn't.
does pulling the DMs
So
mean?
pulling means you have access to like a set of units, and you are taking a unit from that set and using it for something, right? But the presumption would be you would already have access to that predefined set. You're pulling it out of that, right? So that's what pull would mean. It's clearly not in reference to the screenshot.
Because if he already has access, you would just pull it up. Okay. Am I remembering the context of what he said pull? Because I don't know if he used that in context in terms of getting sent the material to be able to send it to the FBI. I don't think he was talking about pull and that means.
Because as evidenced by the conversation with Connor that you were watching and I just saw through your stream, he's totally fine using the word screenshot when he means that.
Okay, no common person would ever argue like you. I'm just saying no common sense person
so now
would
now
ever
you're
argue
okay.
like
So now you're just gonna get fallacious and you're just gonna do like
well, because you're trying to use pedantry and words in order to
How am I
like,
using pedantry?
fucking
That's what
muddy-
like DGG always does. That's like and sometimes that's like kind of important and vital in terms of being able to discern and appropriately read situations in politics or in any like drama coverage or anything, to be able to try to get a full grasp of the story and the intents of people and how they utilize their language. So it's like Foodshops is blown the fuck out here already, and Foodshops is just like coping and seething about like, oh, you're just being like very specific. You're being very pedantic here.
You're using the term pull to infer that he was asking minors for CSAM, right? I'm asking you to merely elaborate on that term.
Dude, I'm gonna be real, okay? Like not even Doobie is like thinking about it this deeply when he was saying it. There's no way Doobie is thinking like, oh my god,
you're the one that is hyper analyzing this because you desperately needed a clip when you realized you didn't have what you said happened, right? And you're unwilling to concede on that, so you tried to find something that you could fit in to sort of be like the clip you said existed, which in reality doesn't.
This is clear evidence, but okay. I mean, like your opinion.
Got it. So you fucking lost. You've given up on the convo. Now, why were you DMing a 17-year-old?
Aiden.
Oh my god, dude, that's rough here.
He pulled. What does that
Doesn't
mean?
deny it, by the way.
He pulled.
Why were you DMing a 17-year-old?
He pulled. What does that mean?
Were you DMing a 17-year-old? Were you DMing a 17-year-old? Were you DMing a 17-year-old?
Okay, did you or did you not?
Were you DMing a 17-year-old?
Were you DMing a 17-year-old? Were you age playing with a 17-year-old? What were you doing with a 17-year-old? I actually do want to know more about this specifics. Like, I haven't ever looked into this like deeply.
I made an edgy joke about gutting someone's wife. You know what else made an edgy joke? Destiny. He said he would rape someone with a shovel. And he's talking about Courtney's little tyke.
That's true. That's true. He did say that on Twitter, and that he was saying that to somebody that was basically just criticizing him and saying like, I don't know why you're trivializing like, you know, rape victims here. I don't know the specific. It was something like that. And he was unironically just like full aggression. Like you can tell this motherfucker was just. It wasn't even just like, I'm trying to be funny. It's like, no, I hope you actually get raped with a shovel and bleed to death. Like you could tell it was full anger. Like you don't. I'm sorry. The thing there's no joke there. Not really. Like maybe the joke is how shocking it is and like why the fuck would you say that? It's insane. But you could tell this guy was angry in the tweet exchange. you can just tell. I mean, with the Aiden call where he's like joking about like stabbing and killing somebody's wife or some shit like that, you can tell that motherfucker's like actually joking. He's like just drunk, ranting on, and he is just doing edgy shit in private, which like a lot of people will say some really, really edgy shit in private when they don't think they're being recorded or anything like that, which is on Discord, quite frankly, stupid to say the fucking least. But you could just tell from tone alone that it's like, this guy's not actually going to do anything. He doesn't give a fuck. He's just trying to be fucking, edgy and goofy. Foodshops was dating a 17-year-old? What the fuck? Did not hear about this. Well, technically, allegedly, she's messaging a 17-year-old, not dating a 17-year-old, to be clear. This was the Ica stuff. She was sending flirty DMs to the person. Tone indicators are for text. Are you being hyper specific with when I said tone indicators? You can get an indication of tone through voice. You know that, right? That's what I meant. Everyone does tone indicators to an extreme level now, and honestly, it's becoming white noise to me. People that use goofy voices all the time are getting old. A lot of people do it too. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm not sure how much better that is without logs. It's not better. It's not good.
Easy.
Okay, it was an edgy. Okay, so you believe it's.
Well, I'm just simply using your excuse, right?
Yeah. So believe it or not,
I believe Foodshops called the person a real life lolly. If I am to recall something, I vaguely remember looking at one of the screenshots like way back, and it was like, "Oh, you're like a real life lolly." I vaguely remember that. That's all I like. Vaguely remember about that.
action. I never actually gutted somebody's wife. You actually were talking to a 17-year-old about sexually explicit subjects. No.
Dude, hold on. We need the normal speed here because the fucking silence is so much funnier with.
What does pull mean?
Oh no.
If I were to
She doesn't even deny it. They're literally promoting an open
She doesn't deny it. She won't address it. Dude, it's crazy.
pedophile to be like their spokesperson. Look at how fucking desperate they are. You know they don't give a shit about you, right? You know Steven doesn't care about you. When I was fucking destroying you on that point, he never came in to defend you because you mean nothing to him.
Okay, but I'm just
You're
saying
just
That is true. That is true, dude. That must hurt. That must hurt deep down.
Worthless pedophile. I asked you what pull mean. I asked you what pull mean 4 minutes ago. Anyone can rewind. You refuse to answer. You only want to go back now because I'm digging skeletons out of your fucking closet.
No, you want to go to another topic because you just can't come to the fucking conclusion that poll obviously.
Foodshops is stupid for even talking to a 17-year-old given her pass. Foodshops is just stupid, period, given her pass. Just point blank, period.
Means that
How
you
do you
have to
define
ask
Paul?
the motherfucking person.
How do you define Paul?
Are we gonna really pretend?
How do you define Paul?
That Doobie like just basically downloads CSAM
How do you
and
define
he's trying
Paul?
to retroactively make
How do you define Paul?
justifications?
How do you define Paul? How do you define Paul?
There is like no retroactive justification because the justification is put out publicly already. It's openly expressed publicly. No one would express like publicly that they acquired CSAM material. Like they would never just say like, "Oh, I just expressed it for my own selfish purposes." Like he already gave you the exact reason. I did this to report it to authorities. That's like literally probably the only, and I wouldn't even recommend to do it in this context because it's like, I don't want to touch any of that shit with a 10-foot pole, right? But I can understand circumstances if like you're a part, like you're trying to be a good citizen and shit like that and help people out. I get that. I wouldn't do it. Me personally, but I respect that people will do it. I respect that Doobie would do that.
Pulling is like downloading, screenshotting, asking someone.
downloading, screenshotting, and asking someone. So why wouldn't he just use the word
or asking someone.
So why wouldn't he use the word screenshotting like he did with
Bro.
Connor? Why wouldn't he use the word ask?
Bro, that's a good question. Maybe you should ask Doobie. Why didn't he use the term screenshot then? And by the way, it's not like that makes it better because you said that you're going to look into Doobie sending you reports, like actual police reports, but okay.
Yeah, yes, I did. Wait. He said he would, right? I'll follow up with him on that and ask why if he doesn't.
Okay, but again, that's one of the most important questions. That's literally one of the most important questions.
And it was asked, and he agreed to provide evidence, right? So I'm waiting for that.
Why'd you give him such a softball interview if like he didn't even provide you that proof evidence?
What was softball? I literally told him that I disagree.
Because until you receive evidence that it is actually reported to the police and the police have taken action, then obviously he's the actual fucking PD downloading CSAM, right? He's downloading CSAM, and he's proactively trying to justify it using the.
Wait, I don't know how it works. I don't know if you can just easily do this. How would you request evidence that you've like reported any of this to the authorities? Like, I suppose you can maybe do this, but like, somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if it's like easily accessible where it's just like, hey, Mr. Policeman, Mr. FBI or whatever, can you give me evidence that I actually sent you all of this stuff, way back, like however long ago it was? Can you send me materials related that, like the evidence that I sent this directly to you to win an internet argument? I suppose maybe you can. I suppose. I wouldn't be surprised, but I would imagine it's probably not something you can just pull up, or the authorities can just pull up like willy-nilly. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know how the whole system thing works, but it's just like, we want you to like pull up all this now. It's like, well, why? Why do you need this? Like,
oh yeah, for the FBI. Okay, you can laugh all you want, but I'm just saying, I'm gonna still press you on this
you're
point.
so right. No, you're totally winning here. You're totally winning.
I am.
Like, there's no indicator that he's doing anything nefarious with the material. There's no other indicator that I can possibly like see. Like, I would be a little bit more charitable to the idea of like, is he actually doing this, right? If there are like other people that were saying like, well, no, like this guy didn't actually report it or whatever. But it's not just Doobie, isn't it like a whole mod team or whatever that are collaborating and being able to have this material be sent to the proper authorities, right? I'd imagine as a team, as a collective.
When Daddy Steven will definitely give you some money tonight.
Is Daddy Steven in the room with us right now? Hello, am I your therapist?
No, wait, I'm sorry. You realize he is in the room with you right now. Wait, you have this plushie in the background. Your whole life is based around him. What are you talking about? He is in the room.
Very true. Very true.
His concept is in the room with you, right in the background.
Okay, says the Group 60-year-old from the commentary community who got groomed by the stalker community, who is actively a child social victim. Okay.
If I got groomed, maybe I ran into somebody like you. I guess you're talking to 17-year-olds, right?
Listen, if you want to go to blood sports, that's fine. But I just, dude, you're just.
That's fine. You're taking the gloves off. You're taking the gloves off.
Wait, why? Like, okay, we can go to blood sports if you want, but like blood sports is boring. Okay, like the thing is that you, dude, how do you pull it? How do you pull it?
You're never gonna win a blood sports. You know why? Because like, it's like the easiest combo ever. You are a self-admitted pedophile. You are a self-admitted pedophile who we have reason to believe was talking to a 17-year-old. We can just replay your fucking clips over and over and over again. Right? Just even the fact alone, it's just the easiest thing to ever like meme about. It's just like, you just like out yourself as a pedophile, just willy-nilly. You're just, it's like, like, it's so laughable. It's like, I have to imagine it's almost like a parody of like what somebody would do in like a sitcom or something like that. Like somebody would mock like the pedophile character who like just outs themselves, you know? No social awareness, no self-awareness at all, no sense of self-preservation, no, sense of preserving their career, future career, you know, anything like that. Just totally oblivious.
The DMs. How?
Did you-
How?
Okay,
How, Aiden?
so pull could be.
Aiden, tell me. Describe it to me.
Yeah, so-
describe to me clearly
Yeah,
without going
yes.
into like a fucking
Absolutely.
thesis or like a fucking
Absolutely.
dissertation. Yeah, go
Absolutely.
ahead.
Okay. So pull, for example, could mean you've been given access to a set of logs and you're looking for something specific to pull from those logs.
How do you get the logs? How do you get the logs?
So, for example, if you get someone to infiltrate a server,
I don't understand why anyone takes anything Doobie says at face value. He is anonymous. He can literally never prove anything unless a highly credited third party verifies it. And that has not happened. That was an Aiden win about Destiny being in. Okay. But you have to have some like reasonable understanding that he's like lying. You have to have a reasonable argument to present that it's like, oh, he's not actually doing this, and that's not even presented here. He's an anonymous person, yes, but an anonymous person isn't required to give you specific evidence about them reporting, you know, like a pedophile requesting CSAM. You know, they're not required to give you that information if they don't have to, because it's not your fucking business, quite frankly. It's not your fucking business, you know? If there's speculation that for whatever reason a pattern of behavior is happening where you know, Doobie is doing something nefarious, well, I would like to hear from third party, well, people closer in that like moderation team or whatever that would know him or whatever, get a better idea of nefarious intentions or behavior, or from the actual miners themselves saying like that he was insistent or something like that and pressed when they were uncomfortable. You'd have to present that as a case. You have to have more to work with to be able to just make this accusation of like, you're not actually reporting any of the stuff. You're just asking for this material for your own self-interest. That's like, okay, bro. What are we doing here? No, I don't have to prove he is lying. He has to prove his claims. It's that simple, and he can't do that. I did not say he was doing anything good or bad. That is my point. I don't know. But the problem is you might not be saying he's doing anything good or bad, but these people are suggesting that he's doing something bad. But there's nothing to substantiate that at all. Like, at all. Foodshops is soy jacking in a debate, yeah.
server, which he evidently has. I have seen evidence of that, right? If you get someone to infiltrate a server and get logs from said server, you'd be pulling something from those logs. What about that doesn't make sense to you, you stupid fucking moron?
Okay, hold on. There's another journal coming in. Okay,
Got it. Cool.
Hey, thanks for the $5. Okay, wait. So, what'd you say again? Like someone sent him or not? Did you make that
What?
argument?
No, I just said to you, for example,
I wasn't listening.
For example,
Yeah,
you could
repeat
get
that.
you could get someone to join a server where this is occurring. You could get someone to join a server where this is occurring, right? And within that server, you would download a set of logs, and when you need to make the report, you would pull something from those logs. Would that not be an appropriate use of the term pull?
But how would you pull? But how would you pull the logs?
So by
If
getting
Doobie is asking for CSAM, that is a problem, full stop. He should be reported for that. Is it your job to report that? I would imagine, sure, if you want to report that, then they can go check up then and there. If you want to be like a little bit more, cautious, sure, go ahead. I don't even really have an issue with that, as if you genuinely think Doobie is keeping that material with him, right? But right now, what we're working with is Doobie's own story as it stands, with other people that he's worked with in the server that have been doing this kind of action for a while and the way that they've been doing it. And I feel like if they were doing something a lot more nefarious, I would need a lot more proof to substantiate that. I can't just go off of like feels, basically. Like, I think if you're requesting for the material to be reported to the authorities, it's like, I fucking wouldn't do that. I just wouldn't fucking do that. But if you're actually doing what you're saying you're doing, I think you'll be fine. I think you'll be clean. Especially if you are not saving any of that material in your actual hard drives. That's what I would say. That's what I would say. That's just how I would put it. Let me actually see if Dewey's available for later, maybe. Let's see.
For example, somebody's tipped you off about like a 764 adjacent server or something. You get someone to go into the server and download and scrape the logs by getting someone to go into the server and scraping the logs.
But he said DMs. He didn't say logs or gen chat. He said DMs. DMs implies private communication. No.
Sure, I guess it could, but it could also be like, for example,
okay, so you're just a retard.
Wait,
okay,
no. So, for example, somebody, for example, how do you? Wait, I'm sorry. Okay, how do you think he would get the logs? If there was a case where he's getting logs of a server, how would he get those logs?
He has to ask for the DMs, but like
he has to ask.
If you're talking about the server, if you're talking about the server, yeah, you have to
so is it not plausible to you? Is it not plausible to you that somebody could DM him a set of logs from the server, and those logs could be pulled from the DMs? I agree. By the way, what you're saying, your inference, Foodshops.
DMs between.
Wait, why wouldn't they? He's the head moderator of a server with 100,000 people. If someone believes wrong, you don't think if some wrongdoing has occurred, you don't think someone could reach out to him about that? If they believe some wrongdoings occurred?
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you implying that someone just bombs him with the DMs, including CSAM?
No, someone could DM him. Hey, Doobie, I was a little bit concerned about this. Somebody in the server.
Yeah, that's like the most disingenuous read of what Aiden's saying is like. You think somebody would bomb the material, the CSAM material to Doobie just out of nowhere? Dude, no, that's not what's being said. Somebody could bring up an issue that they have that's happening in the server and bring it to Doobie's attention or another moderator's attention, but especially in this case, Doobie's, and say, like, can we handle it this way? I only feel comfortable handling it this way at this current moment. Good God. If I ever get like a big enough server, like don't bring any, I'm just going to say this now, man. Anytime I think of this, we're talking about anything, do not bring any of your fucking, if you're groomed or whatever, man, like just bring like very basic evidence. Don't put any CSAM, but I don't want to handle any of that shit. I'll just ban the person who I think is grooming or whatever. I'm not touching it beyond that. I'm not asking you for anything to send to the fucking police. Handle all that shit by yourself. Sorry. Not sorry. I'm not touching that shit. It's fucking radioactive. Fuck no. Do we have evidence? Do we ask for CSAM? Good faith question. I'm pretty sure. I have to look at it again, but I'm pretty sure, like, literally, he said this both on text and in the conversations he was having with Destiny. And I think he's been upfront in saying, I would ask for the evidence, the material, to send it to the authorities. I would ask for it from the person. I'm pretty sure he was upfront with that. Sounds to me like his Discord should be reported, but I don't care, honestly, frankly, because I don't know. But taking Doobie's story at face value, in my opinion, means someone should look at his server. I don't know, but that is what I think people are saying. Also, to clarify, I've watched so much of this drama lately. I don't know what Doobie's current defense or what clips are floating around, but there's so much leaks from both sides. Yeah, another base take about the Discord boundary. We are just normal ass people. Don't go to us. Go to the FBI. Yeah, it's just like don't fucking go to. It's just like it's so. I'm sorry. I know people want to be like the fucking vigilante and do some good. And yeah, I'm sure you can do some good. Like Batman can do some good, but maybe Batman will go and cross the fucking line or some stupid like every vigilante like will probably handle something because they don't have the professional experience to actually handle something appropriately. You're like touching radioactive shit where if you mishandle that shit, you can do so much more damage than you even fucking realize. I'm sorry. Stop touching this shit. I'm just saying, like, I'll tell this to Doobie too, and he can take it or leave it. I'll tell this, like, to him if I'm on a call with him today at all. But I'll just be like, dude, stop doing this shit. Stop doing this shit. Don't touch any of this shit. Sorry, dude. Like, you're, like, it's not worth it, man. Stop doing this. Okay.
Invited me, and I got into a server where it looks like some really shady shit is going on. Here's some screenshots of it. I don't know what to do with this information, but do with it what you will. Is that not possible to you?
Okay, and after he knows about it, what next?
You would report it, right?
No. He has to ask for the DMs, right?
Wait, if somebody sends,
and then he screenshots
wait, I just
the CP,
provided you.
right?
You're looping back. Foodshops.
He's supposed to report it, right?
Foodshops. I just provided you.
Okay, yeah,
I just provided you.
the same thing.
Yeah, so I just provided you with a plausible scenario.
Forwarded for this.
Where somebody could send him the logs without him directly asking for it. And the claim specifically was that he was directly asking for it from the miner themselves, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
So there's no evidence. We've not seen any evidence that happening. Okay, I'm getting something that I'm allowed to show. For disclosure, I know people like to lie, that I get anyone who actually DMs me, by the way, while I'm debating knows how, like, fucking absurd the claim that I'm reading DMs while I'm debating is. But I actually did just get a DM from Doobie, who has told me I can pull this off.
Dude. Yeah.
Yeah, what's funny about that?
No, sorry, it's just funny you're getting it directly from Dewey. That's
wait, who else? I'm sorry. Who else would I go to for?
No, I just listen. I just find it funny. I just find it funny.
I'm sorry. You think it's? Are you retarded? You think it's stupid? You think it's stupid?
Is like, well, I got something directly from Destiny, and then Aiden could respond. It's so funny that you got something from Destiny. It's like, well, if you're referring to, like, it's so stupid. Like, you're talking about the guy, right? You're making claims about the guy. Is the guy not allowed to respond even in DMs exchanged to reiterate to the stream publicly as he's being talked about? It's fucking ridiculous, dude.
Funny.
To get clarity,
you're not allowed to get DMs from this guy. You're not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to do this. It's bias. It's like you're talking about the guy.
On someone's statements from the person themselves.
Funny. I'm just finding it funny.
So you're a pedophile and you're retarded. Can you pick a struggle?
It's not that you're finding it funny. It's the inference. The inference from your comments is basically just like, like you're just gonna take his word for it, or you're just gonna bring this up. It's like, well, yeah, the guy has a right to have his opinion when he's being discussed. You know, not even his opinion, his part of the story, whatever clarifications are being made, to be reiterated on stream as you're making fucking, accusations about him. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, if we're trying to interpret someone else's words, of course their input would be valuable as to what they meant. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying it's funny.
As in, like, some wrongdoings going on because you're getting clarification from the person whose statement is being debated, which is actually like a totally normal concept that you're performatively pretending is funny because you have nothing.
What? No, I said I personally find it funny that Doobie messaged you about it.
Yeah, I've just explained what is, like, funny there. It's funny that he's defending himself from a pedophilia claim. That's funny.
I find it funny that
he's doing more than you did. You don't even contest the pedophile claim. You don't even contest that
one. She tried once upon a time. She tried, and it did not pan out. It did not pan out, to say the least.
Like, I don't think I need to explain to you why I think it's
funny. Most people who do that, most people, you
just want to.
No, I know what you're doing. I know it's a performative gesture when you don't have a point. I understand what you're doing.
What did Doobie send you? I
was about to read it. This is hilarious, by the way, guys. We're really laughing at this. This is a real knee slapper, guys.
This is one. Or are you gonna send it to me?
I am. Hold on.
If it's decent, I don't want to see it.
Hold on. Yeah, I know you probably have every C7 image that's ever been exchanged online.
Dude.
Soliciting? I'm not soliciting DMs from a minor, okay? So,
he's soliciting DMs from a minor. He's soliciting DMs from a minor.
I'm not soliciting anything.
I'm sorry, were you not actively DMing a minor about sexually explicit topics on an IRL lolly? I don't think that's true. I think you were, right? You were trying to get them to reciprocate, no?
Are you gonna send it to me or not?
Got it, so you just lied. This is one of the examples of me pulling images from DMs, which is screenshots sent to us by the minor being targeted, not containing CSAM, but I have screenshots in the Telegram groups. When I was worried, he did say that yesterday as well. He did bring up Telegram groups. Anyone can go rewind and verify that to be true, and then they have nothing. Also received prepackaged pedophiles put together by the minor or their friends containing, pedophiles, PDFs. Sorry, I read that as pedophiles.
I wish you would put this on
prepackaged PDF.
Come on, man. Put it on screens.
Put together by the minor or their friends containing links to videos of them being forced to hurt themselves. Sometimes Sometimes while naked, that was of course on my PC when I received it. Then of course I never report it. Also given access to minors' Discord accounts after any season was released, so I could take screenshots, pull message links of an adult sending them nudes. Link, like this guy. So the claim here is, so he was sent pre-prepared dockets, and I have seen evidence in one case where hold on.
Wait, can you just screenshot what DB
Yeah,
sent you?
we're pulling it up. We'll pull it up.
So then I can like look over it.
Yeah. Hold on. It's multiple screenshots. You want to just do me a favor? Do you want to just Yeah, can you just like you have my stream pulled up, don't you? Fuck, I'll just screen share. I'll screen share with you. I'll screen share.
I can go back to your stream.
I'll screen share with you. Hold up.
Is this the person here? They don't match, do they? That's the proof I need. You getting angry. WTVR. They don't match. So what kind of tips and tricks did my girlfriend give you? She basically gave me a run through of how you guys have sex, like literal step by step. Did she include the part where I... Okay.
Just want to make sure I don't have any money.
Did you just screenshot it? You don't have a screenshotting tool? What the
I do. It's he sent me multiple, like it's a chain, right? It'd be a little bit complicated, so I'll just screen share with you. That's easier now.
Not that hard. Okay, fine.
Well, yeah. I mean, is it both allow you to read the fucking messages?
Okay, all right. Let me just.
So that's proof. I don't need you getting angry. Whatever. They don't match. So what kind of tips and tricks did my girlfriend give you? She basically gave me.
Whoa! Okay, does this contain CSAM?
No. What? I'm sorry. Where is the CSAM here? Are you retarded? Are you blind?
I don't know because this is clearly, hold on, because this isn't just, because what I'm asking for is the DM's Doobie is communicating with you.
This is what
not
he's...
the actual logs themselves.
I just read it to you. We'll pull it up because I know you're like mentally challenged. So I'll pull
it.
Yeah. So this is the first.
I didn't ask for the actual logs between the minor and the pedophile. I'm asking
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What are you looking at that is like?
She's asking for Doobie and Aiden's DMs. Did you guys infer that from what she was saying? I don't think I picked that up.
This reaction. These are just DMs.
I'm asking.
So this is so this is part
what
one.
Doobie is telling you.
This is part.
It's just one of the examples of me pulling images from DMs. So it's screenshots of like back and forth messages. Just screenshots sent to us by the minor being targeted, not containing CSAM. Okay, so it's not containing CSAM from what I can gather. Not containing. I have screenshot it in Telegram groups where I was worried it would be purged and the evidence would be lost. Also received pre-packaged PDFs put together by the minor or their friends containing links to videos. So he also received pre-packaged PDFs put together by the minor or their friends containing links to videos of them being forced to hurt themselves, sometimes while naked. That was, of course, on my PC when I received it, then, of course, deleted after I reported it. So that's what he's referring to in terms of I think you can I would classify that as CSAM in terms of it's a very specific thing, but especially if nude or what. Yeah. Okay. So he would receive it to report it, then so he would receive it, report it, delete it. Also been given access to a minor's Discord account after any CSAM was deleted. So I could take screenshots and pull message links of the adult sending them nudes. Okay.
Right, that's
right here.
That's better. That's better.
Right here. Now let's go through what he sends under here.
I don't want to see any of that shit. Okay, yeah.
You don't want to see... What are you looking at that's causing you to spurt the fuck out?
What was even the point of showing this? Like, hello?
Because he's proving his statement.
Just show me Doobie's
He's providing proof for his statement.
It's fine. Just show me Doobie's thing.
I'm sorry, do you get like scared by text? Are you like one of those people?
Wait, hold on.
Do text give you anxiety?
Hold on. Okay, let me read this out. Did she include the part where I come in her mouth?
I got it.
Is that important for the debate? Is that important for the debate?
It's going to trigger the POCD. I'm sorry.
I should have more considerate. I should have more considerate. Did she include the part where I come in her mouth?
She might molest the kid. She might molest the kid if she's reminded of it.
Foodshops POCD is acting out. Yeah, Foodshops POCD is acting out full force here. It's a huge flare up. She was on the right path of not offending. Now she might just go offend again, allegedly, you know, if that 17-year-old thing is true. Jeez, man.
This is important. This is important for the debate. Did she include the part where I come in her mouth?
Is your POCD flaring up out of curiosity?
No.
Okay, I just didn't know what that reaction was because nothing scary is happening. Nothing scary.
I don't know why you're sending me logs of people sexting.
So I'm not sending.
Remember,
those logs
she said, I would go to the other side if there's a minor walking on the sidewalk. I'd go to the other side because I'd be, dude. Never in my life Never in my life have I ever thought to myself, I'm gonna go to the other side because I'm worried I'm going to touch a kid. Oh, dude, Jesus Christ, man, what the fuck?
I'm pulling them up on my stream, which I'm screen sharing with you right now. What about this is scary? Everyone can see what I have pulled up. It's actually insane that you're scared by this. This is scary to you, just so we're clear.
Oh my god.
Are you gonna show JB's DMs now?
I
Because
just
they're brain rotted, that's not something you should show on stream if it involves a minor. I
sorry,
certainly wouldn't.
I just did. He then sends supplemental screenshots.
Stay on the Doobie DM. Why'd you switch back so
I
fast?
already read it.
Stay on the
On the dash.
let
On
me
the
let
dash.
me read it
Put it on
myself.
the
Let me read
screen, dude. Crazy.
it myself.
lunatic.
Motherfucker. Hold on. Let me read it myself.
You're insane.
Because I don't know why you stayed so long on the sexting. Okay.
I
Like, what the
forgot.
fuck?
I forgot you had POCD. I'm so sorry. I forgot about that. I should have been more considerate.
What was it, bro? That has nothing to do with POC.
Well, your reaction is like super irrational. Nobody should be getting that scared over like DMs being pulled up, right?
Dude, that pause is crazy.
Oh no, that's not it.
Bum 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 bum
Screenshots
bum
folder.
bum 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 bum.
This is one of the examples of me pulling images from DMs, just screenshots sent to us by the minor being targeted, not containing CSAM. But I've screenshotted in Telegram groups when I was worried it would be purged and the evidence would be lost. Also received prepackaged PDFs put together by the minor or their friends containing leaks to videos of them being forced to hurt themselves, sometimes while naked. That was, of course, on my PC when I received it, then of course deleted after I reported it. Also been given access to a minor's Discord account after any CSAM was deleted so I can take screenshots and pull message links of the adults sending them nudes. Wait, sorry. Did he say containing links to videos of them being forced to hurt themselves, sometimes while naked?
Yeah.
Am I reading this correctly?
Yep. Someone sent him prepackaged PDFs containing those videos, which he then reported to law enforcement. That's what he just said, right?
Which you can't prove because you haven't received any reports, right?
Okay. Okay. What's the proof that he's ever looked at CP? What's the proof? His
You're not
word.
serious.
No, it's his word.
You're
That's
not
all you guys.
serious. You're not serious.
Wait. How am I not? What about that to you sounds ridiculous? Your entire claim hinges on his word.
Are you gonna ask me for evidence
you're
now?
clearly not-
Yeah, it all hinges on his word basically, and that's part of the problem for both ends. You can't make a verifiable claim that he's saved this and used it for his own purposes. That's the first thing, without like specific evidence. And then Doobie can't necessarily, unless he's willing to like, I don't know, man. I don't know how you would verify this exactly without having to show that he doesn't have anything on his computer. I don't. It's like you would just have to trust his word for it, given his behavior, his pattern of behavior in terms of handling all these cases in the way that he does. This is why you don't touch this shit at all, I think. Because then anyone who's working with disingenuous bad faith or whatever can smear you as, well, you know, somebody who's probably keeping the CSAM material because they're like, well, you're not giving us proof that you don't keep this material, right? That's kind of the problem here.
Admitting that he looked at CSAM?
No,
Are you gonna ask for evidence of that now?
I've seen him admitting to it, right? But in that same sentence that you guys originally used as a dunk, he's also saying he reported to law enforcement. So if his word is good enough for you to believe the first part of the claim, I don't know why it isn't good enough to believe the second. If we can't take him at his word, then we can't even trust him.
It just like you would just have to infer. It's like it wouldn't really make sense to talk about any of this publicly in the way that you do if you didn't actually do what you said you were doing. I mean, it's possible that like Doobie could be lying about this stuff and he keeps this material, but I find it highly unlikely, and I'm pretty sure there's probably more than one person in collaborative effort in terms of reporting this kind of stuff with Doobie. I think if like it's like other mod team members or whatever from a server.
Count it.
Thanks for the 100 DKK. Sorry. Okay, wait. Bro. He said multiple times across multiple streams, across multiple recordings. What are you on about?
Yeah, somebody in
What?
his comment section is saying this is literally debating on Schrodinger's pedophile. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's kind of. Yeah, it's basically you kind of have to trust his word on this almost more than anything. Yeah.
About looking at CSAM. What do you mean that he didn't see CSAM?
I'm sorry.
This is like one of the things that he's consistent on. What are you talking about?
Let's just refocus for a sec, because I want to demonstrate how far the goalpost has been moved. What is the argument now? What is your argument?
You're not being serious. You're actually just straight up not being serious.
So anytime you have, like, they do like some gay like performative posturing because they don't have any substance. So anytime you like push them on a specific point or ask them to clarify something, it's just gay performative posturing to chat because they have nothing. I honestly, you make me feel a little bit bad for Steven that his white knight is like a pedophilic retard that can't debate for shit. No wonder you
also been given access to a minor's Discord account. What is that?
Wait. Foodshops also been given access to a minor's Discord account. Do you want to read the next part of the sentence?
After any CSAM was deleted? So I can take screenshots and pull message links. Okay, so why is this not consistent?
What?
With him saying that he
Why don't you question the inconsistency? The original claim that you were making was that he asked the miners to give them for CSAM, for their CSAM, right? That's not what's happening here. I explained to you that after you spent a ridiculous fucking amount of time trying to desperately find a clip to substantiate your lie, you found something that was vague enough.
In terms of they also received prepackaged PDFs put together by the miner or their friends containing links to videos of them. This is the closest thing, if you want to label it specifically CSAM, especially the naked part, I would imagine that's for the purposes of like the Predator getting off to that. That would be classified, I would say, as CSAM. Is he asking for the prepackaged PDFs? I would imagine he's asking for that as the evidence, no? Wouldn't that be the asking part, right? Am I wrong on this? I would imagine so.
That allowed you to like sort of try to like
sort of
fit
it out.
Wait, what about this indicates when he says he received prepackaged PDFs? What it indicates to you that he sought that out of curiosity? When it says prepackaged PDFs, he was sent those, right?
Well, if somebody's doing a okay, I don't know why Aiden's making the argument that he didn't request for any of this. Is it the idea that these people just kind of like gave him this without him asking for any of this to turn over to the authorities? I'm confused here. Legitimately, I am a little like confused on the specifics here of this part. I would imagine he didn't. I imagine they probably had everything prepackaged to give to him because that's part of the process, right? To be able to send it to the authorities. I would imagine he requested or collaborated with them in order to make that happen. No?
Sorry.
Do you think that they're just sending him out of nowhere?
Yes, he runs. Unfortunately, yes, he runs a server with over 100,000 people in it as like the head mod or whatever. A lot of people probably reach out to him with any concern they have about anything that's going on, including misguided miners that are trying to like report on some wrongdoing and reaching out to the head admin. Right?
I think maybe this is true, but like I don't know about this. I would imagine there are probably some insane people that would just make the presumption of like sending stuff like this to someone like Doobie. Maybe that happens, but I don't know. I don't know if you just send out of the whim, to any of the moderators or any person in charge of a server, this kind of material, a prepackaged PDF of like the actual material in of itself to report to the FBI. Like you already have that yourself. Why not report it to the FBI yourself? I'm not sure. I'm not sure on this actually. On this specific part, I feel like that's a collaborative effort.
So yeah, I actually can totally believe
maybe, that. Maybe I could be wrong on this. Maybe that happens, and more often I would think.
Right.
Steven wants to talk to you. You want to talk to him?
Sure.
Okay, let me add him in. I give up, man. This is silly, but okay. Give me a second.
Very epic. Super duper.
It's supposed to be a chill late night stream. Yo, how's it going?
What does this mean?
What I have pulled up?
No, I sent you a screenshot.
Oh. While I was reporting it, did you take screenshots of the evidence you had CSAM on your computer? While I was reporting it, sure. This is why I mentioned the JDM thing yesterday. Sometimes you do need to make copies of it to report it. Then you delete all the copies. Obviously, I'll show you. It means that he was screenshotting copies of it, which you should not do because that is illegal, right? That's a misguided attempt at reporting
Okay,
it.
that's it. So multiple times, he's been saving child porn on his computer to do something that no law enforcement official would ever tell you to do, right?
Yes. Yeah, sure. And
Okay, cool.
that's a
And
misguided...
I would absolutely shit on Doobie and make fun of Doobie for that. 'Cause that's fucking ridiculous. For even touching this in the first place, to be honest. But then doing that, it's like, you're fucking ridiculous. But here's the only distinction in terms of where I will defend him is, from what I can gather, I think there's a meaningful difference between the idea of this guy is mishandling this kind of material. You know, he has good intentions, but he's mishandling this material, not following the proper procedure of how to actually maneuver and send it. That's the implication of what they're trying to sell as a narrative, is he's improperly handling this. Therefore, this guy is probably saving this to get off to on his own accord.
Okay, but the claim is that his intention there is pedophilic. My question is, if his intention is pedophilic and this is not a misguided attempt at reporting this information, and in fact, some wrongdoing on his part, why did he volunteer this information?
Yeah, that's the other. It's like, it makes literally zero sense to volunteer any of this information if you had malicious intent. I would think that if you're actually trying to be like low key in terms of like, I'm trying to save this material, what's a way of receiving this material and being able to like low key save this, but like be the good guy, or like what's it like, maybe that would be the maneuver, right? But like, why I openly talk about it in this way? I suppose it's not out of the realm of possibility, but you need a little bit more to make that like actual claim, like, and substantiate that as a matter of like fact, you know? It's not just what they're implying. They're implying that Doobie is doing the same thing Destiny did with his own CSAM. Yeah.
Because he thinks he's cool? I don't know. He thinks it's awesome? I'm not sure.
He thinks it's...
I do know that there's no place ever in the history of all of mankind where we would be comfortable with an anonymous figure running a Discord server with children in it who admits to saving child porn on their computer multiple times.
Yeah, we should...
They're reporting it to law enforcement. Has Doobie ever posted proof that he's reported it to law enforcement?
I asked him to, right? But if there's enough... The proof that he's seen CP is off of his word and his statements, so I don't know why his statement the second half wouldn't be utilized as well, right?
Well, because the first half makes him look bad and the second half makes him look good. So you give a little bit more weight to somebody admitting something that makes him look bad and less weight to something that makes somebody look good, right?
Why would you give more weight to him volunteering the thing that makes him look bad?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Here's the other thing. It's like, then you would have to go into like, okay, if you want to investigate this a little bit more further, maybe you think there's like a malicious intent or self-serving intent of like maintaining this or whatever. Maybe you would want to go and talk to the actual people that he's like, you know, helping out or something. Maybe mod staff, do a little investigating on your own. Maybe there would be more to like gauge in terms of intent, possibly. Who knows? But it's like, just off of this, it doesn't even make sense to go to this direction. Since this argument started when Doobie said Destiny should have reported his own CSAM to the authorities when he found out Rose was a minor. Yeah. Like that's consistent in terms of like how Doobie has at least, you know, and I would imagine that he's telling the truth here. Maybe that was the other thing. Is anyone else claiming that he hasn't sent it? Is the victims the victims or their friends or mod staff, are they claiming that he hasn't actually sent any of this material, that he's full of shit here? That's the other thing to take into consideration. All this is being done in public and there is actual victims. You would think if there was a grievance that this wasn't actually handled in the way that Doobie is saying he's handling it, you would think there would have been a grievance already, at least a little bit more publicly, right? You would think, at least.
Unless you're,
I just want to clarify. Wait. Do I really need to answer that question?
I mean, unless like I'm, you know what? No, you know what? No. If
Okay.
he's saying that, if he's saying, actually, yeah, because was he being
Okay,
pressed?
so question.
Was he
So
being? Was he being?
somebody says to you, I was bullied a lot in high school, and somebody else says, I was the track star, #1 star in high school. Which one of those statements is more likely to be a lie, and why?
Okay, so the second one is probably going to be more likely to be a lie, but the intention of the second one, you would see this from somebody that's trying to make themselves look cooler, right? But if the whole statement itself is, I was bullied a lot in high school, but was also the track star, it's a statement that makes you look bad in combination with a mitigating statement that you volunteered without any like burden or impetus to do so, then I'm probably inclined to just believe the statement in totality.
No, you can, because those two statements are completely non-related. What if somebody says, I was bullied a ton in high school, so I took jujitsu and I went to beat up all my bullies? Would you believe that entire statement? Or do you think the first half is more likely to be true than the second half is probably not true?
The first half might be more likely to be true just because it's more plausible in general, right?
Okay, so why would anybody admit to taking... Has Doobie ever in his entire life posted any proof whatsoever of him being a part of any FBI investigation? Ever?
To my knowledge, no. I request this information from him. He said he would send it, and I'm sure as hell going to follow up with him if he doesn't.
Okay, you won't, and he won't.
I absolutely will. That's just not true.
Did you follow up with Wick about who sent you his docs?
Yes. So this occurred later in the stream. I told people I wouldn't.
Yeah,
tell
like
them.
I guess that's the best way to like get a real understanding if something is off, is if Doobie doesn't actually send anything. I'm not sure how it works though. If Doobie says he can actually be able to get all this information sent to him, all this evidence sent to him to be able to like prove this to people, then like, then that's going to carry a lot more weight.
The reason I'm not going to tell him is
Okay,
because.
that's what I thought. Okay.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you?
For Doobie, so Doobie runs a
do you
server
not realize
with
how?
minors.
Do you not
Doobie
see how
runs a server
fucked
with
it
minors,
is?
and he admits to getting child
Again,
porn.
but like that's the other thing. It's like, yeah, it's going to carry more weight, but it's like, is it necessary now necessarily if I haven't seen anything definitive of like he hasn't done this? I haven't, like, you're telling me he's had these experiences, right? I don't know how many times this has actually happened, how many cases of, hey, he's reported or whatever, but you're telling me like no one has like publicly talked about, maybe somebody has and I just haven't seen it, but like nobody has done this yet out in the open. No one has given, DGG any of this information since they've been, hassling them about this. Like, I just find it hard to believe. Personally, I personally find it hard to believe that it's like this is not actually how Doobie is handling it. Because it just seems. I could be proven wrong. It just seems monumentally stupid. This could be like one of the most monumentally stupid things to like actually lie about. Not even stupid, just evil, right? Like if it was just like to serve his own purpose of like keeping that material for himself, I would be absolutely shocked. I'd be absolutely shocked. And clearly there would be huge condemnation. Huge combination. Not even remotely going to defend that action if that turns out to be the case. But like I would just need to see more, man.
Right? And saving on his computer, right? We know that. It's probably true. There's no reason to think he would lie about that. Now, he claims he's part of all these FBI investigations, but isn't it kind of weird that he admits to saving child porn and he runs a huge server with minors tagged in it and argues for pedophiles to be in that server talking to the minors? Isn't that kind of weird?
Sure, but it'd be even more weird. Somebody who believes that for malicious reasons they've saved CP volunteering that information without being asked to or alleged to have happened, right? What would be more likely is that they believe they haven't done anything wrong and have made a mistake in the process of reporting it and are volunteering this information because they don't think they've done anything wrong. That seems like there'd be far less steps to get to that point.
Sure, that could be true. Like, I don't know if I would say Doobie is maliciously seeking out child porn, but the level of recklessness, the negligence here is so extreme. It seems like a really, really, really bad situation for me.
I would actually agree with Destiny here. I do think like the handling of this, maybe ultimately this hasn't done any like real substantial harm, even the like mishandling of some of this, but it doesn't seem so far from what I can gather to be mishandled so severely that it's like had like a huge negative effect on any of the victims or anything like that. You know, if he's actually sending this to authorities, maybe the authorities are really appreciative of his efforts. I'm not sure entirely. And I do think you're probably potentially, I'm not really confident on this for certain. I'd have to think about this more. But I think just running your server in the way where you identify minors or whatever, and you have like wait, no. Wait, he's actually corrected this because I think he's explicitly said that if somebody's like openly a pedophile, he'll get rid of them. I'm pretty sure he said this. I'm pretty confident he said this. I think his argument was basically like, you can identify minors or whatever in here, right? To get like a better understanding of like how to moderate them and the conversations that are being had, right? And then to see like other people's behaviors with those minors. I think he said like that's like one of the angles of why they went with the minor role and why minors are allowed with the specific label. And then I think he said, we don't know exactly every single person, whether or not they're a pedophile or not, because, you know, believe it or not, a lot of pedophiles don't make it fucking openly clear that they're a pedophile, right? But I think he said, if somebody's like an open pedophile, they'll get rid of them. Like, they're like clear as cut, like clearly a pedophile. I think he said he'll get rid of them. I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, no.
Sure, I agree that's reckless and negligent. You shouldn't save it like that.
Well, I mean, with regards to minors, period,
I called him reckless to his face, and called him yesterday.
Did you say that you had a minor tag when you were on that server?
Yeah, but I was over. They gave it to me improperly. I was over the age of 18. Or I was
how long?
18. I think it was for a few months. I don't remember exactly. I ended up leaving the server just because I
So
was.
you would have been having sexual conversations with minors. They would have been okay with it, and they tagged you incorrectly. And this would have been on the server with the guy who admits to saving child porn on his computer multiple times, right? You see how like all of this kind of starts to look really, really, really bad, even if he's not really guilty of anything. You see, it looks like really fucking horrible.
Sure, like sure. If you're trying to make a certain descriptor fit, you can absolutely try to interpret all these things.
Make a certain descriptor fit.
Yes, the descriptor said he's a pedophile. I believe that all of these things indicate recklessness. I agree that all these things indicate like negligence in certain responsibilities and duties and wrongdoing, right? But I don't think that the takeaway here, unless you had like incentive to mischaracterize it, would automatically be that this person is doing so because he derives pleasure from the sexualization of prepubescent children.
Yeah, I don't think like you have enough to substantiate that part. I don't think you can say there's like ill intent. This would be like severe negligence is the best way of putting it, which could be irrelevant in a sense of, you know, leading to child harm potentially. You know what I mean? If I'm being like straightforward, but like you would morally judge someone who's severely fucking negligent completely. You would have a different way of condemning that person's behavior as opposed to the person who is intentionally maliciously doing these things as a means of trying to lure children. I think those are substantially two different things.
Sure, he might not, but he absolutely shouldn't be in charge of that server.
If that's your claim, I think that's fair enough.
If you and I were to go out and we had to argue with
like if I had my way, I'd be like, I don't know if you should be running that, buddy. I don't think this is a quite frankly, I don't think this is the right way to run a server. You know, it is, your actions are your actions. It's going to reflect on you at the end of the day. It could affect other people, obviously. But it's like, bro, like I can only express my fucking opinion and my, clear like concern over the way you run a server. But I can't make somebody like give over the fucking server or whatever. I can't do that.
Strangers or whatever. At the end of the day, how many do you think would agree with you that he should remain in charge of that server? And how many would agree with me that the guy who says he saves child porn on his computer to report to the FBI has never given proof of that? Gives the minor tag out to anybody, I guess, who wants it. Or
well, you know they'd agree with you because for the correct reasons, words like CP, CSAM, etc. Just by hearing those words, people's mind is all automatically swayed in a certain direction because there's a lot of importance given to these topics, and rightfully so. But the truth of the matter is,
that he should be even more aware of it then if he's going to be the head of a server that allows tagged minors to hang out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's on him to be aware of that. Then shouldn't he maybe not?
Sure. If you want to make the prescription that through like what I also can agree is reckless, he should step down. I wouldn't even blame you for making that prescription. I think it would probably be fair.
I don't know what this language is. Would you disagree with that?
Would I disagree with that? I mean, probably not.
Probably not. What you're
If-
like, well, one could make the argument that you could have the prescription. I don't know what these words are. We are so many
Sure.
levels of abstraction away from real sentences. Do you think it's a good idea?
You don't know what the
for
word
Doobie?
prescription means.
Really? Think I don't know what the word
I
prescription
know
means?
that's not true.
Yeah. Okay. Stop giggling. So, do you think without
Stop giggling. Stop making fun of me. Stop mocking me.
50 million layers of
Dude, he's lost it, man. Remember this guy? Hold on. Do you guys listen? One can argue he was probably not that much, not the same level of piece of shit, right? Clearly not. But like, he was still kind of a piece of shit in his own way, you know, less so. But remember, like the quick-witted, just kind of like off the cuff, like we're just doing back and forth. Like, let's just pick like some random moments here.
with older men. That's what
We
my
don't
dad.
advocate for it.
He did.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I-
of course, he was talking about himself as
No,
a
he wasn't.
17-year-old,
Nope, he wasn't.
a
Nope, he
21-year-old.
wasn't. You're lying, Ian. Can somebody
No,
post a
I'm
video
not.
clip in chat? We can watch it all
Here we
together.
go.
Hey, do you want to watch
Just
the video
off
together?
the cuff, like I can't show all the examples here. We take a little bit too long to get to all the moments here. But he's just very quick-witted, responding like on the mark, just like brilliantly dismantling the arguments, engaging with all the insults and I having quick insults back. This guy is just like triggered out of his goddamn fucking mind here. It's like a night and day comparison. And during that video, that's when he's being like hassled over some of the saving the 15-year-old bikini pic or the MOC conversation. He was just back and forth. Like, he was under composure. I think there's a meaningful distinction between someone like in that situation where he's just like, I'm cool, I'm collected, I'm just like fucking dismantling all these dumbass talking points, all this misinformation, all these smears. Because he knows he has nothing to worry about. His reputation's fine, it's clean, it's not like totally degenerate yet. Not totally degenerate yet. Meaningful difference between that Destiny and this Destiny that like can't even have fun here. Like there's no fun any of these arguments. It's basically just like pure rage, pure like spite. Just like can't even handle somebody laughing or whatever. He's like, stop laughing. Like he's just completely manic and sad and depressed. And it's so sad to see. It's also very humorous, and I'm very happy to see it because this is a long time coming for his behavior. But nonetheless, it's like, damn, bro, this guy, he used to have it. For me to say, there used to be a time, where it's like, I feel like someone like Aiden would just be completely decimated, whether Aiden was in the right or wrong, like from the past Destiny, Definitely, Destiny's lost the weight he used to have. Yeah, I would say so.
Abstraction. Do you think that it's a good idea that Doobie is the head of the server, or do you think he should probably step down?
Oh, I was about to say, the other differences, yeah, the past Destiny knew he was in the right for the most part, or like he was in the very bare minimum, if he was in the wrong in anything, he was able to actually sell the narrative easier. And then this one is like he knows he's in the wrong basically, and he's like flailing.
It depends on what corrective actions you want to take going forward, right? If he's unwilling to make it, if he's unwilling to take any corrective action going forward, then yeah, he probably should. Because this is a responsibility.
Yeah, he probably should. Do you think he should step down if he doesn't change how that server's ran?
Actually, yeah, I'll agree to that.
Okay.
At least he was funny when he was in the wrong before. Yeah, bare minimum, it's like, I think in retrospect, okay, the 15-year-old, saving the 15-year-old bikini thing, that's a way bigger red flag in retrospect. At that time, it was still a red flag, but it was like, okay, like if this is only, like when I first watched that, I was like, okay, if this has happened only once or whatever, and there's no other like repeated pattern of behavior, it's like, okay, like, I still don't know how you think that's like appropriate, but it's like, okay, Like, I think you could probably move on. You didn't groom the child. You didn't, like, it's like, that's, like, easy to kind of, like, cope and, you know, move on about, you know? So he's able to engage with that and make that, like, funny. And then obviously add on the Amos Yi, like, clearly the argument was being misinterpreted purposely or otherwise. And so it's easy to, like, work with that, make that funny. Like, now we're at a point where it's like a lot of these things just like, bro, like, he doesn't have it anymore. He can't do the coping or anything. He can't make any of this funny because it affects him. At this point, like, he knows he's losing the case, he's losing the narrative. He has a loss of control that he's never felt before, quite like this. So, yeah.
But the problem I have here is it feels like these things are being interpreted like, I mean, are you gonna even deny it's bad faith? Like, it's obvious there's, like, personal motivation here, to, like, personal spite here, that's leading to the most bad faith assertion possible off of this. I think there are legitimate criticisms against him for this.
What was the bad faith assertion? I just
sure that he's a pedophile. Okay, no, it seems like the claim
he's a pedophile. I'm just saying that everything he's done is kind of extreme.
You've not called him a pedophile in, like, the last week or two. You haven't called him a pedophile.
I mean, I might have, but he's called me a pedophile. I mean, sure, but that's not evaluating, or that's not part of the evaluation right here over whether or not he should be denied that service. No, don't say. No, that's what we just talked about right here. What you just agreed to, that he should step down from.
I think the criticism should be, I don't know if Aiden's going to bring this up, but the criticism should be, well, if you had a problem with this, maybe you should, maybe they just decide, okay, the criticism should be, you only found this because you're spiteful. You wanted to find something to smear your enemies with. Whether it's true or not, that's another thing. But the motivation for, you know, seeking out, you know, stuff to, you know, attack your detractors with, like, this isn't done out of, like, concern for any victims or anything like that, or future victims, or, yeah, like, it's not out of actual genuine concern. It's basically just like, we're only doing this to discredit. So that should be, like, the focus criticism of, like, listen, like, we all know what you're doing here. Like, we're just discrediting here, okay?
Being the owner of that server, if things don't change going forward, then nothing will change, by the way, and you won't call for him to step down because you don't actually care about any of this. But that argument didn't rely on personal spite or anything at all. Neither do I. What?
You knew him for 7 years. You were in that server. Why did you never call him out prior to, like?
I thought that there were weird things going on in that server, and I did call him out for things in that server. That's why we stopped partnering with them.
Why didn't? Okay, but did you remain in the server?
I don't know if I remained in the server or not, but being in the server as a user is not the same as being the owner of a server.
Well, I wouldn't.
If he called him out for it, he didn't make enough of a fuss about it. If you think it was this bad, right? Like, there's a meaningful distinction of, like, I don't like the way this server is ran, right? And I'm not going to do business with you. But if you actually, like, if you, like, what was it brought up in this way? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he has actually brought it up this way. And I'll give a little bit of leniency in terms of, like, maybe there was actual, like, meaningful criticisms he's made in the past of Doobie, but I don't remember. I don't remember those. But yeah.
If I believe there's a server, if I believe a server is being run by a pedophile, I wouldn't want to fucking be in it, would I? Right?
I don't know. How many Discord servers are you a part of?
I think about 10.
Okay, I feel like I'm not in very many, and I'm in like 15. I don't know what the fuck who's running all of these at all points in time. Dude's not the only owner. But that nice burden shift right there, by the way. What was that supposed to prove?
It was to prove that it seems like your concern is only being expressed because you don't like him because he said certain things about you, right? Not due to legitimate concern of the broader issue being discussed.
No, we stopped partnering with that server years ago, way before any drama or anything popped up between me and Doobie.
Did you give him those? Was it the same reasoning at the time for the?
I remember the reasoning I gave. I just know there's a lot of weird stuff going on with that server, so we stopped partnering with them.
Okay.
I don't know if I knew at the time that he was hoarding child porn and had a minor tag or whatever, but I know that there was like weird shit that was going on in that server, and I didn't feel comfortable endorsing it for mine.
Well, okay, but is it any of the weird shit you're describing now?
No, but I don't know if I knew any of that weird shit that I'm getting sent now.
Okay, so these are just like new revelations that conveniently coincide.
I didn't say new revelations that conveniently coincide. I didn't say new revelations. I've been getting new things sent to me, and yeah,
yes,
nobody's
but
ever done stuff
if these
about
were old
Doobie before.
revelations, these would have come up in the 7 years you knew him, right?
Yeah, but I haven't had people setting me stuff on Doobie. Our fighting publicly has happened over the last probably a couple weeks.
So there'd be new revelations.
New revelations implies that I'm having new thoughts on old evidence. This is stuff that's never been sent to me before.
Okay, you don't think revelation could be implied you got sent evidence that leads you to now accept a certain fact that you hadn't previously accepted due to new evidence being provided?
If you want to phrase it that way, sure, but that's not what it implies.
Okay, I feel like it does, but that's okay. Yeah, I think that I guess it just like obviously seems like this. A lot of this is just like being driven by spite, right? As opposed to
Does it not make sense that when you're fighting with somebody publicly that people start sending people a lot of stuff when people start fighting publicly? Has that never happened?
It does, but I feel like there's a certain reach to go and portray a certain narrative about the guy at the center of it. When I think that the legitimate criticisms here that you would accept.
What I said is a reach.
Sure, the pedophile claim that's been reiterated by your community.
I'm saying that he shouldn't be part of that server.
Okay, it seemed like that was the previous claim.
Find my claims and find it better.
Okay, so if you haven't said previously as a pedophile.
Destiny is still defending saving CSAM and not reporting it to the authorities after he found out it was CSAM. He clearly doesn't care. Yeah, it's very obvious. It's very obvious he doesn't care.
Well, then I guess I would have to.
But it's fine. I mean, it seems like we agree on the central claims anyway. He probably shouldn't be the head of that server unless they make significant changes going forward, which they won't.
Okay. Well, I think that would probably be fair. I just don't think he's a pedophile over it. Out of curiosity though, why do you, if you're like so concerned about the weirdness there, why do you actively promote and uphold Foodshops, who is unwilling to deny the fact that she was messaging a 17-year-old in a sexually explicit fashion?
Who was pretending to be an 18-year-old?
She was pretending to be 18. Do you have evidence of that?
Bro, if you cannot dig up, dude, I'm sorry, I'm good. Okay. No, I know the bait, I know the trap.
Got it.
So was this person actually pretending to be 18-year-old? I vaguely. This is being jumbled up in my brain. I did remember there was that portion of it. Yeah, it's just not I don't know. I think that's the reason it was dropped very quickly. It's just like a meme, basically, where it's not really enough to substantiate and go hardcore in terms of reporting Foodshops or anything further than that, like further cancellation, I would imagine.
Most people could just deny that.
Even if that was the case, well, it sounds like you're doing effects, but even if it was the case, there's a difference between a person doing a thing versus a person defending a thing as a standard operating procedure for every member in their Discord server.
Sure, there's a difference there, which I guess I'm trying to figure out. So then what?
So then what?
Well, you've just demonstrated that two things are different. I don't know how the comparison wouldn't work.
Well, because the two things are different, I probably wouldn't have the same standard for both. I think that if Foodshops had an open advocacy program for people fucking 17-year-olds in the Discord server, I would probably be a lot more hesitant to engage.
2,000 minors.
I would probably be more hesitant. Interesting language.
1,000 minors. Okay, no minors are allowed in the server.
Only in your DMs. You know, they're only allowed in your DMs.
I'm not in Foodshops.
One person pretending to be 18. Okay.
Got it.
But okay.
Well,
by the way, you're defending Doobie, okay, who has like 2,000 miners on the payroll ready to be like churned through the fucking meat factory. But
what am I saying about Doobie that's unfair?
Deal with a child molestation fetish and his pet pedophile projecting their inability to interact with minors appropriate other people. Sad times.
It's just crazy that you're comparing me with Doobie. What the fuck? Hello? That's insane, right? You realize that's fucking insane, right?
This is just posturing and no substance.
Like you're the one concern trolling over like this person pretending to be 18 or 19-year-old, okay, who turns out to be 17, right?
I'm bringing that up to make funny. I'm mocking you over that. I'm not
interpreting that
concerned.
in the best possible light. Like you're arguing over the pedanticness of like the word pull. Like, are you actually fucking? This is not a serious debate. None of this is a serious debate, but okay.
I'm sorry. Why did we argue about the word pull? You're the one that started that argument. How are you gonna fucking try to claim now that it's pedantic?
No, I'm good.
It's basically just Bergen at this point. Jesus.
The fact that you're even comparing me with Doobie is just that I don't care anymore.
Okay, just more.
You can say anything you want. I don't care.
Got it. Well, do you guys have anything else?
Did he just do anything else to Destiny? Oh my god, dude. He just did the anything else to Destiny, dude.
That's just more.
You can say anything you want. I don't care.
Got it. Well, do you guys have anything else?
I look forward to you championing that Doobie probably shouldn't have that server anymore. He probably needs to step the fuck down. He's been involved in way too much weird shit. Them meeting minors in real life that they know are minors is really weird. The fact that Doobie defends sexual conversations around minors means that they could have had a 16-year-old in their little mod meetup that they were all talking about anal sex with because he thinks that that's an okay thing. He's defended that publicly. He's giving bad advice to members of his server by saying that it's okay to commit crimes or collect drugs or collect child porn as long as you turn it into the police afterwards. That's absolutely not true, and it's kind of insane that a server owner of a server that large with 2,000 tagged minors on it would say that. Yeah, I think it's about it.
Well, I'll go by that point. I mean, I guess I'll look into that point by point just to ensure there's. You would never dish gallop, would you? Right?
What thing did I just say do you think I can't substantiate? Gish gallop is when you make a bunch of bad arguments all together to try to substantiate.
You utilize the quantity
argument
instead of quality. I obviously know what a gish gallop is, right?
Yeah. So what argument there was lacking quality?
So you were
What thing did I just substantiate?
you were citing numerous examples. I'd like to look into each individually to make sure it is as you describe it, to make sure that what you did was not a gish gallop.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I showed you DMs for almost all of these things before, but
I pulled it all up. I will absolutely talk about it. I literally said to him that I think it's reckless.
Did taking screenshots of the evidence mean you had CSAM on your computer? And Doobie says, while I was reporting it, sure. This is why I mentioned the Gideon thing yesterday. Sometimes you do need to make copies of it to report it. Then you delete all the copies, obviously. I'll show you.
Mine is in the server, etc. I will totally make that criticism. I have no vested I have no fucking loyalty to Doobie or anyone else. I have loyalty to positions and arguments.
You do, but okay.
No, I know that helps the narrative. I didn't fucking talk to this guy for 4 years until yesterday. We only spoke once 4 years prior.
Yeah, resistance cell.
I know we're all like sleeping with each other, and your guys view. It's just not happening. I'm sorry.
You guys don't have to be like knowing each other and having like sex every single night to like
but like ring communication
one
and some
specific
$10 from Doobie 7437. Reminder that this age play enjoyer said he talked to a 13-year-old about sex and was flabbergasted at the suggestion he would send them to their at the suggestion he send them to their parents. He did do this. Destiny did do this. This is why he was arguing with ABBA about the Destiny Millie Bobby Brown thing. Holy shit, man. Dude, it just wouldn't even, I'm not even going to lie. I almost want to bet money that it's going to happen. But like, I just never will. I can never get a guarantee on anything for certain. But I almost guarantee, like, I'm so certain. I don't know when it will happen. I don't know how long it will take. But dude. It would not surprise me if he, I don't know, man. I don't even.
I'm in some secret.
It would not surprise me if he's actually harmed, somebody.
He spoke when you and Doobie had a little pleasure session after the conversation that we had yesterday, the day before. What did Doobie show you?
I'm just saying it would not surprise me. That's all. I'm not saying it has happened or it's for certain. It would not surprise me. Okay, that's the way I would put it.
Communication and some
he's ever actually harmed a minor. Like the Rose thing, technically, I mean like something a little bit more straightforward. But like, yeah. In either case, like it would not be shocking at all.
I'm in some secret.
He spoke when you and Doobie had a little pleasure session after the conversation that we had yesterday, the day before. What did Doobie show you a single piece of evidence substantiating literally anything he said about himself or about me?
Yes. So he showed me like there's so many fucking screenshots in here. I haven't even got, I didn't mean to pull that up. I didn't even go through all of them. There is evidence to suggest that numerous, like for example, he showed me logs from the server where it was noted in the ban logs among several members that law enforcement reports were made by the moderator that banned them at the time. He sent me DMs to...
Hold on, wait, just real quick. That's not evidence of anything, right?
Okay, it wouldn't be proof. That would be evidence.
No, it's not even evidence. What is it? It's just, you just
Sure.
words
Do you not think somebody being consistent on a statement across time, including prior to them being challenged on it, you don't think that would be evidence, consistency, that they were possibly telling the truth? It just wouldn't be proof.
No, because it's all consistent with the fact that Doobie's just a liar who likes to hype up his past. In fact, I'm 100% confident of it. I would put, I don't know, $100 on it, that Doobie is lying of one of two things. Either one, he completely lies about having a wife and kids, or two, he lies about collecting child porn and turning it into the FBI, because there's no way that a person with children would be willingly subjecting themselves to the risk of collecting child porn to turn people into the police.
I agree. I don't think this guy's ever engaged with CP. He's obviously made the whole thing up. Can't take him at his word for it, right?
Okay. In that case, I think you should probably step down from the server since he seems to be comfortable engaging with joking about child porn, and he has 2,000 tag minors on a server that he claims pedophiles are hunting them in.
I love like the fake concern for jokes. It's like actually, it's like you know maybe I'd be more persuaded by your positions if like you weren't trying to fucking.
Wait, they're all jokes now?
No, you
okay.
Okay.
He was joking about everything?
No, no, I don't think he was, right? But the claim.
What do you mean concerned about jokes? Who was talking about jokes?
You're the one that just said it as like as an alternative if we can't take him at his word, which I suggested because you're denying part of this statement, but while accepting another. So the alternate explanation you provided in like a tongue-in-cheek fashion.
Yeah. I thought we already went over that.
We did.
So do we have to cycle back on it every single time you don't understand? Okay, so
no, I understand everything.
I got bullied a ton in high school, but I took jujitsu and then I beat them all up. You would either accept or deny that entire statement. You can't look at a part of it and then look at the other part differently.
No, because the first part is far more common and far more. I'd venture to guess if we got like a room of 5 kids, like at least half have probably been bullied. So it's probably like that would be the default assumption. The jujitsu part is something that statistically is far less likely to be the case, and there would be more denial of that claim. Now, statistically speaking, it's it's not really all that likely. I'd say it's probably comparable to the amount of people that unwittingly have to see child porn and the amount of people that report the unwitting viewing of child porn is probably comparable percentage-wise, right?
Who are we talking about unwitting child porn or whatever?
Okay, so for example, there have been cases of like trolls from like fucking 09A, etc. going around.
We're not talking about trolls. We're talking about Doobie. Doobie is seeking this out. This is not unwitting, right? He's asking for access to these accounts. He's asking to see the evidence.
Yeah, but it seems like people come to him with claims, right? But the evidence that we saw, he says he was sent pre-prepared.
Doobie is not a police officer. Why the fuck would somebody go to Doobie with claims?
Yeah, that's my bigger problem is like why would anyone do that with like that's why I was under the assumption it's like Doobie has to be collaborating or basically under the impression that something like this will be sent to him to send over to the authorities. It's just it would be it's baffling to me that somebody would just randomly present this to him as if like he is like like as if he is the police to send it to police. That doesn't make sense. So it has to be. I feel like this has to be a collaborative effort with the minor and their friends or whoever, like however each case is handled, where like he is requesting that they put it in a docket, like a whole PDF file, to be able to send to the authorities in the first place. I don't think he's just sent this stuff. I don't think that's the case. I actually don't think that's the case. Because it would just be insane to send materials, especially if it has the CSAM material inside of it, to some person, and just expecting them to send it over to the authorities, you know, without, you know, first, like, speaking with the person, telling your story in the first place, and getting their permission to receive that to be able to send it. Like, you know what I mean?
Police.
Because unfortunately, not everybody knows what to do when they get information like this. Especially
Doobie should say, go to the police.
They should, 150%.
But he's not.
Yeah.
So he's collecting child porn.
I agree that
willingly. You agree that he's collecting child porn willingly?
Yeah, and collecting implies it's retained, right?
Well, I don't know. It doesn't have to be. I guess. I don't know if he's retaining it or not, but.
Well, it seems like I just don't know. Like, it seems like we take him at his word for equally as like unlikely claims, but we're unwilling to accept other claims because they are mitigating factors. When
nobody says that for anything ever, that every single thing a person says is either the truth or every single thing a person says is a lie. This is not a standard.
That's not what I said.
Why do you keep using it? Yes,
I said the claim. So the claim was.
If somebody says I have a whole bunch of child porn because I'm collecting from people who are getting harassed on my server, and then I turn it all into the FBI afterwards, guys, nobody would look at that guy and think, wow, I guess he's just lying about everything. LOL. They would think at the very least this is really fucking weird.
It would be far. Okay. Do you not think probability-wise, it'd be far more likely that somebody believes they haven't perpetrated any wrongdoing would volunteer that information as opposed to somebody that knows that they were doing it for pedophilic purposes and for no reason at all decided to volunteer that information?
Stop reading what Doobie's telling you, okay?
Doobie's not
pedophilic purposes.
I'm
saying
close
that
my
there's no
eyes.
reason for him to be collecting child porn. That's just crazy. That's a crazy thing to do as a server owner with 2,000 tagged minors in it.
That's a crazy thing to do as a server owner with over 2,000 tagged minors in it. I mean, yeah, I agree. Shouldn't be doing that. I think it's a misguided attempt at reporting it.
Why don't you give Doobie the same pressure you give Steven? Like, it doesn't make any sense, but okay. Like,
because he wasn't. I don't know. I don't know shit about this guy other than his claims about you.
Aiden, can you read this real quick? Hold on, Aiden, do you see the screenshot I just posted real quick?
Sure. I mean, one day, but for now.
So this is the person who is the 17-year-old you're talking about, right?
Just to be clear. That you give me a turn off. No, yeah, no. Hold on. I'm gonna put it on stream. Yeah, I'll put it on stream. I'll put it on stream too. Yeah. Yep.
Look, maybe one day, but for now, you just seem too much for me. LOL. The vibes just don't match. Ika then says, then it fits that you'd give me a... Jesus Christ. Keep your volume low. Holy shit. Then it fits that you'd give me a turn off as a dishonest fuck you, huh? If I lied and pretended I didn't turn 18, you wouldn't be so rude and distant. If I lied and pretended I didn't turn 18.
Absolutely. Right. If I lied and pretended I didn't turn 18, you wouldn't be so rude.
No, read the whole thing top to bottom. Read the whole thing top to bottom.
Look, maybe one day, but for now, you just seem too much for me. The vibes just don't match. Okay, wait a second. The vibes don't match. Wouldn't you say you're a minor? What do you mean the vibes don't match? Yeah, after you found out they were a minor that lied about being an adult. We can see these DMs.
This is them wanting to be my friend after lying to me.
This is them wanting to be your friend after lying to you.
Yes, wanting to be my friend.
Okay, so you were engaged.
I would need to see the context of like you need to send the stuff before this, I think. I mean, this could be true. Maybe like Foodshops for once in her life is not lying, but I would need to see that.
Conversations with this person.
Okay,
You
are you
found out
gonna
they
read
were
the
a
rest or
minor.
not? Are you gonna read the
Yes,
rest or not?
absolutely. Look, maybe one day, but for now, you just seem too much for me. The vibes just don't match. Then it fits that you give me a turn off as a dishonest fuck you, huh? If I lied and pretended I didn't turn 18, you wouldn't be so rude and distant. I literally didn't even let you into the server or the chat at times because you weren't 18. Don't be weird. You're implying I'm an actual creep pedo. I'm not doing it to be derogatory. Look, I generally don't like making friends on the web, with few exceptions, and I think if you're having this kind of reaction to being turned down on friendship, I'm sorry. I don't want much to do with you.
Okay, all right, what's wrong here? So I acknowledged again, right? Like, why are you implying that I'm a creep pedo person? Okay, and number two, right? Like, she literally confessed here. If I lied and pretended I didn't turn 18, so will you concede here?
Okay,
I'm putting
no,
it in here. I'm
no,
putting it in here. Okay,
no,
you concede here and say
nope,
that like
nope,
this isn't
nope,
actually like
nope,
this, she
nope.
like I'm actually willingly doing
I
the
won't.
17-year-old thing. Really?
Sure.
Oh,
no.
okay.
And the reason I won't
concede here.
is
Okay,
because
that's fine. Oh, okay.
So
All right.
I can't provide my reasoning.
She's like spurging right now to not let him talk.
The reason I won't is because right. It seems like this person
I think it's a strange situation. Nothing necessarily wrong, except that it's pretty weird and feels like a corruption of what made SCP cool. SCP. I don't know if that's like a server or something. I'm not sure what that is. Oh yeah, since you're 18, you can rejoin my server. Do that. They chat there a lot. 425, 2025, 6:10 p.m. Where's the date on this one? Oh, I don't. Okay.
I'm actually covering someone like this, right? It seems
It's
like
totally gay out, right?
how's this a gay out?
Just to be very clear.
You're literally
It's so
saying
obviously gay out.
you're saying that the reason you're not talking to this person is because of the vibes, not because they're a minor.
You're fixating on
God,
that
why
part.
does
You're
that matter?
fixating on that part instead of if
Why
I
would-
lied and pretended I didn't turn 18.
Where they did it. They did it.
You're
They did it.
fixating on that part? What the fuck?
They did.
Excuse
They
me?
did. But
There's
why?
like a
Why would you?
big
Why would you
fucking
continue?
finger right here.
Why would you continue to engage with the person you supposedly engaged with sexually when they were a minor? And according to you, unwittingly so. Sure. But why would you ever want to continue to engage with someone like that right after they turn 18?
Yeah, like if they lied about something like that, first of all, you'll never catch me in that situation. Even if you're 18, 19. No thanks. I'm good. I'm good. Just, holy shit, man. Why would you engage with this person after they fucking lie to you? What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? Why would you befriend that person when they're a minor after they lie to you? How do you engage? Dude. This is reminding me of the Extreme Dad thing a little bit. Where it's like Extreme Dad technically is not like a pedophile, like was misled, but it's like, I think Mr. Girl said it's like, well, you still wanted to be friends with the person. This is like irresponsible, unwise, right? Like it's really stupid that you fucking do this, dude. It's really fucking like I don't trust you. I wouldn't trust you with like with that knowledge that I have of you. I have to use the restroom. I'll be listening. And I'll be responding to whatever's being said here.
And
Okay, we're moving.
Wouldn't you
we're
block
moving the
them?
post. I understand.
No,
You're
the
moving
claim.
post.
No, the claim was that
I
you
understand
were.
you're moving the post.
Wait,
No, no
what was my
explanation
original
I'll
claim?
ever
What
give.
was my first
No-
claim? What was my
no
first claim?
explanation I
You
will
claimed I
ever
moved the
give. No
goalpost.
explanation I
Where did the
give.
goalpost move? What was the
No
first goalpost and what is the new goalpost?
No. Okay, sure. The original goalpost was you said, "Oh yeah, like are you gonna admit that you like sexted with a minor who is like 17 or whatever the fuck?" Basically, you didn't clarify the additional context that this person has basically confessed and lied about them being 18. And
Well, I
showed
asked
the
you about it.
context
It was
now, and now
actually,
you're fixating on
I
what?
asked you
I showed
about it.
goalpost,
I
move,
asked you
goalpost,
about it.
move.
Yes.
What
There's no
else
move
am I trying to
there.
hide?
Wait, there's
Okay,
no move there.
yeah.
You've just provided a minimizing factor that still makes the
Okay,
first
I'm good.
statement
No,
true.
I'm good.
Where was that? How is that a
I
goalpost
provided two
move?
goalposts.
What are you
I provided
talking
two
about?
goalposts. The first
claim
goalpost
was that
okay,
you-
the first goalpost is you keep on going at me with the
Then we-
claim
also-
that I was sexting with a 17-year-old.
You were?
implying like because you excluded the context. You
No, okay,
excluded
wait.
the context.
Do you understand?
Where this
Foodshops,
person
Foodshops.
confessed to lying.
Foodshops. Okay, so I asked you, were you sexting with a 17-year-old? Which you were. You had a mitigating reason that you're providing now, and you refused to provide at the time. At which point you went silent,
Well,
right?
this is
The
basically
mitigating
challenging.
reason you're
This
giving.
is
The
literally
mitigating
just
reason you're giving.
right? Okay, so would you also
Okay,
say the same?
after finding out that the person he was talking to was a minor, did he continue to engage?
Oh no, you tell me.
I'm asking you. You're the one that invoked that. You guys probably cover that situation when we're.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man.
Than I know about it. I just know that. Were you sexting with a 17-year-old? Which you were. You had a mitigating reason that you're providing now, and you refused to provide at the time. At which point you went silent, right?
Well,
the mitigating reason you're giving. The mitigating reason you're giving.
Okay, so would you also say the same?
Is this actually true? I'm gonna need something to substantiate that part. Foodshops engage with that person again as soon as they turn 18. It wouldn't surprise me, but I would need to see something that like substantiates that part. Like engaged sexually. Because yeah, that's I think that's inappropriate. And I don't know what specific terms you would go if you would label that groomer behavior. I think groomer implies a little bit more intent. In terms of your actions of like forming somebody's like, warping somebody's mind, getting somebody eased into the. If like Foodshops is being lied to and about like the age, I don't know if I'd be like, wow, you're a groomer if you engage with them sexually afterwards once they turned 18. But I would say it's like it almost feels like the best way to put it is like it feels like you would have really engaged with this person if it wasn't frowned upon, right? And if it was probably, I don't know where Foodshops lives exactly, but probably more legal in your area, right? Like federally legal,
After finding out that the person he was talking to was a minor, did he continue to engage?
Oh no, you told me.
I'm asking you. You're the one that invoked it. You guys probably cover that situation way more than I know about it. I just know that the person.
No, I get it. You're just plain stupid.
No, I'm not.
Man, you have watched a lot of Mr. Girl. I'm surprised you would pro clutch over this. Listen, I'm going to be frank with you. I don't have the same moral condemnation. It's different condemnations of like how bad it is when the age gets lower and lower and lower. But I like I've been clear personally where my empathy lies for people in the most is my empathy and is more there for somebody who is say hypothetically they're like 39 or something like that and they're still attracted to 17-year-olds, 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds, 18-year-olds. It's like at a certain point, it's like, I don't know how much people can control their attractions and shit like that. What I really have a problem with is ill-intended behavior, irresponsible, groomy behavior of actually engaging sexually with those people. I have a bigger problem with people like engaging with people that young, like 18, like the legal age. I have a bigger problem with like dating. Like if you're like 39 and you're dating an 18-year-old, that's worse to me than actually having sex with an 18-year-old. There's a meaningful distinction in that. But I still think it's like, in general, like inappropriate. It's like, I don't think you should be doing that. But it's like a different like moral condemnation in my head. I don't think you should be doing that though. I think it's bad for you and I think it's bad for the person that's 18 ultimately. So like, and Mr. Girl's always expressed this same kind of sentiment where it's like, the problem is action, not necessarily attraction or even like fantasy in your own head. The problem is how you engage.
I've just given you an opportunity to make an argument. You're refusing to.
Aiden, you literally grew up with the commentary community. You asked Stardust for help with your homework before you turned 18. Okay, why the fuck?
Well, I asked her to proofread something.
You're so bad faith.
Shop's like 25. Yeah, no, I was using 39 as an example. Foodshops isn't like 39 or anything. I'm saying it's still kind of like generally frowned upon and like, it's like, should you like even at 25, 26, it's like we're getting like to a point where it's like, again, it's like, it's different life stages. It's just still sort of strange. And it's like you're flirting with that borderline territory where it's like, okay, this isn't illegal. This isn't like the worst thing in the world. But I'm really, I'm gonna really side eye you. I'm gonna really side eye you on shit like this. And quite frankly, if like I had it my way, if I'm being quite frank, and I've said this before, but like I think the age of consent probably should be like raised to like 20 or something like that. And I think how people should socially handle people who have these attractions, you know, I think there should be a level of a proper balance of shame, but a proper balance of understanding as well. If that, I don't know how to explain it, but the best way to explain it is I would say, if somebody is just like expressing a general attraction, it's just like say like somebody like look, they don't even know that the person's like 17, right? Somebody expresses like an attraction or whatever. They get corrected, but they shouldn't be shamed and you know, be seen as like a predatory pedophile or somebody who's going to act or do something like horrible and gross. They shouldn't be dehumanized. Is that what I would say? You know? There should be a little bit more of a cultural, social understanding to like how we can set boundaries or whatever, where it's like somebody, like the repression, the gay repression thing of like somebody can't like be open and kind of admit like, yeah, like I've had a general attraction of this is like, it's kind of gay. It's kind of lame. I don't think it should be normalized to the extent of like people just sexualizing like, you know, minors or like like out in the open, but like I don't think they should be like shamed into like feeling like a monster or something like that, you know.
Since you were 16, okay? You spent this entire time growing up watching Steven. You said you were a fan of Steven. Okay, implying that you were there when Steven was going over the Chud Logic logs. Okay,
wait, I'm sorry. I was a fan of this.
Raising the age of consent will for sure make whatever problem you are concerned with worse. It will be a cultural change first. I think it needs to happen though, because I think it's like a little concerning that we just kind of do the whole like, well, they're 18, it's legal, but like, can you tell me the meaningful? Let's be honest, guys. Let's be honest. Be very, very honest with me, guys. What is the meaningful enough distinction between a 17-year-old and an 18-year-old and their brain matter that makes like dating them or having sex with them any more okay? There's a reason why in some states, like the age of consent is 16 or 17. I'm saying we should probably raise it a little bit further up and not even that much higher to give them a little bit more breathing room, right? I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I think it's weird, okay? I do think it's kind of fucking weird. Give a little bit more breathing room for like, you know, someone that's 18, 19 to like grow up just a tiny bit fucking more. I don't think that's too much to fucking ask, you know? Foodshops has been 26 for at least 2 years. I don't know. I don't know. Is Foodshops 24, 26? I don't know. Number one issue with CSAM material is kids sending it to other kids. I don't know how we change that with laws. They are already minors. Yeah, I don't know. Our legal system is like totally botched and retarded anyway. Not all the decisions in the legal system is necessarily wrong morally or retarded but it's just like inconsistent, I would say. It's a bit of a mixed bag.
I was a fan of his, but what if are you crying? What have I said that's contradictory there? Do you think because I was a fan of his, I've consumed every piece of media he's put out?
It's a cultural problem. Yeah, that's the other thing. Is like you have to move with the culture a little bit. You know, I think moving up the age would probably shift with the culture. Like culture will shift as that goes on. And I don't like the idea of the cultural zeitgeist right now just being like, the barely legal teens like, oh, I'm 18 or whatever. It's fucking weird, dude, guys. It's fucking weird, guys.
Any DGGer does that, dude. I mean, you probably have some super dedicated fans.
Aiden, are you sure you're still not
About
16?
an adult talking to a minor, if you're okay with it happening on Doobie server.
I just said to you, I think he should ban
Like, if you're 18 and 19, the life experiences of an 18, 19-year-old is vastly different from, like, someone like Destiny that's, like, 35. Especially in their position of life. Isn't having CSAM material illegal in the first place? I don't understand how Destiny can have CSAM and have it get brought up in court but not face charges for it. I think the reason is, and I think he's right on this part, where it's like, I think he was supposed to have it. Well, he says he was supposed to, I'm not, maybe he deleted it. I don't, but there was probably like a reason to have it, to send it for evidence, is my guess. I think. But I think by the point where he was, you know, suggesting that he still had it with Willie Mac, the problem was that he still had it, but he should have already sent it or something. Like, I think that was the problem. And I guess he looked through it, or nobody cared. Like, I don't know if he actually saved it. I'm pretty sure at a certain point, somebody probably had to report him maybe for that. And they looked through and they didn't find it. Maybe he deleted it. I don't know. Maybe he just never had it like everyone thought he did. Yeah, I don't know. I think it was a civil matter too. I think.
all minors.
He's not going to, though, right?
Apparently.
You're not going to care about it.
No, I do, right? I think all minors should be banned.
You're not going to, but there's no action you're going to take. You're not going to talk about it. You're going to push him on it.
I did at the time. I literally said to him, I think it's reckless. I challenged him on it. I challenged him on it yesterday. I literally challenged him on it yesterday.
Come about it. Yeah, he's just not going to change.
I'm sorry.
it.
What do you want? What do you want me to personally do about it?
Do the same thing you did to Steven.
What am I doing? What am I doing to Steven? I got asked to come on for a conversation with Wick. Wick pulls in Steven. Steven makes
claims. 24/7 about him. Malding 24/7 about
I don't
Destiny,
maul
yeah?
20. Okay, just so you're aware. You've been saying that
they can make these arguments about like some other people, yeah, and I think this would work better. But with Aiden, I don't think it actually works, because like Aiden isn't, you know, the thing that they're trying to suggest he is, which is like someone malding 24/7 about Destiny, or even covering Destiny more than anyone like myself or Queeman or JStalk or anyone like that. So I don't think this really works here.
Stream wasn't. I was going to briefly go over you as a segment, and then I was going to go over the fucking Lego drama, or whatever the fuck's going on with bricks and minifigs or whatever. I was going to react to a segment just because you lied that you blocked me after I spammed your DMs, which wasn't true. So I was just going to refute that lie, right? Then you called me, and now we're having this conversation.
Okay, hold on. Steven, what does this look like? Hold on.
Your mom?
Oh, yeah, my mom. Okay, hold on. Steven, what does this look like? Is he spamming my DMs, yes or no? What is that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, why?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
right, cool.
you said I was spamming your DMs to the point you had to block me. You never blocked me. I sent you 5 DMs
Yeah,
and then stopped.
turns out I ignored you instead. I didn't know whether or not I blocked you or ignored you. Turns out I ignored you instead. What's the distinction?
Yeah, wait, because the implication, yeah, so the distinction is, I'm actively answering her question and she's talking, she doesn't want an answer. The distinction would be, blocking me would make me unable to continue sending DMs, so the implication would be that I didn't stop DMing you on my own. I did. I sent you 5 DMs and then stopped.
Dude, you're going to go to be a good debate pedophile.
I'm excited for it. Thanks.
Have you paid money for Andrew Wilson's course, or did you just?
I'm not.
Secondhand?
No, I ended up. No.
Aiden, I hope you know that you're a good example of like a DGGer who has
It's so funny because Aiden learned probably most of his debate skills from watching Destiny.
Steven's shit, but then didn't actually get down to the fundamentals of like debating at all. Okay, like you keep on asking everyone to debate, but you just like shit at it, and so you keep getting your ass
so
beat,
people are
okay.
multifaceted. I'd be lying if I told you I wasn't like partially inspired.
You're literally like every single like pretend Destiny debater who is like going like, hey,
what am I
can be like Destiny too. I just have to mimic his mannerisms.
What am I
without like actually getting the concepts down? But
you know, okay,
like
you understand the media people consume is probably going to influence things like speaking power, and it's one of the primary agents of socialization.
Yeah, that's what you guys say about me. Yeah, exactly. That's what you guys say about me. That's fine.
What have I said about you?
Aiden, I don't think Aiden has said that about Foodshops. I've said the skinwalking thing. Queeman has. Plenty of people have said the skin. It's a means of like making fun of you, you know? where it's like you pick up so many of these things where it's like you lack a personality of your own. So I've said that. Why is Aiden even bothering to argue this? I have no idea. It's content. I don't pay close enough attention to Destiny to know what the deal is. The guy is pretty annoying, and I never found him to be a good debater. Yeah, I mean, he's certainly not as good as he used to be. There was a time where it's like he was hitting a lot better with his argumentation, but it's almost like he's on autopilot or whatever, and it's like that mixed with a little bit of mania, where it gets personal for him, and this is how he operates now. He's just lazy now. Everyone at his level. Why do real work when you can just make money from a parasocial watchers? I mean, yeah, that's kind of part of it.
What have I said about you? I don't even think you like talk all that much like that. That wasn't even a criticism I made.
Considering how you lied about me, I don't give a fuck what you say.
How did I lie about you?
17-year-old, 18-year-old.
No,
okay.
I said, why were you sexually DMing sexually explicit messages to a 17-year-old? You at that point went silent, refused to provide your minimizing factor. You're providing that now.
Why do you think I went silent? Why do you think I went silent?
Because you were posturing to stream, you just gave up, I guess.
Hold on. Tell your chat. What's the context?
Well, the context here is that this person lied about being 18 or whatever, but then you continue to remain in contact with them, which I just don't know why you would do that.
Okay, great. So that's the moving of the goalpost, by the way.
Wait, no, the claim was.
No, you just define yourself. You asked me
just saying to see something is weird. Yeah. Well, he's always trying to engage with like. Well, I don't want to say always. That's a little bit hyperbolic, but like there's a continuous pattern, enough of a pattern where he's engaged with people that are like generally around that line of 18, 19-year-olds. You know, I'm pretty sure when he met Melina, she was around that age. That was his, was that his first wife, second wife, something like that?
For the goalpost and goalpost 2, you just define yourself.
So claim 1 hasn't changed. Claim 1 hasn't changed. You've just provided a minimizing factor for it.
Oh my god.
Also, what evidence did you see?
The silence is very telling.
By the way, what evidence did you see, by the way, to suggest this person was actually a 10?
You have to get out of the cult, okay, Aiden? You have to get out of the cult, okay? This is not good.
Wait, also, just curious. Right. How long ago? When did this like drama or whatever happen? I don't want to call it drama.
This is it says sorry, I was looking at Aiden's DMs. This is
his JonTron debate was when he peaked. Was that his peak? I don't think so. There's probably other instances I can think of off the top that he did better at. The JonTron is the most transparent victory, I think, probably off the top of my head, but I don't think that's peak exactly.
I'll cover this on stream.
It definitely solidified him. It definitely gave him a huge boost, I would say. Yeah. Oh, didn't mean to do that.
And that's Mrow, actually.
No, like the 17, 18-year-old thing. When was this?
Yeah, because Mrow covered on stream. I'm just looking back.
I'm just curious. Was it like 2 months ago? Was it like 10 years ago? Was
Name
it like
a better debate? I don't know if I can, but I don't think that's his peak. Off rip. This is not like a 1v1 debate, but come on, guys. Okay? We've been doing a lot of shit talking about Destiny. Let's do the smallest amount of praise. This 1v6. Well, I don't think Asmongold was arguing with him. That was way later on. But it was basically Andy Worski, Tonkasaw, Brinty Venti, Medicare, Ian, Miles Chong. This whole 6-hour fucking... Dude, this shit was cinema. And it's just like... No, I'm sorry, man. I gotta give a little bit of a... Get a little bit of praise here for this this whole 6-hour experience. Okay? That shit was insane.
Oh, this was
stuff with internet debates sometimes because both parties retreat back to their own critics their own circles, not critics, and claim they won and then the other guy lost the debate. I mean, yeah, that's always going to happen. Unless like it's so clear that somebody won or somebody lost, like transparently clear. But yeah, most of the time that's probably going to be the case. Yeah, internet blood sports days. Yeah. Do you guys remember when he spazzed out on Vosh? He didn't win this, but it's so funny. Wait, what was this? What was this conversation when he's just like screaming at Vosh? Wait, there's a 3 hours here. This is not what I'm referring to. Yeah, this one.
All right.
They're screaming at each other, man. I can't find it anymore, but there was like a meme where it was like this kid. It's like the kid listening to his parents argue with each other. And it was basically this conversation. They're like screaming at each other and the kid's just upstairs. But you can hear like the muffled screams. It's so fucking funny.
You actually did advocate for people to kill themselves. So
The only time I said that was when somebody said it's impossible to find.
Wait, dude, what? Wait, I sincerely want to know.
Nobody here speaks in hyperbole who's literally banned from Twitch right now for suggesting that we bomb Israel. Okay, obviously I was being a bit hyperbolic, but when you're counting me as it's hard to find a job, when we are literally at the lowest levels of unemployment that have ever existed in the history of the United States, the U3 and the U6 unemployment are lower than they ever have been. It is possible to find a job. It is absolutely possible.
Okay, so you ran off a little bit there. You ran off really far there. I have to say, I do wish. Do you remember when we used to speak in good faith? I haven't really changed my policies, positions, or rhetoric since we spoke amicably with each other 2 years ago.
But I hate lefties now. I hope they all get fucking banned after this because it's the new counterculture. The new Jordan Petersons and Ben Shit Piros on the internet are the Kyle Kalinskis and Hassans and all the other brain dead fucking LARPing socialist dipshits that come on here and pretend to talk about economics or finance. They don't know anything about any of this, and it drives me fucking.
Vosh was actively trying to snake Destiny when Vosh only exists because of Destiny. That's, from what I remember, that's partially true. But like, can you? In retrospect, can you blame the guy? Can you really blame the guy? Can you really blame the guy? Listen, Vosh bad, but you know, I'm gonna be lenient on the backstabbing stuff. I don't give a shit. Because I think one of the reasons he ended up doing and making those choices in the first place, I think low-key is probably low-key at like subconsciously out of spite, because Destiny like took one of his one of the accusations that somebody made about Vosh, and he like broadcast it on a stream or whatever and embarrassed Vosh in public, which, from what I remember, it was, I think that was justified. I do think that like Destiny doing that to Vosh was justified. But I think that was one of the reasons. But like clearly Destiny doesn't give a shit about victims or whatever. It was like basically just to embarrass him and ridicule him. So I think low-key that probably was in his mind to some extent as a means of like why you'd backstab him.
2025 of July or June, I think. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a while ago.
I think it's
like more than 4 years ago, or about a year ago, I'll say, most accurately. So just to be very clear, okay, they're going at me with false allegations from a year ago, all right, in which the context easily disproves, in which I sent them out. It's the shit I sent it. Hold on, Aiden, did you know I sent this?
Best case scenario for this is basically like when you're saying the vibes don't match, it's like you're willing to be friends with somebody who lied to you when they were a minor or whatever, and it just gives me an indication that like you don't really care all too much, right? Like that didn't have like some substantial effect. Like it had enough of a substantial effect where it's like, I don't want to get in any trouble or whatever, but it's like, well, once you're 18, we can engage sexually or whatever in the future, or we could be friends. And it's like, I think that's pretty irresponsible. I wouldn't trust you.
Mrow a year ago. Are you friends with Mrow? Are you friends with Mrow? Yes or no?
No, I wouldn't say we're friends. We're friendly.
Wait, do you guys DM? Okay, all right.
Over the last 5 months, I DM'd them probably 10 times.
Over the many times that the streamers like
there's some sort of drama that Vosh was creeping on some girl in Discord. There's always so much drama within Destiny's circle regarding that stuff, and now he has Foodshops. It's like, yeah, at a certain point, it's like, I think he even says he likes hanging out with crazy, chaotic people. He loves the drama. He made content like out of drama circumstances. That's why a lot of like the critiques that Mr. Gold makes is like, you know, true to a certain extent. It's like you kind of know what you're doing, and if you're engaging with any of these people that you bring on stream and have like very high energy, high risk of like emotional distress or whatever, like psychological conversations on drama or any politics, or like where it gets like really personal. Like when you're in a sexual relationship with people like that too, and you're mixing that in with all of this stuff, like it could get very, you can even inadvertently abuse your power a little bit too much to where like you're abusing women, at least psychologically, you know.
Specific circle, okay, have talked about this, which all of them pretty much, okay, has Mrow
especially if they're fans, you know, especially if they begin as fans. I think this is even a Mr. Mrow report. Destiny himself says that you shouldn't engage with fans, and he wasn't like he changes his mind on this, or you know, he never substantiates like what made him change his mind, but he's basically just like, you know, I think you can engage with fans. They're like grown-ups or whatever, you know? And it's like, yeah, I think you could. It's like possible that it can be done ethically, but most times it's like, I would say no. I would say like it would be extraordinary circumstances where I think like that could actually be healthy maybe. Wait, no, that's not what I want. Where's the actual... Can we just find it in here? I don't want to look for it in the Substack. Where is this? Like, why is it on my phone? I can just find this immediately. Oh my god, very annoying. Yeah, different projects or whatever. But he literally says, he's like, I don't think a fan, like, I don't think most times like you can actually have sex or date a fan or whatever and it be healthy. I think you were saying like, I think like they don't know if you're like taking advantage of them. Like there's no guarantee, you know. I don't think it's ethical. I don't want to look for this forever. Oh my god, I'll just find it on my phone. I'll read it on my phone.
To clarify that this person was lying.
I don't know. I don't watch Mrow.
I'm good. All right, Aiden.
Why is that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Do you watch Mrow? I'm doing pretty good.
Aiden, did you try out of school yet? Like, what's going on in your life?
Just finishing school. Getting through it.
Okay. What major? What major?
Communications.
I think it's better to keep those separate. It's too easy for someone with clout to prey on vulnerable. Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah. I don't think you should do that. I think it's way too easy. I think the exceptions where it could work is like extremely rare, and you have to be extremely careful with shit like that. Like I don't think you could just do this shit casually like that, you know. Destiny is at the point where with wealth where he is insulated from the rest of the economy. Well, at least most of the working class. I don't know exactly how much he has, but I think to a certain extent that's probably true. Yeah.
I know, useless humanities degree, right? Wait, Mrow,
you know
Mrow wants in. Can Mrow join?
Yeah, Mrow can join.
Yeah, let's get him in here.
Steven, you don't mind?
Well, I'm just hanging out. I'm just working right now.
Okay. Add. Oh, sorry. Oh, wait. What?
That's his old account.
Because that account is banned. Okay,
yeah.
Because that account's banned.
Steven, tips my hat. What's up?
Oh, what's up, buddy?
God, don't be so meek. Come on, man. Speak with your chat.
What's up, buddy? Hi.
There you go. That's better. All right. What have I lied about in regards to you, Foodshops? Sorry.
Okay. Out of all the streamers around
so the
you,
argument presented in the like Mr. Grohl, I'm sorry. I know we're on morale. I promise we'll get to morale. The presentation is there's examples of following dynamics which are disturbing individually and worse when combined. So the way Destiny uses his public and private abuses on substantial power afforded to him by YouTube, his colleagues, and his audience is there's unequal sexual relationships, retaliation, sadism, and narrative control. All these mixed up like creates like, especially in sexual past sex or sexual partners or whatever, bring all that in public, that makes for like some real unique forms of like psychological and sexual abuse, I think, potentially, depending on each case for the most part. There's a quote from him saying in 2020, he explains himself why using your platform for sex with smaller creators is unethical. So this is his quote. And I remember him saying this. I wish I could fucking just find this on a whim. Maybe eventually you'll find this sometime in the future. But trust me, I've seen this my fucking self. Here's his quote. Let's say that I have a podcast. I got 30,000 viewers. Let's say that there's a girl that messages me. We talk a little bit. She really wants to be on. And I'm like, yeah, cool. Like, you really want to come on my podcast? Blah, blah, blah. I could probably start sexting her and she'll probably give in and send me nudes and shit because she doesn't want to lose that opportunity. She might not actually want to. She might not be into it really at all. But if I start propositioning her, if she says no to me, she might worry like, fuck, if I say no to this guy, I'm not going to make it on that. Yeah, I think it is wrong. Yeah, I don't think you should. Nobody can ever know if you're actually that kind of person. That's why it's a very, very hazy area where you can't really consent in that situation because you don't really know if this guy is going to fuck you over if you say yes or no to them, if they have that big position of power over you. So he literally says you can't really consent in that situation. So, I mean, yeah. So Farflight, welcome.
Who have covered like this Ica person basically like fucking lying about their age, right? Like, have you corrected any of them about this whenever they covered it? Aiden?
So I believe what Aiden has said, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you sexted a 17-year-old that lied about their age and said that they were 18 to you?
I didn't say the lie about their age part. I gave Foodshops the opportunity to add that, and Foodshops refused to engage and is now providing the minimizing reason.
Okay.
Or mitigating factor.
Foodshops, your claim is that they were 17 but lied and said they were 18, right?
It's not a claim. It's true, right? Just to be very clear.
How'd they lie to you?
She is the one that's confessed. She is the one that's confessed.
Did you send you fake ID or something?
Okay, hold on. We're gonna read the DMs over again because you have reading comprehension skills.
You know, in your DMs, you reference them as being 19, not 18, right?
Okay, cool. So they pretend to be 19 instead, right? Okay.
So is it 19 or is it 18?
I said 18 or 19, right? I'm pretty sure.
They're saying
like at some point.
Okay. I just want to note it down initially. You said
in the actual screenshot here, it says, I literally didn't even let you into the server or the chat at times because you weren't 18.
They lied saying that they were 18 now, but in the DMs, you say 19.
Is this a consistency issue? Is this what they call a consistency issue? Because if I said that she said that she was 27 versus 18, then yeah, like that's a huge age gap, right? But if I said 18 or 19, does that even fucking matter?
It's just curious that you don't really remember the situation fully and you're arguing.
Great, you really got me.
Right?
You really got me, Mrow. You really got me, Mrow.
Yeah, I did. Why'd you call them an IRL lolly?
Hold on. Hey, can you read to me? Can you read to me the part?
What does lolly mean?
An IRL lolly. To be charitable, here's the only charitable read of saying you look like an IRL lolly is maybe somebody would say you have like a petite body. That's the most charitable read. That's the most charitable read. That's the right. But given that added with the person is supposedly saying they're like 19 or 18, right? It's like you're adding a dynamic into the sexing, right? Potentially of seeing them as somewhat of a little girl or something like that. Yeah.
What does lolly mean?
Are you pivoting? Are you reading
I'm just curious. So I'm going to put this screenshot in the chat. So what does lolly mean? Because you say, I can't believe this cute IRL Japanese girl in this space who's actually into me. I'm just curious. What does lolly mean? I'm just curious.
We're reading out
doesn't lolly mean cartoon?
But okay.
I don't think lolly means cartoon, Destiny.
Well, no.
Like IRL lolly. Because lolly doesn't just mean like cartoon. It's used usually in the context of like people would talk about, you know, the actual lolicon material or whatever, but like, I think the actual lolly word, is a means of saying little girl, right? Yeah, a young looking character in Japanese anime and manga. Okay, never mind. Wait, did it originate as just a means of saying girl? Or is that just the typical definition now? I would say that's like usually that's what it's used for now, but was the original term the term? It was derived from Lolita. Because which is a young girl. Yeah, I would say like what I thought initially, which is basically the suggestion, especially with the context of IRL lolly. I think we all know what the suggestion is, right? I think that's pretty clear. Let's see. No, wait. How do you stand to watch so many commentators when all they do is make fun of degenerate gooners? They are targeting you. This person responds, Ika, the response, to be fair, they're gooners too, lyrics. Foodshops responds, well, yeah. Ika responds, Chud talks about gawk every 5 seconds. Foodshops responds, LOL, I can't believe this cute, in real life, lolly Japanese girl is in this space who is actually into me. This is why I think I'm being catfished. The chances can't be possible. Well, let's see. No evidence of your identity or existence, but that's okay. That's so funny. Oh my God. I guess the picture and their images are, I don't know if there was more to this specific part.
Like, I think that it has to be like a cartoon. Isn't that what a lolicon is?
I can never escape
lolly
lolly
is a
It's
pornographic image, cartoon image like of a child. Yeah.
It's a cartoon.
Was this person a cartoon?
I hope not.
Well, if they're saying they're an IRL cartoon, the implication would be that the traits in the cartoon are carried over to like the real person.
Oh, so you
right?
believe half the sentence, but not the other half? Was Foodshops a lolly when Radiant kept calling her that?
Wait, what half am I not accepting? IRL lolly. That would be that's one assertion there that this person is exhibiting
Destiny,
the traits
if
of
a
lolicon
lolly
and
is
IRL.
a cartoon child, right, and someone says, "Oh, you're an IRL lolly," that would mean they're an IRL what?
They could just look young or be young, no?
Right. So they look like a kid, is what is being implied here, right?
Well, wait. If we accept everything, even as you're saying, a 17-year-old wouldn't necessarily be a lolly either, then, no?
Sure. I mean, the 30-year-old that you're talking to, you know, puts her hair in pigtails, takes pictures in her kid's room to try to look like a kid for you. It's kind of the same thing about what's going on here, right?
Sure. Or like that leak call where you were talking to a minor that was posted like 8 months ago, right?
And you actually acknowledged that they were
Right.
17?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
dude.
So we're all
I knew they were 17. Fuck
so
yeah,
we're all
I
on the
did.
same page. So
Oh my God. This fucking guy, man. So I don't even know what the disagreement is. It's like, yeah, that's what it means. No. What is the why are we going over this? Really, to all four of these people, why are we going over this specific part exactly? I think we all know what that means. She's like a stereotypical Discord mod, just missing calling people kitten. Yeah, that is true. It's basically just like, I can't believe this cute in real life lolly Japanese girl. It's basically just a longer way of saying, I can't believe this cute kitten likes me. Like, we're
all on the same page.
We're all on the same page.
We're out of
I'm not a pussy about it though. I'll admit what I did. You won't.
Oh shit. Dude. I'm not a pussy about it though. I'll admit what I did. You won't. Oh my God, man.
Hold on, out of curiosity, Foodshops, how old are you?
What? I'm 26 right now.
Okay, got it. You were 21 at that point in time, right, Mrow?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Is that what we're doing? Yeah, King.
I mean, we can. Oh, we can go that route?
Well,
sure.
I mean, I would say there's a. It is true. I do think it's still wrong. I don't think you should do it, obviously, but there is a massive difference between at a certain point where it's like, You know, no one would think of like a 40-year-old like getting with an 18-year-old or 17-year-old, especially when they're underage. Yeah, that's like massive difference where it's just like it like the older you get, the worse it is. You know what I mean? The worse it comes off, the worse it looks, the more predatory you look. Like, let's be real. Let's be real. If you're like 21 and you're having an exchange with like a 17-year-old, I mean, you're closer in age. I mean, let's be real. Let's be honest. The 26, okay, I'll give a little bit more like, okay, I can still see how, but we're heading into dangerous territory where it's like, you should really kind of be not doing this. Okay, we're getting like, you should really be growing up. You should really be growing up and not engaging like this. Generally speaking, okay.
You were 24. You said you wanted to fuck a 15-year-old. We can go back and forth with this all day.
What?
How hard was it to say no to her, by the way? How big were her tits that it was so hard for you to say no? I'm just curious. What cup size are we talking here?
You're attacking me with drama that happened when you were like 8 years old, bro. Is this a
Oh, no. Drama that happened when you... Okay, like when you sexually assaulted someone and admitted that it was sexual assault?
You're talking about the person that was hopping into my lap when we were all wasted? Is that the thing? Damn, dude. One more and you're gonna...
Yeah, and you had to say that it was really bad that you did that on stream, right?
You did say it was sexual assault. I don't know why he's trying to minimize it now. Just like how you tried to minimize it when he said, oh, I was really drunk, man. It was my first time ever being drunk. Fuck off, buddy. Dude, now he's trying to minimize it, bro. Dude, you already said what it was, okay?
More than 10 years
ago,
dude.
I think this is 14 or 15 years
ago.
More than
10 years ago? That's crazy.
Not that she has
Why
come
did you
out
lie? Really?
recently.
Sorry, Foodshops. Sorry, Foodshops. Big boys are talking. Foodshops, big boys are talking. Foodshops, hey.
The big boys are talking. Big boys are talking here. Oh my god. Someone that looks like Gandalf dating Hermione from Harry Potter will stick out hard and get side-eyed by everyone. Yeah, like it's a night and day difference. Night and day difference between like even on like the actual moral levels of like level of experience that you have in life, the level of education differences, you know, financial differences, you know, emotional, like you're closer in that age range with like the 21 to, 17, bracket, you know what I mean? Massively different from like someone fucking like 40, 60, even like 35. We're getting there with that 26. You know what I mean? Like, it's like come on, bro.
The Foodshops? Hold on.
Foodshops. Come on, calm down. Calm down. Hey,
ask again.
Foodshops?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'd love to talk to you when this is done. Destiny, why'd you lie today on Wickstream?
Go ahead.
Is this like a Mr. Medicare wannabe? I'm trying to figure out.
A Mr. Medicare wannabe? Basically, yeah.
Well, he just needs stomach cancer, right?
Stomach cancer? That's true. That's true. I have been losing a lot of weight recently.
Okay.
Why did you lie on Wickstream?
It's this fucking image, dude. I saw this once.
He just needs stomach cancer, right?
Let me see the
stomach
image.
cancer? That's true.
I gotta see.
I have been losing a lot of weight recently.
We gotta save this. What? Did she? Was she trying to? Was this just like her doing an impression or something? What was this moment? She looks like she's drugged out. Like, okay, I know the saliva thing is like an edited thing for comedic effect, I think. Like her eyes look like all deaded out. What is going on here? What is this image, dude? What is this image?
Okay.
Why did you lie on Wickstream? I'm just curious.
Yeah, it makes it look like Foodshops has a cerebral palsy. Yeah.
You mean when I lied about not fucking your mom, and I actually did fuck your mom?
Wow.
The Destinyisms are fucking awesome.
Well, I figured if you were rolling out all my greatest hits, I might as well roll out mine. Yeah.
Yeah. So
fucking mom thing is so cringe, man. It doesn't land like that. Maybe once upon a time, way back, there might have been like instances where it kind of worked. But like even back then, it's like, bro, are we doing the mom jokes unironically? I think very rarely though. Like I have to express it as like literally this motherfucker made mom jokes not funny. Like not funny, didn't laugh. Just don't land.
Said it's not like I'm saying you have to sext me and then I'll fix your reputation. You understand that that's verbatim what you did to Anna, right?
Foodshops found dead in Miami type image.
You said that that's not what you did, but that's literally what you did.
But it's not really, right?
No, it is.
No, it's not.
Is this real? Grok?
Okay, so when she requests you to fix her reputation, you say, I'll cross that bridge when it comes to it. And maybe in the future, yeah, tease me and make me tweet about it sometime. And then she makes a reply, and then you reply, I'll fix it sometime publicly in reference to her reputation. Until then, you can work on your essays on your bed while I rub your legs and feet. The implication obviously being that if you don't give her, or if she doesn't give you sexual favors, that you're not going to try to fix her reputation publicly, right? So that is verbatim what you did.
That's not really verbatim what I did. What do you think fix her reputation means?
Okay, so you said on the Wix stream, it's not like I'm saying you have to sext me and I'll fix your reputation. The DMs that I'm referencing, Destiny,
like an AI
are you literally saying I'll fix your reputation if you give me sexual favors?
You understand
right?
that, like, you understand that, like, a relationship over like years, you can't be boiled down to like a single message, right? What does it mean when you say fix somebody's reputation?
I don't know. What did you mean when you said that?
What do you think? Do you have any idea? Do you know anything about our friendship, our history, or anything at all? Or do you,
I am Mrow. I'm not Destiny. I don't like e-rape bitches and whores.
Really
okay?
You are
Tell me what you mean.
You are Mrow.
Yep. No bitches and no whores. I understand. I'm just asking you. Do you know anything at all? Or are you really trying to litigate?
Okay, so like,
their relationship based
sure.
on
So you're doing this thing where it's like, do you know this? Do you know this? Bitch, motherfucker. How about you sit the fuck down? So what you said on Wix stream, I'll go through step by step with you. All right? I'll go through step by step. It's okay.
Are you okay? 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 Dude. How many, dude, he always does this where it's like somebody else is kind of like doing the raising the voice, like spurging a little bit, you know? But then when he spurgs, it's like, if somebody were to do that to him, it's like, he'd be like, oh, you just, like, he'd just lose his fucking mind. I mean, is that like a Stephen Hawking share? I think it is, yeah. In reference to Foodshops image, Steve Bannon tried to fix Jeffrey Epstein's reputation by doing that interview. Don't know what that's in reference to exactly. Maybe I missed something.
I know. You're going to keep talking over me because you think you're big and tough. You are a whiny fucking loser. Let's go step by step. Let's go step by step.
One of my favorite Steven,
maybe I'll suck your dick if you kind of settle down and let me, talk about that. Would you like that?
When he was trying to avoid talking,
I'll spit the cum back into your mouth even. Would you appreciate that?
Yeah, dude, what is this guy? Fucking Mrow, dude. Maybe I'll suck your dick and I'll spit it in your teeth. What are we doing? It's almost like a superpower, like these ridiculous fucking statements. You almost gotta admire it. You kind of gotta admire it a little bit. Like any other person saying this, I think in this kind of situation, it would just look like you're losing like an argument or something. It would just look bad. I don't know. It would look too try hard. But Mrow doing this right now, it's just funny. It's just funny.
Didn't you say you want to do crazy style on the MTF?
My entire life, but it was pretty funny. It was pretty funny.
All right, so you said, and I quote, it's not like I'm saying you have to sext me and then I'll fix your reputation. Is that what you said?
Online is when they think that they can boil down.
So you do this whenever you're put into a situation where you look bad. You understand? Like this is a super big tell when you look bad and when you're put into a situation where you look bad, right? You do this thing where you're
they're talking over each other. Dude, this is just cancer. It's cancer.
Try to talk over someone and you try to bring up J-Stock, you try to bring up all these other people. You do this like every single time.
That somehow
like it's super telling.
Dude.
Whenever you've been caught in some shit, right? You know it's super.
Man, I really need to get a job. No job for you. No job for you. Dude, my check. Guys, my fucking check was fucking $1,700, man. My fucking check was $1,700. Oh my God, dude. I don't get enough for how much I fucking work. I don't get enough. I mean, I need more.
Super telling, right?
Of the lived experience,
it's super telling.
In the space at the
You're
time,
40 years old, motherfucker. Come on. Are you ready?
And go, well, hold on.
Ready?
You might have this experience, sir.
Keep talking. Keep talking.
I have 4 sentences.
Dude, I love it. Okay, Mrow one. Dude, it's just.
Let me read you these 4 sentences sentences and tell you exactly what was going on the entire time. By the way, I'm also
Tell me when you're done. Tell me when you're done. Remember when
flirt with 17-year-olds
did this to you on Wick and you cried and muted her because you're a total bitch?
Talk about other people online all day, every day.
It's so
literally the only thing that I can do.
Keep talking over me. Keep trying.
I will reiterate.
Take your time. Take your time. You know you've been caught in some shit, which is why you're doing this. You know you're caught in some shit, which is why you're doing this. You know you've been caught. It's okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah, 1700 is fucking rough. It's a rough fucking economy. It's a rough fucking system. I don't get paid enough for the fucking work I do. Fuck, and how many fucking hours I put in. Fucking bullshit.
It's all right. You're so small. You know that, motherfucker? You're so small. You're so small.
I'm about to turn into a Republican. Meanwhile, I still have 100 times your viewership, 1,000 times your money.
100 times my viewership? I average 50 viewers, motherfucker, and I still live rent-free in your head.
Every single thing.
I still live rent-free in your head. I average 50 fucking viewers, bitch.
When mom and dad pay for it, you live rent-free in my
I'm a complete shitter. Nobody knows who I am other than you. You know who I am. I'm in your head, motherfucker. I'm a nobody.
I do think it's cute that this is probably one of the most exciting moments you'll have.
You ready to go? You ready to move on? You ready to keep going?
You ready to keep going? Here and be so
ready to keep going?
Show.
Tell me when you come on. Get to it. Get to the fucking.
Destiny literally thinks he's having like an amazing moment here, like a generational run. Like just like this is like his like. I'm fucking like I'm just like blaring through and I'm just making this guy look ridiculous and it's just like you look so pathetic right now. Here's like one of the things that I can always like and anyone can make this argument. I think this argument ultimately is cope. I do think this argument is kind of cope. People will make the argument as like, Hassan Piker doesn't actually engage with any of his detractors or whatever. Like, he's afraid of, like, debate or whatever. Like, first of all, that's technically not true. He's engaged with plenty of different people that are on his relevance level for the most part, 9 times out of 10, and engages in those conversations, focuses on those conversations. And it's 9 times out of 10 about actual serious political matters, actual serious disagreements. Destiny decides to lend his time. He decides to lend his time to obsessing. This is why Mrow like is winning here. Obsessing over 50 viewer, 10 viewer, low viewer, just low viewer in general. Streamers that ultimately aren't really relevant. Okay, quite frankly, I'm not relevant. Morale's not relevant. Even the ones that are a little bit more relevant aren't super high in viewership. You can easily ignore. This is a crash out L. All you have to do, even if they're in the right, all their criticisms are in the right, to meaningfully be able to move on a little bit, be able to grow more, is to not give these people attention. But please continue doing so because it's fucking amusing to me. It's amusing to me to see it happen continuously. And the cost of living just keeps going up. Yeah, for what I pay in rent, $1,700 is, it's fine for now. I'll say that. And all my other costs. I do have to say, I'm in a much more privileged circumstance compared to a lot of other people that have a lot more rougher. So it's hard to really like I can complain because it's like you get put in a situation where you're stuck for a long time. But it is what it is. It could be so much rougher. It's so bizarre. Destiny at his peak wouldn't even deal with this shit. Yeah, no, he would handle this a lot more gracefully, I would say, or with a lot more patience. What the fuck is going on with Destiny to have this chat with the small timers? To be honest, though, there was always a way that he maneuvered where he would talk to almost anyone and everyone. But like when you get bigger and bigger, at a certain point, you need to be a little bit more careful. You need to be a little bit more calculated with who you talk to. When you get bigger and bigger, like you can't just keep doing this. It's just embarrassing. It's just embarrassing at a certain point. Especially when you obsess over them on your own off time. It'd be one thing if you're just doing this for content, but you're obsessing over them on your off time. I'm glad you don't take what you have for granted, but it's not easy living off of 1,700. Well, okay, I didn't say I make 1,700 a month. Certainly don't. I hope that's not what people think when I say I'm making something. I made 1,700 off of 2 weeks, which I still think I need and deserve more. So I just want to clarify that just in case anyone misunderstands that part.
Point. Come on, pussy.
You have to memorize them in advance, or just
come on.
You in the back.
I know. Did J-Stock keep bringing up J-Stock? J-Stock. Didn't you know that J-Stock abused Jerry? Oh my God! Why don't you talk about that? Why don't you talk about J-Stock abusing Jerry? J-Stock could put a fucking wooden spike in Cherry's chest, and I wouldn't give a fuck because I'm talking to Destiny. I'm not talking to J-Stock. Who cares? Move on. Come on, motherfucker. Let's keep it going. Keep it going.
Wait.
How long are you
Somebody
gonna do
said
this?
Destiny had an 8-year head start and still lost to Hassan. I mean, it was always inevitable. The way he interacts with the space is just like you're already like a super controversial guy. If there was like a stopping point where you like kind of matured and grew up, like you would be able to like, move on and be able to potentially get bigger than Hassan. But like he just never did that. He just never put in the work to do that. Even 3K a month is rough. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. If anything goes wrong, it's a shoestring budget. Yep. Yes, it is. Yep. Yes, it is. And somehow that's appropriate. Somehow they feel that's appropriate to give their workers scumfucks, actual scumfucks, scumfuck society, scumfuck system. Yeah, very fucking obnoxious. I do say so myself. Hassan is way more likable than Destiny, though. Yeah, no, he is absolutely 100. I always thought this, even when I had bought into some negative connotations of the narrative around Hassan. Like I always found him a little bit more likable than Destiny on a personal thing. Now there's certainly unlikable moments about Hassan, but like on the whole, it's like, yeah, this guy seems okay overall.
Though
it's hard to really get upset. Like it's like, really, am I gonna get upset about like Hassan? Come on, dude.
Do you want to take hold on, Destiny, really quick. Hold on, hey, really, just one thing. Hey, one thing. I know you're talking a lot. Do you want to take a break and we can both get like a sip of water? Do you want to do that just really quick, like 5 seconds? We'll both take a sip of water.
Do I interject? Chat, do I interject?
It's so boring. It's so boring. The fact that your audience eats this up is so pathetic. They're like actually brain rot.
I'm sorry that you're bored right now because I'm actually having a lot of fun. Actually, it's actually really cool for me. I haven't had a good chat with somebody in a long time.
So you ready?
I want to engage with my biggest fans. You know, it's kind of like a Make-A-Wish Foundation.
He's just spurging. He's just going on a whole rant. He's spurging now.
For it, unfortunately, but maybe
ready?
my guys can cut this up and use it as content tomorrow. I know you wanted to cut this up and use it as content.
Are you ready?
But unfortunately, maybe you can mute my voice out of it, and then you could just like find clips from Anna 5 or 6 years ago, and you could just play her voice over and over and over and over again because you could cut her sentences up to like 5 or 6 sentences. Kind of like how you cut our entire relationship up to like 5 or 6 sentences, and then you could just go over the same things over and over and over again. It's kind of like you guys are kind of like a guy that buys Netflix, and then every single night you just rewatch The Office.
Tick-tock. That's the sound of my watch going off.
Morale's raping him. Dude, we pull the logs for this. This is a sex crime. Bum.
Waiting for you to be.
Hold on. I need to. I need to play it while it's going. Oh my god. I know. It's so good. Oh my god.
You done fucking yapping, bitch. Come on.
The Office, except instead of The Office, it's the same like four screenshots or videos from my stream.
I know, big guy. Hey, I know it's rough. I know it's rough being caught in the fucking lies. I know it's rough. I know it's rough. You ready?
You
ready?
You done? Not knowing anything.
You done?
Besides like the weird things.
You're done. How old are you again? Fucking 40. You're coming up on 40 and you're acting like this.
You know exactly
Is that not embarrassing for you?
And I don't know.
Is this not embarrassing?
Your real name.
Is this not totally embarrassing?
I'm so embarrassed by you having my autobiography memorized. I don't know anything about you.
Right. So I came in here with something to ask. So I'm just curious. So again, I'll explain it. I'll explain it. You ready? You ready? I want to have like a dialogue. I want to have like a back and forth. You ready for that?
I just want to read one page of DMs over and over and over and over.
No, I actually have 2 lines of DMs. So again, I just want to point out to Aiden's viewers watching this. I just want to point out this is what Destiny does when he is caught in some shit. This is what Destiny does when he is caught in a lie. He will talk over you. He will continue to ramble.
It's nonstop. It's just nonstop. He doesn't have a stop. He doesn't have a mute button at this moment.
And he will strawman. So I actually have only 2 lines of DMs that I've already read out, by the way. And he's trying to strawman that by saying, "Oh, he's reading pages of DMs."
Who is it, by the way? Who is this guy, by the way, debating Foodshops and Destiny? Okay, I don't know if you are referring. I'll just say both of them. It's in the title too. This one's Mrow, the guy who's talking right now against Destiny. And then Aiden has been talking for the majority, has been debating for the majority before Mrow showed up. So there's Mrow and then there's Aiden. So it's basically Aiden and Mrow versus Foodshops and Destiny.
Pages and pages and pages of DMs. And he's continuing to try to talk over me because he knows he's been caught in a lie. And I'm happy to explain the lie.
Hassan is the guy that bullied me in high school, but Destiny is the guy I bullied in high school. That's the difference between them, I think. You know what? I don't think Hassan is the guy who bullies you in high school. I think Hassan is the guy, if you like fuck with him, if you like get on his nerves or something like that, he might be more prone to like be a little bit more antagonistic towards you. But ultimately, I think like if he doesn't have a like high degree of like negative sentiment towards you, or if he's more neutral towards you, he'd be like kind of friendly towards you. Like not like your best buddy or anything, but he'd be like okay with you. And then obviously Destiny's the guy who like annoys the shit out of you, and so you're more prone to bullying him because it's like you're such a fucking freak. Like you like engage with people like a freak.
And I'm happy to see if Destiny has a rebuttal to the lie, but I'm guessing the fact that he is continuing to ramble and attempt to gain control of the situation and attempt to talk over me and all this bullshit, it's probably the case that he can't push back on this lie because he is fucking lying. 5 years, 5 years, 5 whole years after he talked to Anna, 4 years after he stopped talking to Anna, he's still lying about her. So this is crazy. This is crazy.
And the funniest thing is after you make these done, you predict, you're like, it's about to collapse, it's about to end.
Yawn! You done? You finished?
Crazy. But the reality is,
Yawn!
the same thing will repeat.
Yawn!
Every single time. Yawn! 5 years from now, I will still be here. Nobody will know who you ever
Come on, wrap it up.
Were.
Wrap it
You're
up.
just going to be another orbiter of an orbiter of an orbiter.
Wrap it up.
That nobody will remember. You're going to fling yourself off into the
Wrap it up. Oh, you'll remember me. I live rent-free in your head, motherfucker.
Netflix
You ready to have the
rerun.
dialogue?
Remember me. Dude. And like Destiny's like, oh, you'll be forgotten about. It's like, okay, who's going to remember you, Destiny? People are going to remember you as like a fucking freak, ultimately. Besides obsessive fans, and eventually even those people, I think eventually at some point or another, it may not be all of them. There may be fans that are always going to be fans and deluded. But over time, as your behavior gets more and more transparently like freakish, as you keep fucking up, you will be remembered as a disgusting fucking reprobate freak. That's your legacy. That's basically your legacy. And you're losing your mind because you've lost control of how you're perceived.
Now you ready to have the back and forth?
1 or 2 pages of DMs you've saved of the
ready to have the back and forth?
My life.
Ready to
Quite
have the back and
frankly,
forth?
I'd rather be forgotten. Quite frankly, I'd rather be forgotten. I don't need to be remembered. I'm comfortable where I am. I'd rather be forgotten instead of being in Destiny's position. Just a personal preference, though.
Worth
infinitely as you drift off into the solar system to be forgotten by everybody. But that's okay.
It's so boring. It's so boring.
I actually think it's kind of cool. I respect the hustle. I kind of wonder sometimes, like, how do you guys keep yourselves powered? How do you keep going, watching my stream all day, every day, and then when you get bored, watching the same 1 or 2 clips, reading the same 1 or 2 pages, and you're like, if I could just
1 or 2 pages, 1 or 2 lines, 1 or 2 lines.
I can hit him with that killer question about how he manipulated that 32-year-old clinical psychologist. I'm gonna get him on this one, and then finally, everybody's gonna see how evil he is. I'm gonna get him. And
so you understand that the lie that I'm referencing happened yesterday, right? You understand that?
Every single person in fear, they're gonna worship me because I'm gonna finally be the guy who took.
You understand that I'm referencing something that happened yesterday, right? You understand that?
I'm
You
gonna
get
be
that?
the one. It's gonna be.
Are we on the same page here? This isn't something that happened years ago. I'm referencing something you said yesterday, right?
Thought he could do it, he couldn't.
He's just going on a whole fucking monologue. A whole endless monologue. And it's like he's acting as if he still has the same relevance and same position that he's had when he's at his heights, but that's just not the case. He's been depleting in viewership and relevance for quite a while. I don't think I would ever make the statement that he'll be irrelevant. I don't think that'll ever be the case, really. I mean, like, irrelevant in the sense of, like, he'll have, like, no viewership or anything like that. I think that's a little bit of a stretch, you know, to say the least. But, like, I think, like, he will, over time, just become slightly less and less relevant as each year passes, you know? That's just what I think. You know, he's just going to keep making himself look like a psychopathic freak and lose more opportunities to grow and, you know, be more impactful than he could have been, you know? But, yeah, it's his decision. He can do whatever he wants, I guess. You know, it's going to have a consequence.
But me, the cancer cat Mrow, I'm going to be the one to take him out.
Oh, you pronounced it well this time. No more wow. No more wow.
I just have to
your gay little lisp that you couldn't fucking fix after 30 years.
Great. He thinks that the R sound that I messed up was a lisp and me just not knowing his name. That's how pathetic you are.
Wait, hold on. No, that was a lisp. Hold on. You're such an insecure loser. No, that wasn't a lisp. Go to the back room and practice your fake laugh. I just didn't know how to say his name. I just didn't know how to say his name.
You guys have all the TV stuff like in the Matrix where Sonic's doing his fake laugh and then you guys practice your fake laugh.
Yeah, no, it's a real laugh. It's really funny. It's really funny to see you flounder like this.
Read the page of DMs off and then when he doesn't respond, I'm going to hit him up with the fake laugh.
Right, so I don't have a page. I have 2 lines. You ready?
No,
you ready?
Absolutely epically.
One day Vosh will have more viewership than Destiny. I don't want to say this for certain, but I'm pretty certain. I'm pretty sure there's been at least some live streams. I think people compared live streams and shit like that. That there has been a little bit more viewership on Vosh's end recently than Destiny's end. You know, the meaningful distinction between Vosh and Destiny is that any horrible thing that Vosh has done, all the controversial things that Vosh has done, which, by the way, I still judge him for. I still don't really consider Vosh a good person, from what I can gather. I don't think he's ever, like, meaningfully actually changed or demonstrated any real change, from what I can tell. And there's other things that are kind of concerning that I'm not sure are true or not, in terms of whether or not he groomed an actual minor. That's out in the air. I have no idea. That's all alleged, whatever. I don't know. Like, that's out in the ether. But what Vosh does that Destiny does not do, that Vosh does this extremely well, is he fucking takes a breath and then he realizes, oh, this is bad for, this is actually, engaging with this in the way that I've been engaging with any of this is actually bad in the long run for me. Let's take a step back. Let's take a step back and let's actually stick to the content. And he's been in a better position overall than Destiny, I think. Maybe not in viewership wise, maybe I'm wrong on that. But in the long run, I think that's worked out more in his favor. People have either completely forgotten or not cared to even challenge him on the Lolly controversy and Poppy and all that, because that's way long ago. And he doesn't harp on it. He doesn't address it. It's not thought about to anyone else besides maybe this sphere here. And even in this sphere, Most people bring it up to make fun of him at most. So, staggering contrast. My cat just tried to... I haven't eaten a single hot Cheeto. And my cat just tried to, like, grab a hot Cheeto out of the bag. You're a fucking goober, dude. What are you doing? What's up, Vodka? Welcome. Does Destiny even talk to elected Democrats anymore? He's probably less relevant than we think. I think he's way less relevant. I think maximum relevance is probably when he's going on like platforms like Piers Morgan or something like that. Or people are mad at him on Twitter about something he says. I don't know, the Norm Finkelstein debate with Destiny just highlights out of place Destiny feels with people who deal with the real world. Yeah, he's super out of place. Super out of place. The Texas folder incident happened 2 years ago. It wasn't even that long ago. How that somehow got memory hold by the general audience astounds me. Is because, I'm going to be real with you, Chief. Most people don't give a fuck. Like, sincerely, they don't actually care. I don't even think the people that care actually care. But actually, people genuinely care. Like, people use that to attack you. People use that to make fun of you. People use that to discredit you. But I don't think they actually give a shit. Like, genuinely, if they feel like they can collaborate with you to either keep the focus on politics or to gain money out of a collaboration. People don't actually give a shit. People don't actually give a shit about the lolly thing like that. Like, they don't actually take a moral, principled stance on that. There are a lot of people that actually share the sentiment of, like, as long as you're not actually touching kids, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. So there's enough, that's the other thing. There's enough plausible deniability that Vosh has constructed that people can deny in their head and memory hole it or whatever, like, make a justification around it. So people don't actually give a shit. Like, my biggest critique at that time, I remember, was him, like, shaming someone like Mr. Girl or any other person who said they like lolly. I remember that was the biggest thing that I critiqued Vosh over. I was like, you're like a hypocritical fucking asshole. Like, you engage in this content too, which is like super surprising, to be honest. But it was like, you're like shaming others, and it's like, it's just like funny. It's funny to make fun of you when you shame others for doing that, but you engage in that material. Vosh realized he spent years not keeping his eye on the prize like Hassan, so he recalibrated, tightened up the fortress, and stayed in his lane. Yeah. Yeah, and it's working out in his favor, and he's never, there's never like been an indicator that he should change anything up. Not really. Maybe this is a hot take. I don't even know if this is that hot of a take, but like, unironically, I think Vosh's content is better than Destiny's, like his solo content. I think Destiny can mainly make better content when he's in collaboration or in other talks with other people. And Destiny's best content has been when he's in conflict with other people, and those people make it more entertaining than I think Destiny himself does. That's just a personal like opinion. I think that's pretty true. His audience didn't care about the tax folder when it happened. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, a lot of them made cope justifications, or they just flat out didn't care. Because, like, to be honest, his audience is kind of built in a very specific way where a lot of people who just genuinely wouldn't care are more prone to being in his audience. It's the power of keeping a tight rein on your audience and staying in your own damn lane. Focus on the content. Destiny is too addicted to being a degenerate and stirring up drama. Yeah. Yeah, I do take at a certain point, it's like a low impulse control, very bare minimum, very addicted to like being in the spotlight in some sort of negative way in one way, shape, or form. Some of it probably is not purposeful and it just kind of floats out and happens anyway. But he engages in reckless behavior where it's more likely to happen, like something it's more likely to come out to the public spotlight. He also alienates the people around him, playing more friends around before the big leak, and they put up with a shit ton of his bad behavior. Yeah. Best content was when his orbiters were constantly in some shit, calling in to debate their interpersonal problems. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
He fucking owned here.
Oh my god. Okay, Destiny, you ready? I want to have the back and forth. Because if I'm incorrect about this, I'd like to know. You ready to disprove me?
And they're going to welcome me with open arms. I'm going to control the Discord server. They're not going to release the music with me anymore, okay? They're going to look at people like and they're going to go, oh, not that guy. Yeah, I'm the one on top now. I'm going to have my own orbiters. I'm going to have people come at me now. It's going to be so cool. I'm going to be such a hip dude. I know you can't wait for that day, and I'm looking forward to it. And one day, all of us are going to be clapping and applauding. We're all going to be watching you ascend to 50.
So when are we wrapping up? When are you wrapping up your whole little like speech here?
53 viewers, 54 viewers. Well, if just
After Queeman
you might even get 100 viewers.
After a Queeman rate, sometimes I push 70, frankly. Okay, on a good day.
Do you and Queeman and Jessica all practice your fake laughs together? Or do you guys do this like one at a time? Or do you guys do it while watching Hassan? Or do you guys do it just in your own room?
I do. I'm a big Hassan watcher. That's true. Yeah, I do it while I watch Hassan. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you maybe get a second hand through Queeman? Because you guys are kind of like the human centipede, you know, with the way you guys consume content. Except like,
yeah, Destiny is revolting. Dude, he's just like, you can tell it's endless. Like is this one of his longest rants that he's ever just gone on? Like, I feel like this guy is just nonstop babbling, bro. Like, it's just like, this actually does come off as very cowardly and afraid to let anyone speak. Like, it genuinely does come off that way.
In the mouth, and then you connect your ass to the front.
A squad is Foodshops, Wick, and Stardust. The fucking dream team. And the funny thing is, Stardust is only like minimizing stuff and not like interfering too much. And it's Stardust's reason for being a part of the team is basically just out of spite for the other side. Otherwise, I do genuinely think Stardust would probably just ignore all this and not be involved. Wick is mainly spiteful because of people making fun of him, but there's a financial incentive to keep in Destiny's good graces. And then Foodshops is just an obsessive fan and financially invested. So all three of these people are compromised in one way, shape, or form to where it's just like, okay, like, I don't think you'd probably be on Destiny's side here. Aside from Foodshops, like, I don't think you'd be on this guy's side if there weren't something like super duper compromising in your line of thinking to be able to have cognitive dissonance when talking about any of this, you know? And listen, I do think I've expressed this too. Not don't forget Hutch. Yeah. Well, that's also like a compromise in terms of financial. There's a financial interest in staying in that little orbit. And then I think he is kind of a unironic, like DGG, or like he watches Destiny on his off time or something like that. So that's kind of true. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So there's like certain things that the other side, my side, let's say my side, like for, you know, the snark side, I suppose, where like you'll push a line and it's just like, you don't need to be pushing that line because you're making us like look like you're giving them easy things to like try to minimize our points or whatever, you know? Or just on principle, I think you're just doing a bad thing where it's like you kind of are dehumanizing the person. And if there was ever going to be a time where that person comes to their own sensible understanding, realization of, hey, maybe I've been like defending something that's indefensible, Like you're not making it easy for them to want to do that. Like I do think, unironically, as much as I don't think Stardust is a very smart person overall, I do think you could, if given the right arguments and if you're patient and you're calm, you're polite, and you're giving your perspective and earnest with Stardust, I think you could win Stardust to, in the bare minimum, just kind of like not talk about this. You know why I say this? It's because I have talked to Stardust in private in the Salty server. And I didn't have the exact argument of like defending every single thing or whatever, but like, you know what I did is I humanized her a little bit. I, understood why she has her line of thinking, what things bug her. And I do think from that conversation that I had very briefly is I think there is like somewhere where you could reach this person and they can just step out of the whole thing entirely and not be on fucking DGG's side. I do think Stardust is a little bit more reachable than the other two. Unironically, I do think that. Or at least I would hope. I like to see maybe like a smidge of possibility, you know? Fuck me for like having a little bit more optimism. Oh, Erudite? Well, I don't know if Erudite's really... I hate Erudite, but I think I do have to like do a small compliment in terms of bare minimum, at least publicly, she's not defending any of this shit. I think it's more about a pragmatic interest of keeping the career moving, but she has told Connor that she's kind of being deranged right now, which is actually a little surprising. Listen, I'll give credit where credit is due when I do think like somebody is probably moving towards a better path. Still hate Erudite, still have like very valid criticisms that I'll probably still make to this day. That being said, I think there is a small nudge. There's a small nudge where this person could be moved. I could see Erudite being moved. If it's only out of pragmatic, like I could criticize just like I did with J-Stock. If you're only just moving because it affects you, or pragmatics of career investment, I can criticize that aspect. That being said, you're heading in the right direction. Could you imagine going to a party with all those people or having a party? No, I can't. No, thanks. Snark side sounds like the dark side. The snark side. It's fucking stupid, man. Interesting. Keldoge said kind of the same thing, which I think Keldoge is kind of right on that. If Keldoge actually said that, like, I think he is kind of in the right on that. Like, I'm not saying that it would be an easy conversation, and I'm not saying this would be like a conversation where I have or any other person has with Stardust and like she just immediately like stops engaging. I don't think it's as easy, but like I think you could do like a slight nudge, and over time I think like I would hope at least. You gotta hope. You gotta hope for people, you know?
Mouth, and then you just regurgitate my content and then eat it over and
Make
over.
sexual references because you're a degenerate loser. That's all you have.
I was hoping
you plugged up right now? You plugged up, bud?
Yeah, I'm actually.
What's the gauge? What's the gauge?
700. I don't even know. Are there gauges for plot? You're gayer than I am.
Oh yeah, you know what? Absolutely. There. Are you telling me you got the Amazon starter pack and that's all you've been using this whole time?
I actually do more gay shit than I do. I'm gonna be honest. On Pride Month, I'm feeling kind of lacking here.
I think it's gayer. I think it's gayer to suck a dick than get your dick sucked. Let's be honest.
If Destiny becomes too radioactive to be around, it will eventually happen. He kind of already is, like, for anyone sensible, I think he is already like super radioactive. Like, it's just he's not radioactive enough for people that are like super desperate and kind of need that. And like, for all I can say, like, I do think he has still enough pull where like some people still feel like it's like kind of worth the investment to be in his good graces. Yeah. Took me a while for me to listen to criticism of Vosh. Yeah, it takes a while for a lot of people. Some are more open-minded than others, but like like some people are just like ingrained in the community and they invest too much on the person. I understand how that happens because it's happened to me before with like certain, people. But like it's never been to such an extent where I like justify like things that like are beyond like overboard. But I see how people get in the mindset of that happening. I see how it happens. Yeah.
Fuck's a little gay.
You can close your eyes and pretend it's a girl. There's a lot of good reasons.
Hold on, I got something. Holy look
shit.
at this. This is the AG4L. Truth is, I got my dick sucked.
All right, so Destiny, can I ask you a question now?
True, I endorse
Is
it.
this something about Aiden?
I approve this message.
Wait, is that El Jeffy? Who's El Jeffy?
El Jefe. It's Jefe. Oh, it's Spanish.
Aiden's post here is saying, truth is, I got my dick sucked. And the dude who did it went hop off for 5 months. I can confirm it feels identical regardless of gender, so I'm basically straight. This is my official statement. Okay, dude.
The boss? It's me.
Destiny, you're Mexican. You should know this. Come on.
That's crazy.
Oh, that's you? Wait, that's you?
Holy shit. Well, no, this is Pride Month. That's good.
Oh my god.
Okay. All right, Destiny, can I ask you a question now?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is you.
All right.
He left.
Oh, and he left. Okay, so Aiden, can I explain to you the lie? And then
Dude, why did he leave, man? He made Mrow made him leave, man.
I want you to tell me if you believe that it is a lie or not.
Sure.
Right. So I'm going to send you a timestamp. I can give you the quote and then send you the timestamp. So this is the timestamp I want you to look at. Foodshops, I guess you can just sit
I
here and
can't
watch
believe Destiny actually, I kind of can. Because he's more emotionally unstable. As crazy as it sounds, guys, somehow Destiny is more emotionally unstable and sensitive than Foodshops. Can you guys believe this? This is your king, by the way. This is your king. This is your king, Foodshops. This is your king. He ran. He left you to die. He left you to die here. Dude.
all you're good for. All right, so he says, and I quote, "It's not like I'm saying you have to sext me and then I'll fix your reputation." So that's what I want you to look for if you want to go ahead and listen to that timestamp and listen to that quote.
Got it.
Threads about her deleting it. That's me fixing reputation.
Just tell me when you're ready. You
It's
don't
not
even
like
have to stream it. Just let me know.
All right, I'm starting now.
my Reddit history for old threads about her deleting it. That's me fixing reputation. It's not like I'm saying like you have to sext me and then I'll fix your reputation. Blah, blah, blah. This never happened.
You don't think? You don't think?
Stop, dude. You can't keep doing this. You don't think? You don't think? What
We're watching up until he says. Hold on, I think it was this part. Fuck.
You have to sext me and then I'll fix.
It's like right there. I can copy paste the quote I'm looking for.
Yeah, got it. Okay. So
he says, it's not like I'm saying you have to sext me and then I'll fix your reputation. So those DMs, I've highlighted it. This is all in reference to fixing the reputation. So he says, I'll cross that bridge in relation to fixing her reputation when it comes to it. Okay. And maybe in the future.
Yeah. Tease me and make me tweet it out sometimes. Like, it's just transparent. It's very transparent. It's very transparent. What else could he mean? Destiny is not in a good place in life despite everything going for him. And he just puts himself in that place. He has no one else but to blame but himself.
Future, yeah, tease me and I'll make a tweet about it. So this is, if you give me sexual favors, if you tease me sexually, then maybe I'll fix your reputation. Then the next line, I'll fix it sometimes, again, in relation to her public image, fixing her reputation. Yep. Until then, you can work on your essays on your bed while I rub on your legs and feet. He has a foot fetish. So the implication here, obviously, is that if she does not give him sexual favors, that he's not going to fix her reputation. And I have some other screenshots as well, but that is the big one. Really quick, there's only one more screenshot I want to show you. You can talk, I'll find out.
No, that was his fault, and now Melina is dating a Skarsgård brother. What a win. Melina won. Big win. Big win for Melina. Unless that Skarsgård brother is like a crazy person too, then unfortunately that would be an L, but as far as I'm aware, that's a win. I wonder what Vosh's comments on the Destiny current controversy will be. Like, he doesn't... Vosh just ignores all this shit like the plague, which is smart.
The argument, these are the DMs.
As in, like, Stone Skarsgård? I don't know which Skarsgård.
Which seems like they are. The argument works here. Absolutely. I agree. It's valid, sound. Obviously...
So this is a... Do you remember on that debate when Destiny showed you that Zerka panel where Anna was crying?
Yep.
This is 4 days before that. She says, you respond quick to whom-related messages, though. Destiny says, yeah, don't judge me. Throughout the rest of these DMs, he does not respond well to her.
It's crazy to cheat in open marriage. He just can't help himself, man. He's got to find, and this is why what Connor said, and I already kind of thought this to some extent, but Connor was just like, he's afraid of like I think Mr. Rose said this too, but he's like, he's afraid of like actually being vulnerable and like letting people love him. This guy's constantly running and constantly like self-destructing. Cause like, I think there is like something fucked up from his childhood or something that makes him like prone to like wanting to do shit like this. Cause like, how else like, I don't know, how else do you explain this behavior, man? Like this, like it doesn't excuse the behavior, obviously. It's just like all this, like, it's like constant self-destruction, constant, like, I have to cheat, even in an open relationship. I have to justify. I just have to run. I have to run, and then I always have to like crave a specific amount of attention and admiration, but on my terms. And I can't ever let somebody like I have to be seen a certain way. I can't actually let somebody know me. You know, I can't actually let somebody see me. And once they do, I have to push them away. It's fucking sad. It's really fucking sad, man. One of the younger brothers, Walter Skarsgård, lesser known. Okay. I'm dating-ish for the first time in my life currently. Good for you. Good for you. Good to hear. Nice.
Trying to like mend their relationship, mend the bridge, mend whatever.
Let's see. I guess because you're not willing to compromise on that, Mr. My Way or the Highway. You're usually okay with messaging, in my opinion, except sometimes during arguments when you disappear for days and drive me insane. LOL. You respond real quick to Coom-related messages, though. And then Dusty responds, I mean, I try, but if there's a ton of message, it can get overwhelming sometimes. Yeah, please, don't judge me.
He responds exceedingly well to the sexual DMs. This is actively while he is calling her a stalker, an abuser, etc. So yes, this guy is a total liar. And I just want to point out, and I know I've been yapping, and I want to give you your stream back, but I do just want to point out, whenever this guy is being put in a situation where he looks bad or he looks like he's lying, he will just do what you just saw. He will strawman, he will talk over you, and he will continue over and over, just try his best to avoid it. That's why he left the fucking group chat. He left. He wouldn't actually address this, or he wouldn't actually try to combat this because he is lying. He lied yesterday on Wix. What he lied about is literally the exact opposite of what happened. But yeah. I'll let you.
Good work. Good work. I'm not just saying this because it's Destiny. I actually completely agree with your argument here. I don't see any holes in it. Yeah, good job. Is Foodshops like plugging her ears? Just want to listen.
Yeah. Anything else you want to chat about?
She can't face reality. She can't face reality. Like that's like she's too invested financially, emotionally. Like I think she's been like a huge Destiny stan for like quite a while. She can't do it. I don't think she can actually do it. There's too much investment in too many places. You have to ignore the reality of the situation. You have to just ignore it. Cowardly behavior. Very cowardly. Lying to themselves. Not only to other people, but lying to yourself. Very sad, very sad. Please grow up. A good relationship is built on respect and trust. Yes, keep that in mind for every relationship. Not all relationships are gonna pan out well, right? You know, just cherish it. Enjoy it as much as possible. Understand that no relationship is perfect. Treat your partner with respect and trust as much as humanly possible. Yeah, man. Enjoy it.
Good job.
I was impressed. He impressed me. I don't know if is Foodshops coming back. I think that's it. All right. Oh, wait, do you have anything else to talk about Foodshops?
All the runners. There's nothing to ignore. They're both weirdos united. I think on some level, I think Foodshops probably does have some bit of denial to what I don't know exactly. I think there's a level of running and denial in terms of like Destiny's actions. I believe. I could be wrong though. Maybe she just knows it's all bullshit and is just hopping on board because she's an immoral piece of shit. That could very well be true. It wouldn't surprise me.
No, not really. Oh, yeah, by the way, okay, so that person that Mrow was talking about, you know, the person in which she's saying that, oh yeah, Destiny groped her or whatever the fuck, right? That's the person?
I think that's the one she's referring to, right?
So you know their name. Okay, well,
yeah, from the Ryan Beard video. I watched the Ryan Beard video.
Okay. Well, she has. Did you know she came out on Twitter to defend Steven? And that was the part that Mrow didn't want to hear.
Yeah, what was the specific defense she gave? I think I saw this earlier.
But the defense was basically just like, I don't know why people are bringing this up. I've already forgiven them. It's not a defense of like that means the behavior was appropriate or okay. She even said that like Destiny didn't really kind of like, it was like a half-baked apology. I think it was something along those lines. Like like someone who's like victimized or whatever, or like assaulted or anything like that, like they can choose to handle it how they want, but like like you can separate their statement with the distinction of like how you know, the person who is the victimizer, right, still handled the situation overall. You can still criticize them for their behavior and how they handled it afterwards, how they addressed it afterwards. You can make a separate distinction. Yeah, believe it or not, like the victims don't, you know, have final say of how everyone else is going to view the perpetrator, you know, and their behavior. Destiny manipulates the audience to only listen to him. Yeah. And Vosh also did, yeah. A lot of content creators do this, really. But yeah, this is true.
She said that Steven, I think she said that Steven isn't a bad person. Like, he regrets what he's done 10 years ago. Like, it's so long ago, and he's like not a bad person, blah, blah, blah. Right? Basically, she came out in defense of his character.
Yeah, so it seems like she wasn't denying that the descriptive claim happened. It was just minimizing.
So it did happen, right?
But she provided
it did 10 years ago, right?
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
like 10 years ago, right?
Absolutely. Have you heard me bring that up?
Hold on, but the thing is that Mrow brought it up 10 years later.
Well, I didn't. Right? Have I brought it up at all this entire? I've known about. Have I brought it up?
Here's something to take into consideration, though, is how he handles that afterward. Can still be meaningfully criticized, but it's an overall pattern of behavior. So it'd be one thing if it was just one. I don't know why people don't understand this, or they pretend to not understand this. They use it was 10 years ago or 15 years old, 15 years ago argument. It'd be one thing if like this happened 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and this person has changed, meaningfully grown, hasn't repeated this behavior, has accepted accountability for this action, has asked for forgiveness, understanding, stuff like that, actually improved, right? No one would say a fucking thing, not really. Like, maybe some people, to be fair, maybe some people would bring this up as a means of attack, right? Disingenuously. But I think for the most part, no one would actually bring this up as like a actual criticism to hit on as a point, if that were the case. It's only talked about as much as it's talked about at all, which isn't even that often, really, as a means of talking about patterns of behavior. So it's just like one of many different things that you can just add on. And it's like, okay, if you see repeated patterns of behavior at a certain point, it's like, has this person meaningfully changed from that point on? Does this person actually, like, did this person actually grow? If not, like, we could just attach this to all this other, you know, behavior and still meaningfully criticize them for it. Now, I wouldn't personally focus in on it, but, you know, as an add-on, I think it's appropriate. The best these orbiters can do is try and get some kind of return on their allegiance. Yeah. He uses people, only cares for their usefulness, which is funny that Stardust got all bent out of shape over Aiko. She was right. She doesn't care about any of them. He doesn't care about any of them. Yeah.
Boy, right?
When did I said we're friendly?
Like Touch and Peace go.
Wait, how?
I don't know, man.
Why just because I find common ground with other creators and arguments? It's like this is such a. Yes, I've already established that. Do you take issue with that?
No, I'm just seeing the trend.
Okay. What's the trend? That humans have varying sexuality? I guess. I don't know what to tell you.
Hold on. Let me screen share something. Can you put it up on your stream?
Sure.
What is can you read this for me? So first it's Mrow, then it's me, and then it's Matt.
Yeah, well, can you just like send me that screenshot so I can pull it up on my so I don't have to do the whole blah.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. Or you could have already screenshot this, but
okay, I guess like I could do that as well. You were insisting that I didn't screen share and sent you a screenshot, so all right. So I started like really sexually harassing you or whatever. Would you leak DMs and pour, going forward? Just asking really broad questions. Well, as long as you understand, I'm genuinely a lesbian. Fuck, goddamn it.
Okay, what's your interpretation?
He's being a sex pause.
You know what? Good enough for me.
Okay, she just left. Well, that was interesting. Very interesting.
It's like, yeah, no one has argued otherwise with Mrow. I don't know if he does this as, I don't think you should do this anyway, even if it is like a bit, but I don't think you should be doing this. It's just weird behavior, regardless.
In conversation. Once again, I wasn't prepared for. I didn't think Foodshops was gonna call in. I didn't think I was gonna be talking to me. I didn't know what the fuck was going on there. I just kind of let it roll. I'd say that he's gotten better. He's gotten a lot better. I've debated Mrow before. I've always said he's absolutely shit at it. But the thing is, you get good at debate by doing it and losing over and over and over and over again, and you hone in on those skills and you get better at it. You know how many fucking times, like I look back on my like first debates or whatever, I look like a moron. I look like an actual moron. But I'd say I've seen a big improvement. I think the point that he brought up and provided receipts for is entirely substantiated by what's occurred. I think that literally the only thing I think he lost on there was his laugh at one point did sound like a little bit fake. But like other than that, I think that was a morale W. And apparently it was a W for me as well, because I got to go through a lot of fucking super chats. So let's do that really quick. I also am going to check Streamlabs. I think it was Navakva that tipped earlier. I don't remember if I read it.
I think that was a morale W. Everyone does a like little fake laugh here or there. I don't know. It's hard to discern. I think some people cope where I think like a fake laugh is happening when it's like a sincere laugh. I don't know. Those are kind of dumb to like hyper focus in on. It does happen, but I don't know. Is he just covering Foodshops' coverage, I guess, at that point? Okay. What else is there to cover? What are we doing here, guys? What are we doing? What are we doing? What's the agenda? What's the agenda, guys? Let's look around on Twitter. I was prepping for a 7-hour stream because I thought that would go longer, honestly. Doesn't have to be a 7-hour stream. It's quality over quantity, but let's see if we can find anything else before I go, though. I don't have to work till 11:30, but I would like to go get something to eat before I have to work. So we gotta find something to do, guys. We gotta find something to cover. Let's see. Let's look at my content suggestions. Let's look at this real quick.
Trouble.
Fractures emerge between. This is the Onion. GOP's pro-pedophilia, extremely pro-pedophilia wings. Fun meme.
In paradise.
Ethan fans are coping. Yeah. We can look at that a little bit. Hold on. Let's watch a tiny bit of this real quick.
The reports coming out of Washington today as fractures seem to be emerging in the GOP between the Republicans' pro-pedophilia wing and the party's extremely pro-pedophilia wing. Infighting between the two pedophile coalitions reaching new levels of intensity in recent weeks, leaving GOP leadership to question how best to handle the future of their party's sexual attraction to minors. ONN's Jason Copeland joins us now from Washington with the latest. Jason, you've been in close contact with Republican insiders. What are you hearing?
Yeah, it is like almost unironically like this. It's like one is like a little bit more like not in your face, but it's like they're just taking actions that are in your face where it's like they clearly are pro pedophilia. And then the other side is basically, the other side of the wing is basically just like, yo, chill.
It's really a battle for
we need to be mask on a little bit.
Soul of the Republican Party, plain and simple.
That's unironically the right, man. It is really unironically the right.
GOP has historically welcomed a wide net from pederasts to ephebophiles, and there's always been, sort of moderate support for sexual attraction to children, but many in the base are now asking for a more full-throated endorsement, and like you said, this is really about the party of pedophilia's future, and right now it's looking a little bit split.
And the split playing out very publicly on social media just yesterday, with Senator Tom Tillis replying pretty tepidly to the most recent Epstein Files revelations.
Yeah, that's right. He's publicly calling everything in the Epstein Files cool, which frankly, to pro-pedophilia voters, this comes off as a pretty lukewarm endorsement of child sex trafficking.
Which just isn't going to cut it in the post-Trump era of Republican pedophiles. A new Gallup
to pro-pedophilia voters, this comes off.
Do you even stock playgrounds, bro?
As a pretty lukewarm endorsement of child sex
Take it to Blue Sky, X's for true pedophiles.
Which just isn't going to cut it in the post-Trump era of Republican pedophiles. A new Gallup poll showed only 44% of Republican voters being in favor of pedophilia, with another 43% being very in favor of it.
Yeah, and that's really what we're talking about here, Dwight. For the last...
Top news. Disney announces Zootopia 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
10 years, the entire party has been jockeying for who's going to succeed Donald Trump as the face of American pedophilia. And right now, Republicans are looking closely at some local elections.
Dude, Zootopia is like... Zootopia and Bad Guys, bro. Like, that's the, those are the most, furry movies ever. Furry made movies ever. Like, you could tell the motherfuckers who made those movies are just, total furries. Like, it's just, so fucking clear cut, man. Like, that's crazy, dude.
And this centrist versus extreme dynamic is playing out in Republican primaries across the country. This is Utah State Senator incumbent Matt Riggs staking out the more moderate position on child sex abuse.
I think my record speaks for itself. No one, and I do mean no one, was more upset than me the day Millie Bobby Brown turned 18. I am a staunch and committed pedophile.
Pretty boilerplate talking points.
Exactly. It's a lot of the same old promises that many just aren't believing are going to resonate in exactly the same way anymore. And especially when...
this guy reminds me of, it's always Sunny reference, man. It's Charlie's uncle. This fucking guy, dude.
Would you mind taking a shot of the three of us for the website? Come on, Dennis. And would it be okay if you put your hands on top of mine?
He's always obsessed with his fucking hands.
They're my hands.
Yeah. Like that?
Yes.
Okay.
That looks like my hands.
Yeah.
For the website. We're lawyers.
It's very, very almost 1-to-1 here in terms of looks. Not 1-to-1, but close. It's not 1-to-1. It's certainly not 1-to-1, but it's got that vibe.
When you compare it alongside the more energized campaigns of some of the more charismatic sex criminals running, like Riggs' opponent Brock Granite, political outsider who fired back in a podcast appearance earlier this week.
Seducing underage boys and girls is a bedrock founding principle of the Republican Party. And it sickens me to see my opponent swoop in and try and steal valor from the real pedophiles on the ground. I looked it up. In the Epstein Files, this guy's name appears less than 300 times. It's performative pedophilia.
Now, Senator Riggs has already responded
That's so awesome. I love the Onion, man. What were we looking at? Oh, yeah, some of the cope. We covered a tiny smidge of this. Denim's Queen of Fair Use saves commentary. Hassan says that React content creators should be grateful for Denim's fight and victory against the content nuke copyright lawsuit. Quote, if this lawsuit was successful, it would have gutted React content, which I agree with. Yeah.
In a just world, all these reaction streamers should be thanking her for fighting their fight. Roach, X, and Destiny were celebrating her getting her sued. Not knowing if she lost, it would be bad for them because they react to thousands of videos. Exactly. Unfortunately, like I said, a lot of our opposition is either unbelievably fucking stupid or they're just horrible monsters. Sometimes both. Every single fucking major content creator on this dumbass fucking platform that reacts to YouTube videos with regular frequency was championing this fucking lawsuit, not realizing that if this lawsuit was successful, it would have gutted React content in general. They should be kissing Denim's feet. They should have been fucking screeching at Ethan. But no, they were too horny to fucking bully a bunch of pro-Palestine
It's really been bad for XQC, Asmund Gold, Aiden Ross. So many different people who do React content mostly.
That they don't like, that their fucking dumbass incel audiences would jerk off to the thought of dominating. And that's precisely what happened here, okay? That's what this is. A lot of fucking dumbass losers on the internet were so stoked at the prospect of destroying the lives and livelihoods of a bunch of women that they don't like, that they didn't even think about the fucking consequences.
You know how many times like XQC could actually legitimately
In
be
a just
sued
world,
and
all
it
these
would be,
reaction streamers should be thanking.
Warranted? A lot. There's a lot of content that he's made where it's like very minimal interaction with the and engagement and substance with the actual stuff that he's actually watching. Isn't it also how complete fucking hack lawyers like LUS Tony Guo? Was that Guo? They pretend they're offering legal analysis on a case, and all they're really doing is talking about how much they hate the defendant and pandering to their audience of complete drooling morons. Everyone's saying Denham's one is incorrect. She tentatively won 1 out of 2 claims. Well, if you tentatively win 1 out of 2 claims, and from what's being read over here, it seems like pretty definitive. It's really hard to see how Ethan can counteract that argument there. It's like, yeah, she tentatively won, but it's like, okay, this is some pretty good. It's a pretty good sign here. The second claim, is her reaction to a live stream of the countdown of the content nuke. I can maybe see her losing on that. Maybe. I feel like I'd have to watch this and see how much she substantively engages with that. Because I think that live stream probably suited itself. I think she gets up out of the chair for a just long enough prolonged amount of time where it probably disadvantages her. But that's about it. I think that's why that's why he actually put it in the Library of Congress or whatever the fuck that thing is called. I think that's why he added that later, because he knew he wouldn't be able to necessarily have a stronger case with the other one. What a slime ball. What a fucking slime ball for doing that, by the way. What a piece of shit. Filth. Total filth. I think he added that a month after or something like that, too. Total filth. So she tentatively won 1 out of 2 claims, spent well over $150,000 to do so, and could spend easily another $150,000 on the second. Lawsuit is not over. No one said it was. I'll address Denham's tonight at 8 p.m. Are you interested in the topic? So if she spent $150,000 on lawyer fees, if she ends up winning, I think Ethan has to pay that those lawyer fees on that first one, bare minimum, I think. I don't know how it works exactly. If she loses the second one, is he not paying lawyer fees for both? I don't know how it works exactly. Wouldn't he have to pay lawyer fees for the first one? I think he would. Lewis is a complete moron and entirely partial to the point where his legal analysis depends on whose side he thinks he's covering. If you say a filing is from H3 Snark, he will shit on it, even if the filing is actually one of Ethan Klein. Dude is such a moron, he can't even tell when Noah is joking. Last year's stream was a charity stream. None of the money went to Noah. Luce also is so stupid he accidentally shit on Ethan Klein's lawsuit filing because he believed they were from the H3 Snark mods.
When we look at the original response, they talk about a whole lot of shit that doesn't, here, this is the original response. There's a chair. So again, this is from H3 Snark.
What a fucking idiot.
When we look at the original response, they talk about a whole lot of shit that doesn't, here, this is the original response. It's 540 inches. There's a chair. So again, this is from H3 Snark. Yeah, you gotta pump up, you gotta compete, you gotta do the content game. There's pictures of Al Kashani meets Adolf Hitler. This is coming from a lawyer. This is the lawyer's declaration. Let me make sure you guys understand this. This isn't H3 Snark writing this. A lawyer had to write this because the lawyer's saying, hey, I wrote this, I fact-checked it. It looks good. And this is the way they begun I guess the subpoena. They're the movements. Technically, they're the defendants, but in this case, they're the movements. You got this. What is Al Kashani with his close friend Heinrich Himmler? This stuff is unbelievable. As a lawyer, I'm reading this and I'm saying, and then look at this. Arabs rise. Again, this is not me. Again, please do not take this out of context. Nobody snippet this. Nobody clip this. Okay, when I put it on Twitch. Arabs rise as one man and fight for your sacred rights. Kill the Jews wherever you find them. This pleases God, history, and religion.
What a total fucking moron, dude.
This saves your honor. God is with you. Al-Husani, March 1st, 1944, on Nazi radio. Motherfucker, we are in a copyright case. You are being accused of.
The way he thinks he's dunking on the snark mods when he's unintentionally shitting all over Ethan.
Contributory copyright infringement. What in the world is this? So there's so many times. There's so many times I'm looking at these documents, and I'm just like, could a lawyer actually write this? And then that's when I'm the one who discovered that Lair didn't go to law school, right? I was like, oh man, I want to know what law school this person went to. And then you discover that wait, there's no law school attached to this person. So again, it's
the law school attached to the lawyer who wrote this is USC Law School, Los Angeles, CA. Holy shit!
Very strange, right? So even what is
super fucking embarrassing, especially if you're like supposedly a lawyer here.
What is a copyright infringement about? Contributor.
I'll just go with the claim that he is a lawyer or whatever. Tons of lawyers are bad at their job. Tons of bad lawyers out there.
Right. It's about the Hassan nuke, and it's about other content creators. In this case, Denins.
It's about Eden being a crying little piss baby.
Infringing the Hassan nuke. What in the world is this? Okay, and you think this is bad? Okay, well, wait till you see like what other stuff is in here. This is YouTube.com. I've never been on the site. Stream links. Look at the quality of these screenshots. So remember, this is H3 Snark's lawyer, and H3 Snark is her client. The screenshots are such low quality that it's very bizarre. And then this, like we can look at all of this. It makes so little sense, like what the point of all this is.
Is there ever going to be a moment where you realize this on the stream? Apparently not. That's amazing to me, man. Let's see. Mike from PA gently explains to Hutch that he doesn't understand fair use and malice. Malice is not a factor in the fair use calculation. Yeah, malice is not a factor at all. I think I might have said like way back that like it may have been into consideration, but I am not and never have been a legal expert, and I wasn't sure that was a factor at all. I was still gauging on like, does this make sense as an argument? I don't know if I've ever like been committed that was going to be like an actual concern. So it's good to see that actually isn't a concern, that malice isn't part of it at all. I didn't think it ever was. Like, it would just be, it was kind of a weird argument at that time. And I was like, I don't know if this is actually the case, that this is actually vital to any fair use litigation, you know?
Someone like XQC or Asmongold could end up with an opinion that's like way more broad.
Oh, wait, and this couldn't?
I suppose, but I think there's less risk in this situation, though, right? Wouldn't you say?
Why?
Because of the particular egregious nature of their malice.
Okay, I want you to understand something here. Now, Hutch is very stupid, and this is why you are not allowed to you're not allowed to practice law without passing the bar, right? Hutch is very stupid. Malice is not a factor in the fair use calculation. We just read the 4 factors. There was no malice because guess what? Malice is your right. You have the right to have malice. You have the right to say, fuck this video. Don't watch
It'd be like saying if like Hutch was covering Hassan's like content, like with harsh criticism, any malice or whatever, that he wasn't allowed to do that. In regards to whether or not he did fair use transformation. That's just not a factor taken into consideration. Hutch has had access to Pisco this whole time, which makes Hutch look even dumber. Well, like, it's part of, like, that's part of the problem is, like, when you engage in the space and it becomes a little bit more about ego and protecting your ego and try to one-up your friends or anyone else in the space to try to look, slightly smarter. That gets in the way of being able to be receptive.
Movie. Don't listen to this song. Don't watch this creator. You're allowed. That's your God-given right. And I'm going to say it right now. Don't watch Hutch. Use my stream as a replacement of Hutch because he's stupid. And he's never right. He's fucking stupid. And nobody, absolutely nobody, should watch this dipshit because he can't get anything right. You see? That's my right. It's criticism. It's critique. Now, there is a malice factor After infringement has been established, if you openly and willfully infringe the copyright, like say that I stole a CD and I burned it 1,000 times and I sold it out on the street. I sold copies of your fucking album out on the street. And somebody came to me and said, bro, and I came to you and I said, hey, you're stealing my album. You can't do this. And I said, fuck you. I'm going to keep stealing your shit. Then that would be malice, right? But the malice is not in the commentary, you dumbass. God damn. How are they so fucking stupid? How are they so fucking stupid? The First Amendment gives me the right to criticize you and insult you and call you dumb. And in my critique of your work, whether it's an article, whether it's a video, whether it's a stream, I get to say nobody should watch that dumb shit. That's my God-given right. You're stupid.
And thank God there was not an opposite ruling, because man, my faith in humanity shatters every day, but holy shit, that would even shatter it even more. Holy fuck. Worst pot. Could the timeline get any worse is how I should be like, oh my God, we're in hell. What about you saying you'll fix Anna's reputation? Netflix, The Office. Oh, dude, he brought up the... Why did he bring up The Office randomly? You just use that as an example, and it's like a long-ass monologue tangent. Oh, you know what I saw? Has anyone watched Amazing Digital Circus? Have you guys seen this? Have you guys seen this show? It's like YouTube short show. It's like independent. It's pretty good. What was it? 8 episodes, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. It's in theaters now. I saw the final finale of this. It was pretty good. I don't know if anyone likes the show or whatever. I don't know who in my audience likes it or has watched it or whatever, but I think some people would probably be disappointed in some ways, but I liked it. Not to spoil it, but I think it's refreshing personally for me. With the direction they went with it. I think I get used to a specific, without getting into the specifics, but I think I get used to a specific like ending that a lot of TV shows or movies end up doing, and sometimes those are the more interesting choices. Is a way to put it. But I think the ending for this show felt appropriate. There is probably some problems that I can think of in the long run where I think they could have improved upon. And I may, if I was writing it, I probably wouldn't go in some directions. I would have like clarified some things, give it a little bit more detail to the ending of like explanations of certain things. That being said, if I were to rate the episode, the finale, maybe when it's out and more people watch it or whatever, maybe we'll do a spoiler conversation about the entire show in general, and especially the finale. But in the meantime, I think like a 7 out of 10 feels like a little appropriate. Closer to a 6 than an 8. Closer to a 6 than an 8. I do think they could have been done a little bit better, but I enjoyed myself. And it was nice to see this in the theater. The theater experience for this was kind of cool. It was kind of cool. I enjoyed that. Hutch is very stupid, but he's not just stupid. He's a dishonest fuck who will grasp at anything. What? Yeah, it's the combination that really annoys me. It's smug, dishonest, and stupid. Worst combination possible. If you're concerned about worse rulings that have come out of U.S. courts, you should look in the rearview mirror. Listen, there's been a lot of them. That's why I said like it would be devastating, but at a certain point, it almost wouldn't be surprising if like you had like a bad ruling on you know, the fair use thing. Oh my god. Is it playing in theaters right now? No spoilers, but yeah, no spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers. Because it's not even on YouTube, the actual final episode. It's out on the 19th. But yes, it is playing in theaters right now. I don't know for how many days. I think it's June 4th from the 7th to the 7th, I think. And it's opened up in more places than it was supposed to. Some people are kind of upset about that because it opens up the possibility of spoilers being out there more broadly. But, you know, just mute the whole show and all the characters or whatever and wait till the 19th. Yeah, it's solid. It's solid. I like it. I like Mrow. He's such a snarky little cat. Mrow, it's just like Perry. Mrow's a funny little cartoon character, you know? It's probably a good way of putting it. Yeah. Don't ever take Mrow serious, just like Perry. Just kind of treat him like that, and you won't really ever be disappointed, I would say. Listen, guys, I was promising to go 7 hours, but I really don't know what to do for the rest of this time, and I kind of want to eat. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Unless there's something you guys have that I can go over within like 20 minutes or something, but otherwise I might be out the door here, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Normal reactions from H3 fans include regarding the Denim's ruling. This will be appealed, and the broad consequences of such a ruling are actually pretty significant. If you're a Netflix, WB, Amazon, etc., this sort of judgment is concerning at minimum. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because it means that even if you copyright a body of work, as long as the creator pauses and comments, no matter how substantial those comments or criticisms are, it's legal. Which makes copyright essentially useless. No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. There's already reaction content out there that like gets hyper like scrutinized in terms of copyright claims. Sometimes appropriately, sometimes inappropriately. They'll be fine. These bigger companies will be fine. Channels like Real Rejects are able to get away with what they do because they're able to appropriately time out the way they do reactions to anything that they're viewing in such a way where, you know, the whole film isn't, you know, shown, or the whole TV show isn't shown. It's clipped in very specific ways. There's always some sort of a reaction to anything that's being, you know, shown on the screen. There's visual reactions, words being said. Maybe it could be more substantive at times, but that being said, for like a reaction thing, like it's very much clear that even channels like this engage with all the material as best as possible in an ethical way, and that companies actually like to see, and they actually like to promote reactors. This will not affect any of these companies like you think it will. No, it won't. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. We truly are in the era of crime is legal. That is slightly true, though. That is slightly true. Not even slightly. This is true, but it's not true. It's not true and related to all this stuff. You'll be fine. You'll be fine, guys. Corporations have more control over shit like this. Reputation is dirt. How do I fix it? Impressive generational downfall in just 30 years, sides with Israel, burns his relationships, obliterates his reputation, becomes a locale, destroys his brain, becomes the very evil he once fought. So kids, better stick with therapy or you're going to be like Ethan Klein. Yeah, Yeah, he was sued by Matt Haas. He wins, becomes hero of fair use, bullies content creators with unfair lawsuits, loses because of fair use. And like the Matt Haas situation or like any other thing that he's been a part of in the past just gets brought up in order to use as a means of like, here's an example of fair use and why it doesn't really work with this case here. It's so funny, man. That's what EFAP used to do. Yeah. I will say, like, it's tricky, a little bit more tricky because obviously, you know, there's like different criterias for different companies or whatever and how they want all that stuff handled. So that's harder to actually get done. But you know what those corporations do in the bare minimum, most cases, they don't interact like Ethan Klein out of bad faith for the most part, at least from what I remember. They'll usually copyright strike you or DMCA you. They'll have you like revise it basically. Hey, we don't like you using it this way, so you're gonna have to do alterations, edits. They don't just full out like assault you with a huge fucking lawsuit. And their fucking projects are worth way more money than anything Ethan Klein has ever created in his entire goddamn life, especially that content nuke. So, grow the fuck up. If these corporations that invest millions and millions of dollars into all of these TV shows and movies are able to engage with the system in a more ethical way than you do, then that's fucking saying something, dude. That's fucking saying something. I gotta be honest. I feel like this whole Plattner situation would have been avoided if a bunch of upper middle class leftists hadn't seen the most obvious red flags imaginable and thought that's just what rough, salty, Ohio Waffle House type looking working class people are like. Of late in the New York Times, they taught people to see stuff like, for example, a 3rd Waffen SS Panzer Division Totenkopf and think, now there's a man with economic anxiety. It's just, here's the only thing about the Plattner, because I agree that, like, I really wish it wasn't fucking Plattner who was running on the policies that he was running. I really wish this was a more cleaned up, more morally rich more morally sound person, at least in their past, you know. But what do you want? Like, that's what we have to work with, man. It's just like, I'm fucking stuck with this person. I'm just like, I have no other, like, all the other fucking candidates are dog shit. What do you want from me? I'm fucking, it's like, I'm forced into, like, having to support fucking Plattner, okay? I'm not invested in tearing down Plattner any further, especially if he has, listen, if he's raped anyone, then, like, clearly, he's already done horrible shit in his fucking life. I don't know, man. I already have grievances with him as is, but like I don't have much room to work with here. Like I have nothing here. Like if you think like any of these Zionist freaks that are supporting genocide are better candidates, then wow, it really shows me your priorities, I suppose. Yeah, beggars can't be choosers. Yeah, it's like. I wish we had someone better, quite frankly. I really do, but you're not going to sit here and hear me like defending any other shit. I'm not interested in that. I'm just going to tell you, it's like, this is what we got to work with. What do you want from me, man? What do you want? What do you want me to say? It is fucking bad. Like, why the fuck do I have to have people like Plattner fucking vouching for me, dude? Yeah, I think I'm done, guys. I'm sorry. I did promise more. I did really promise more, but I genuinely did think I was gonna get more out of that. I thought I thought Destiny wouldn't rage quit like a little bitch, but maybe I should start expecting that more often. And I should just expect him to start rage quitting like a little bitch when he decides to try to confront other people on anything. How's this coverage going? Is that like a Pokemon trailer? What is this? Or are you just watching other shit? Okay. Is J-Stock on? I want to see his coverage a tiny bit before I leave. Oh.
Go to the back room and practice.
I just didn't know
fake
how to
laugh
say his
together.
name. I just didn't know how to say
It's
his
like
name.
you guys have all the TVs up, like in the Matrix, where Sonic's doing his fake laugh, and then you guys practice your fake laugh.
Yeah, no, it's a real laugh. It's really funny. It's really funny to see you flounder.
Going through a rough time. Meltdowns are tricky. Yeah.
Laugh.
Right, so I don't have a page. I have 2 lines. You ready?
Know how
you ready?
Absolutely epically fucking owned he is.
Oh my god. Okay, Destiny, you ready? I want to have the back and forth. Because if I'm incorrect about this, I'd like to know. You ready to disprove me?
And they're gonna welcome me with open arms. I'm gonna
Summer Games Fest trailers. I don't know if people are actually interested in me watching any trailers like that. Maybe I'll watch trailers like that. I don't care. I don't know if I care enough. We'll see. I'll probably never mind. I feel like what would make a good reaction to stuff like that is like seeing it for the first time. I don't think I care enough. I don't think I'd be interested enough watching trailers like that. It's like, what am I going to commentate? It's like, oh, a game I probably won't play. I have 400 games and I'm still playing one fucking game for the most part. Like maybe 2 at the max. What is wrong with my brain, man? I'm hardwired to like specific habitual patterns of playing specific games or doing specific things for such a long period of fucking time. I'm such a strange fucking person. What is wrong with me?
No, it's a real laugh. It's really funny. It's really funny to see you flounder like this.
I'm gonna read the page of DMs off, and then when he doesn't respond, I'm gonna hit him up with the fake laugh.
Right. So I don't have a page. I have 2 lines. You ready?
Know how
you ready?
Absolutely epically fucking owned he is.
Oh my god. Okay, Destiny, you ready? I want to have the back and forth. Because if I'm incorrect about this, I'd like to know. You ready to disprove me?
And they're gonna welcome me with open arms.
Okay, it's just all right. This is boring. Was the Snark server even a Destiny thing, or do you just make it about himself? He basically made it about himself. There is some truth in the fact that, like, the Snark server did shit talk him. Like, yeah. But it's like, he's just one of a lot of other different people that are just constantly snarked or shit talked about, you know? It's like, if I were to put it correct, the best way to put it is like, for the most part, it was like shitting on Transfirebat, shitting on Ico, shitting on Stardust, shitting on Hutch, shitting on Foodshops, shitting on Lonerbox, Ethan Klein, Nicholas Diorio, a lot of liberal Zionists, to be honest. But there wasn't like just a focus on like one person as a majority of the time. Like he wasn't even top 3 in terms of like of who people really focused in on. Yeah, it's mostly a Firebat server. Kinda, yeah, for at least a long period, not a long period, but a decent portion of time. Like we started like, you know, doing trough memes too. Like it was the buzzball shit, stuff like that. Just, you know, we were, I remember being in the VC and we were watching troughs crash out, and it was a legendary stream. It was a legendary moment being in that VC, just watching trough crash out. It was like cinema. Yeah, like it's like the idea of like the server being just for Destiny or whatever is diluted to say the bare minimum. The strongest argument he kind of has for the servers, like obsession with him, is more so in regards to, oh, these people are connected to me. These people are connected to me. But it's like, yeah, we hate these people for their own actions, though, and their own decisions, you know? It's not just like their tangential relation to you. It's not like we haven't watched their content or nitpicked their own, like, specific dramas, their own specific things to critique, you know what I mean? It's just delusional to say otherwise, you know? Like, believe it or not, the world is not revolving just around you, you know? There is other reasons people have. If anything, it was closer, like, in terms of priority, it was closer to, like, Ethan Klein being the main person, right? Like, he was, like, top 3, probably top 2, top 1 for sure at a long period of time. I mean, it's the CPS Skulls meme on the thing. Yeah. So, I don't know. It's just, he's really narcissistic. Everything's about him. Just him. What a crazy 24 hours, man. The tentative ruling feels a little surreal. First, I just want to say thank you to everyone who has supported me, believed in me, and helped me get here. I could not have done any of this without all of you. For those who are unfamiliar, tentative rulings are sometimes published in advance of hearings, in the interest of streamlining the hearing. The tentative ruling is the position of the court before the hearing, so the fact that the tentative ruling is to grant my motion for judgment is incredible news. The hearing was earlier today, and the judge has taken the matter under submission, and an official ruling will be issued, hopefully sooner rather than later. I'm feeling very optimistic, and I'll be going over the document tomorrow on stream at 7 a.m. See you all then. So, depending on what the next time I stream, no promises, because fuck my schedule, fuck me. Maybe, if it's interesting enough, we'll cover her coverage of it. Stargirl Summer, let's go. Big win, big win. I don't know if I've ever expressed any dislike of Denims. I always found myself neutral to liking her coverage. Like, I was never like that fond of her coverage. It's not like that it was like amazing coverage or whatever, but you know, it's kind of like just, it's there, you know? Like, she's okay. She's okay. I've never had a strong distaste for Denims at all. And I think, you know, I think she just gets more likable with stuff like this. You know. Extra Snark presumably won their case. Became a fan lately. She's cozy. Yeah, I've listened to a couple of her streams. Like, usually I'm more of a VOD person. So I'll just like watch whatever, I don't know if it's her editor post a YouTube video or whatever, but if it's something related to the case, and sometimes some actual politics here or there, I'll turn her on. You know, she's okay. She's okay. I sound like I'm like being a little bit more disparaging, but I think okay is actually pretty good, you know, and all things considered for a lot of streamers, you know, I think okay is like, you know, I think she's passable. I think she can do pretty decent coverage. You know, I think she's pretty listenable. Yeah. I can understand why people find Denims entertaining. Yeah. She's all right. She's all right. I heard that too from Ogre, but wasn't sure. Destiny's barely on his radar. Yeah. Let's see. I wonder if having his own precedent used against him will cause him to wake up, or he'll just dive deeper into the rabbit. He's just going to dive deeper. I would love to see this man change, but it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Once you're set in your ways, he's gotten away with a lot of stuff, a lot of bad behavior that should have been called out and addressed then and there. But he's gotten away with way too much bad behavior from like even way back in the past. Yeah, it's not happening. It's not happening. I wish it was. I wish there was like a click moment, but it's not happening. It's just not. It's hard for especially somebody victimizes themselves and sees themselves as the hero in their own story. That's really, especially if your wife and the people around you, your coworkers, or even tangential friends / coworkers or whatever you want to call them, are like supporting you in your endeavors, enabling you. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. I feel bad for Frogan, but not enough to watch her. I would say Frogan's not entertaining, but it's just like I have to be fair. I've never actually meaningfully watched her enough to get like an actual genuine opinion on her. Just the very few portions that I watch of her, it's just like Denims, where it's like she's all right, like she's okay, right? It's like I'm not like, wow, I want to watch more. You know, it's fine. It's whatever. It is very unfortunate because I think what happens, and this is a disgusting thing to watch happen, where it really just shows the contrast, the double standard, where the internet treats Frogan as like it's like the punching bag, where it's because Frogan is fat, right? Or was fat at a certain time, like for a large portion of time. And then add that with the hijab. And then there's like a lot more, plus she's a woman, but you know, you combine it all, there's like a vitriolic anger that's like 10 times, 20 times more the case than for Ethan, who is white, Jewish, and fat, saying crazy shit. Just like Frogan would. Where Frogan gets like highlighted in terms of like, I mean, how many times can you honestly say, like, I do think people have made fun of Ethan Klein for his weight, but I get the feeling that it's more of like something like they'll probably bring up something else first before Ethan Klein's weight when he was fat. I think they would like take priority over like something he's actually done or said before the weight. I think most people sidetrack from what Frogan's actual criticism or her statements for the most part, and they'll high key focus in on the weight part and the hijab or whatever, and it hits a little bit. It's more identity focused, and it's more like misogyny focused in terms of like women should be more skinnier kind of thing. You know, men are more while men will be made fun of for being fat, it's a little bit more given a slight kind of pass by comparison. You know what I mean? Like men are less dehumanized for being fat. So it's just like the contrast is super fucking gross. And I think Frogan gets a lot more of a bad rap than she actually should. You know, take away, set aside whether or not she's actually entertaining, you know. Set that entirely aside. It's just, it is actually gross how she gets treated, I think. Okay, I'm out. Let's play the birds. Wait, no, let's not play the bird. Let's play the actual song, okay? No, let's play the bird, then the song. Because this meme's awesome. I like this meme.
We're on the way to Chicago, where she was all alone.
This shit fucking rocks. This shit goes hard. I don't know if anyone's seen this.
So as I asked her for a name, she smiled and looked at me. I was surprised to see that a woman like that was real into me. She said she didn't have no man, paid to give the very best she can. She told me she was all alone. Said I don't you didn't have no one. She said doesn't get enough reach. A 59 and what's it gonna be? She lied to you.
This is so fucking good. I love this shit so much, man.
She was loving me, yeah.
When did this Michael Jackson song come out? When was this one? When did shit bop? When did shit come out? It came out originally recorded in 1999, later released posthumously in 2014. For real? Damn, that motherfucker got bops just in the vault.
Never would have thought she was living like that. Her words seemed so sincere.
He got bops I've never even heard, bro.
When I held her near, she would tell me how she feels. It felt so real to me. This girl, she had to be an angel sent from heaven just for me. She said she didn't have no man.
It's so fucking good. Oh my god, you gotta love it. Feels like an internet classic already. Ethan should have talked to Sam Cedar in private like Hassan suggested from the beginning. As we can see, the public conversation, I think the public conversation makes it harder for like Ethan to actually get on board for the direction that Sam Cedar was heading, to actually see, have a Ethan see reason. If it did happen in private, I don't think he would have meaningfully changed his mind, but I do think there was a greater possibility of it possibly happening, you know. But I think he was down the road. He was down the road. I don't think Sam Cedar could have pulled him out. That wasn't going to happen. Okay, before we go, shouts out. Oh, also, Cash App Black Plague J, BLQCKPLQGUEJ, okay? If you want to give a tip, okay? Tips are always appreciated. Or if you want to leave a specific message for future streams or anything. Leave content suggestions, little messages, anything like that. Shout out Alexander Campbell 0001. Shout out Yesterday with Perry. Shout out Blueberry Moore. Shout out Puddle Sucker. Shout out Nope 7389. Shout out Vodka 9384. Shout out Shadow. Shout out First T News. Shout out Far Flight. Shout out Semaphore. Shout out Infallible Foul 9809. Shout out D3C1 MU55. Shout out Josh PCN. Shout out Webmaster 4531. Shout out the world's most powerful hobo, right? World's most powerful hobo. Shout out More to Merrier. Shout out Shout out Zoo Phillips 3450. Okay. No promises on the future stream or future content. Hopefully we'll get to a state where we can start promising specific dates and future segments, but we're kind of just whiling out. We're kind of going all over the place, you know. But hey, hopefully we enjoyed the stream, and hopefully we all have a good night and good week. Okay, or weekend's coming up. Have a good weekend. Later.
I met her on the way to Chicago, where she was all alone. And so as I saw her ask her for her name, she smiled and looked at me. I was surprised to see that a woman like that was real into me. She said she didn't have no man, played to give the very best she can. She told me she was all alone. Never would have thought she was living like that. Her words seemed so sincere. When I held her near, she would tell me how she feels. It felt so real to me. This girl, she had to be an angel sent from heaven just for me. She said